In the quiet corners of the Pokémon world, where ancient mysteries drift like morning mist through forgotten forests, there exist legends that defy explanation, creatures whose very existence challenges our understanding of reality itself. These such are the enigmatic beings that have puzzled researchers, mystics, and trainers for countless generations, their secrets wrapped in layers of myth and wonder that seem to grow deeper the more we attempt to unravel them. Among the most perplexing of these mysteries stands Arceus, the alpha Pokemon, whose origin story reads like a cosmic riddle written in stardust and time. According to the most ancient texts discovered in the Sinnoh region, Arceus emerged from a primordial egg that existed before the universe itself, a concept that bends the mind like light around a distant star. This golden white deity, adorned with a ring of life plates that seem to pulse with the very essence of creation, is said to have shaped reality with its 1,000 arms, though no living being has ever witnessed more than 4 limbs on this magnificent creature. The discrepancy between legend and observation creates a haunting question that echoes through the halls of scientific inquiry like a gentle, persistent whisper. The plates that orbit Arceus tell their own mysterious tale, each one humming with elemental energy that predates the formation of the regions themselves. These artifacts, known as the life plates, appear to contain compressed fragments of the fundamental forces that govern existence, yet their material composition remains utterly unknown to modern science. When researchers attempt to study them, their instruments register readings that seem to shift and change like shadows at twilight, as if the plates exist in a state of constant flux between dimensions we cannot perceive. Equally enigmatic is the relationship between Arceus and the lake guardians of Sinnoh, those 3 small but infinitely wise beings known as Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. These diminutive legendaries, each no larger than a child's embrace, are said to have been born from Arceus's desire to create balance in the world, yet their powers dwarf those of creatures many times their size. Uxie, the keeper of knowledge, possesses the ability to erase memories with a mere glance, leading to the troubling question of how many forgotten civilizations might have encountered this being and lost all record of their meeting. The implications drift through academic circles like autumn leaves, beautiful and melancholy in their uncertainty. Mesprit, the being of emotion, presents perhaps an even more profound mystery. This gentle creature is said to have taught the first humans the meaning of sorrow and joy, yet it wanders the world in a state of perpetual solitude, as if carrying the weight of every feeling it has ever bestowed. Researchers who have glimpsed Mesprit in the wild report a sense of overwhelming nostalgia that persists for days afterward, though they cannot identify the source of these borrowed memories that seem to belong to lives they have never lived. Azelf, the guardian of willpower, completes this trinity of psychological influence, and its mystery runs deeper than the deepest ocean trenches. This Pokémon is said to ensure that the world's living beings maintain their drive to continue existing, yet it remains in a state of eternal sleep at the bottom of Lake Valor. The paradox of a creature that grants motivation while remaining in perpetual rest has puzzled philosophers and scientists alike, creating debates that flow like gentle streams through university halls and research laboratories across multiple regions. The creation trio that serves under Arceus presents their own collection of inexplicable phenomena. Dialga, the master of time itself, appears to exist in a state of temporal fluidity that makes studying its behavior nearly impossible. Witnesses report that Dialga sometimes appears to move backward through conversations, responding to questions before they are asked, or referencing events that have not yet occurred. The Steel and Dragon type legendary seems to experience all moments simultaneously, creating interactions that feel like trying to hold a conversation with yesterday and tomorrow at the same time. Palkia, Dialga's counterpart and master of space, demonstrates abilities that challenge our fundamental understanding of dimensional physics. This pearl adorned dragon can allegedly create pocket dimensions with a thought, and there are unconfirmed reports of entire research facilities temporarily existing in spaces that are somehow larger inside than outside. The mathematics involved in such spatial manipulation remain beyond current scientific comprehension, leaving researchers to document phenomena they cannot explain, like cartographers mapping territories that exist beyond the edge of known reality. Perhaps most mysterious of all the creation trio is Giratina, the renegade dragon banished to the Distortion world for its violence in ancient times. This antimatter Pokémon exists in a realm where the laws of physics operate in reverse, where gravity flows upward and time moves in spirals rather than straight lines. The very existence of the Distortion world raises questions about the nature of reality itself, suggesting that our universe might be just one of many possible configurations of existence, with Giratina serving as both guardian and prisoner of these alternative physical laws. The mystery deepens when we consider that Giratina appears to have two distinct forms, one adapted for our worlds and another for its native dimension. The transformation between these forms seems to occur not through evolution or external influence, but through some internal mechanism that responds to dimensional pressure, as if the creature's very molecular structure is designed to exist in multiple states of reality simultaneously. This adaptive capability suggests a level of biological sophistication that transcends anything else observed in the natural world. Moving beyond Sinnoh's creation myths, we encounter other legendary mysteries that pulse with their own enigmatic energy. Celebi, the time-traveling forest guardian, presents a paradox that has confounded researchers for decades. This small, green psychic type appears throughout history at moments of ecological crisis, yet its interventions seem to create temporal loops that make it impossible to determine whether Celebi prevents disasters or whether disasters occur because Celebi appears to prevent them. The circular nature of cause and effect surrounding this creature creates a logical puzzle that resembles an endless, gentle spiral, beautiful in its complexity, but impossible to solve through conventional reasoning. The Onion Fairy's ability to travel through time appears to be effortless, yet the mechanism behind this power remains completely unknown. Unlike the theoretical time travel proposed by human science, which would require enormous amounts of energy and complex machinery, Celebi simply steps between moments as easily as walking from one room to another. This suggests that time itself might be far more malleable than previously believed, or that Celebi exists partially outside the temporal stream that governs the rest of reality. In the Hoenn region, another set of mysteries unfolds like flower petals in the morning sun. Jirachi, the wish-making steel and psychic type, awakens only once every 1,000 years for a period of 7 days, during which it can allegedly grant any wish made with a pure heart. The astronomical precision of this cycle suggests a connection to celestial mechanics that we do not fully understand, as if Jirachi's consciousness is somehow synchronized with cosmic events occurring far beyond our planet's atmosphere. The creature's third eye, which opens only during its brief waking periods, seems to peer into possibilities rather than realities, accessing potential futures that exist in quantum superposition until the moment of wish fulfillment collapses them into actuality. The mechanism by which Jirachi transforms thoughts and desires into physical reality remains one of the most profound enigmas in legendary Pokémon research. Unlike other psychic abilities that manipulate existing matter or energy, wish granting appears to create something from nothing, violating fundamental conservation laws in ways that suggest either our understanding of physics is incomplete or that Jirachi operates according to principles that exist beyond the material universe. The creature's steel typing adds another layer to this mystery, as steel represents permanence and structure, yet Jirachi's power involves reshaping reality itself in fluid, impermanent ways. This contradiction hints at a deeper harmony between opposing forces, like the gentle tension between stability and change that governs all natural cycles. The legendary birds of Kanto present their own fascinating puzzles, each embodying elemental forces so pure and concentrated that they seem to exist at the intersection between physical and spiritual realms. Articuno's ice abilities go far beyond simple temperature manipulation, creating crystalline structures that display properties unknown to conventional ice formation. These formations appear to exist in a state of perpetual stability, never melting even under intense heat, suggesting that Articuno's ice is not frozen water, but rather a unique state of matter that merely resembles ice in appearance. The mathematical precision of these crystal formations, with their perfect symmetry and impossible angles, indicates a level of molecular control that approaches the artistic, as if each ice crystal is simultaneously a weapon, a tool, and a work of sculpture. Zapdos presents equally perplexing phenomena, generating electrical discharges that seem to draw power from sources beyond its own biological systems. The electromagnetic fields surrounding this legendary bird create interference patterns that suggest multiple overlapping energy sources, as if Zapdos serves as a focal point for electrical forces that exist throughout the atmosphere. Storm systems appear to intensify in the presence of this creature, not merely because it generates lightning, but because it seems to organize and direct atmospheric chaos into coherent electrical patterns. This organizational ability implies a form of consciousness that can perceive and manipulate electromagnetic fields as naturally as other creatures perceive light or sound. Moltres completes this trinity with flames that burn without consuming fuel, creating fire that exists independently of chemical reactions. These flames display properties that challenge our understanding of combustion itself, burning underwater, in vacuum conditions, and at temperatures that should theoretically be impossible to sustain. The creature's fire appears to be more akin to pure energy given visible form rather than traditional flame, suggesting that Moltres has achieved a state of being where the boundaries between matter and energy have become meaningless. The warmth generated by these impossible flames carries healing properties that extend beyond mere temperature, promoting regeneration and vitality in ways that seem to touch the very essence of life itself. Moving eastward to the Johto region, we encounter Ho-Oh and Lugia, two creatures whose relationship embodies the eternal dance between sky and storm, rainbow and tempest. Ho-Oh's ability to resurrect the dead represents perhaps the most profound mystery in all of legendary Pokemon lore, touching upon questions of consciousness, soul, and the nature of existence itself. The creature's rainbow flames appear to contain the essence of life force in concentrated form, capable of reversing the fundamental process of entropy that governs all biological systems. This power suggests that death may not be the irreversible process it appears to be, but rather a temporary state that can be overcome through the application of forces we do not yet understand. The mechanics of resurrection raise questions that ripple through philosophy as much as science. When Ho-Oh brings a creature back to life, does it restore the original consciousness or create a new being with identical memories? The rainbow flames seem to preserve something intangible yet essential, some spark of individual identity that persists beyond physical death. This preservation implies the existence of a non-physical component to consciousness, a soul or spirit that Ho-Oh can somehow detect, retrieve, and reunite with restored flesh. The creature's association with rainbows may not be merely aesthetic, but could represent its ability to perceive and manipulate the full spectrum of existence, including wavelengths of reality that remain invisible to ordinary perception. Lugia presents complementary mysteries centered around its dominion over ocean storms and atmospheric pressure. This massive psychic and flying type possesses the ability to calm hurricanes with a gentle wing beat, yet the same movement can generate storms of unprecedented fury. The precision required to manipulate atmospheric systems on such a scale suggests a form of environmental awareness that encompasses entire weather patterns simultaneously. Lugia appears to perceive the ocean and sky as a single integrated system, understanding the subtle connections between temperature, pressure, humidity, and wind in ways that allow it to conduct the atmosphere like a vast, invisible orchestra. The creature's psychic abilities seem particularly attuned to water molecules, allowing it to influence precipitation patterns across vast distances. This molecular level control over water vapor creates the possibility that Lugia could theoretically end droughts or prevent floods through careful atmospheric manipulation. The ethical implications of such power are staggering, raising questions about intervention and natural balance that the creature seems to navigate through an ancient wisdom that transcends human understanding of environmental stewardship. In the distant Sinnoh region, beyond the creation trio we have already explored, lies another mystery in the form of Darkrai, the nightmare Pokémon whose very existence blurs the boundaries between sleep and waking reality. This dark-type legendary possesses the ability to enter dreams and transform them into nightmares, yet the purpose behind this seemingly malevolent power remains unclear. Some researchers theorize that Darkrai's nightmares serve a protective function, training sleeping minds to confront and overcome their deepest fears in a safe, subconscious environment. Others suggest that the creature feeds on negative emotions, though this theory fails to explain why Darkrai often appears genuinely distressed by the suffering it causes. The realm of dreams that Darkrai inhabits appears to exist as a parallel dimension overlapping our own, accessible only during sleep when the conscious mind releases its grip on physical reality. Within this dream realm, the normal laws of physics become suggestions rather than rules, allowing for experiences that would be impossible in the waking world. Darkrai's ability to navigate this space with such precision suggests a form of consciousness that exists simultaneously in multiple states of reality, equally at home in the symbolic landscape of dreams and the concrete world of matter and energy. The creature's counterpart, Cresselia, adds another layer to this mystery with its ability to dispel nightmares and bring peaceful sleep. The relationship between these two legendaries suggests a cosmic balance between necessary rest and protective vigilance, between the comfort of peaceful dreams and the growth that comes from confronting inner darkness. Their eternal dance through the realm of sleep touches upon fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness itself and the mysterious processes that occur when the mind releases its hold on the waking world each night. The phenomenon of shared dreaming, occasionally reported in regions where both Darkrai and Cresselia are active, presents one of the most perplexing aspects of these lunar legendaries' influence. Multiple individuals, sometimes separated by great distances, have reported experiencing identical dream sequences during the same night, complete with matching details that could not have been coordinated through any known means of communication. These shared dreams often contain symbolic messages or warnings about future events, suggesting that the dream realm accessed by these legendary Pokémon exists outside the normal flow of time and space. The implications of such temporal displacement within the subconscious mind challenge our understanding of memory, prophecy, and the very nature of individual consciousness versus collective experience. The mystery deepens when we consider the ancient texts found in Kanalav Library, which speak of a time when humans could freely enter and exit the dream realm at will, guided by creatures whose descriptions match neither Darkrai nor Cresselia, but seem to combine aspects of both. These forgotten dream guides supposedly taught early humans to use sleep not merely as rest, but as a form of spiritual travel, allowing consciousness to explore distant lands, communicate across vast distances, and even glimpse potential futures. The gradual loss of this ability coincides with humanity's increasing reliance on technology and the physical world, suggesting that our modern disconnection from the dream realm may have severed ancient bonds with these psychic legendaries. Moving from the realm of dreams to the depths of the earth itself, we encounter Groudon, whose relationship with the planet's geological processes extends far beyond simple volcanic activity. This massive ground-type legendary appears to exist in a state of constant communion with the Earth's molten core, its body temperature and internal energy fluctuating in perfect synchronization with tectonic movements thousands of miles away. Seismologists have noted that regions where Groudon has been sighted often experience unusual stability in their fault lines, as if the creature's presence somehow redistributes geological stress across vast underground networks. The creature's ability to expand land masses raises questions about the fundamental nature of matter creation. When Groudon causes new land to emerge from the ocean floor, Detailed analysis reveals that the rock formations contain mineral compositions that should take millions of years to develop through natural processes. Yet these newly formed lands exhibit the same geological complexity as ancient continents, complete with layered sedimentary structures and mineral veins that tell stories of eons that never actually occurred. This suggests that Groudon's power operates not merely by moving existing materials, but by accelerating or perhaps even creating geological time itself. The relationship between Groudon and its counterpart Kyogre represents more than simple elemental opposition between land and sea. Their legendary battles are said to reshape entire continental shelves, but careful study of geological records reveals patterns that suggest these conflicts follow precise mathematical sequences. The timing of their encounters appears to correlate with long-term climate cycles, solar activity, and even the gravitational influences of distant planets. This cosmic choreography implies that their seemingly destructive conflicts serve a greater purpose in maintaining planetary equilibrium across timescales that dwarf human civilization. The third member of this weather trio, Rayquaza, adds another dimension to this ancient dynamic with its dominion over the atmosphere and its role as mediator between the terrestrial and oceanic forces below. Living in the ozone layer, this dragon-type legendary exists in a realm where the boundary between Earth's atmosphere and the vacuum of space becomes increasingly thin. Its ability to calm the conflicts between Groudon and Kyogre suggests a perspective that encompasses not just planetary weather systems, but the delicate balance between Earth and the cosmic forces that surround it. Rayquaza's connection to meteorites and space debris has led researchers to theorize that this creature serves as Earth's guardian against cosmic threats, using its mastery over atmospheric currents to deflect or destroy incoming objects that might otherwise cause catastrophic impacts. Ancient petroglyphs from various cultures around the world depict serpentine sky creatures battling falling stars, lending credence to the theory that Rayquaza has been protecting our planet for millennia. The creature's ability to mega-evolve without the need for a trainer or mega stone suggests access to energy sources beyond anything found on Earth, possibly drawing power directly from solar radiation or cosmic rays. In the frigid reaches of northern regions, we find Articuno, whose mastery over ice extends into realms that challenge our understanding of thermodynamics. The ice created by this legendary bird does not behave according to normal physical laws, maintaining its crystalline structure at temperatures well above the melting point of ordinary ice. Spectroscopic analysis reveals that Articuno's ice contains molecular arrangements that should be impossible under standard atmospheric conditions, with water molecules locked in patterns that seem to exist in a state of suspended animation. The creature's migration patterns follow routes that appear to trace invisible lines of magnetic force across the planet, suggesting navigation abilities that tap into Earth's electromagnetic field in ways that conventional science cannot fully explain. Weather stations along these migration corridors report unusual atmospheric phenomena during Articuno's passage, including temperature inversions that create pockets of Arctic air suspended within warmer atmospheric layers. These thermal anomalies can persist for days after the legendary Pokémon has moved on, slowly dissipating as normal weather patterns reassert themselves. The relationship between Articuno and its fellow legendary birds, Zapdos and Moltres, forms a trinity of elemental forces that appears to regulate global weather patterns through mechanisms that remain largely mysterious. Their territorial boundaries shift with seasonal changes, but these movements follow patterns that suggest coordination rather than competition. When all three birds are active simultaneously, meteorologists observe worldwide stabilization of extreme weather events, as if their combined presence creates a dampening effect on atmospheric chaos. Zapdos, the electric legendary, demonstrates abilities that extend far beyond simple electrical generation into the realm of electromagnetic manipulation. The creature's presence affects not only weather patterns, but also radio communications, satellite signals, and even the aurora phenomena near the polar regions. Its thunderstorms generate electromagnetic pulses that can be detected by sensitive equipment across entire continents. Yet these pulses follow organized patterns that resemble complex mathematical sequences rather than random electrical discharge. The lightning produced by Zapdos exhibits properties that distinguish it from natural electrical phenomena, maintaining coherent energy patterns across distances that should cause normal electrical charges to dissipate. This suggests that the creature operates according to principles of electromagnetic theory that transcend current scientific understanding, possibly manipulating the fundamental forces that govern electrical behavior at the quantum level. Moltres completes this elemental trinity with its dominion over fire and its apparent ability to influence solar radiation reaching Earth's surface. Regions where this legendary phoenix appears often experience unusual fluctuations in ambient light levels and temperature gradients that cannot be attributed to normal solar activity. The creature's internal flame burns at temperatures that should be fatal to any living tissue, yet Moltres maintains perfect biological function while existing in a state of perpetual combustion that defies conventional understanding of cellular metabolism. The flames that emanate from Moltres possess qualities that distinguish them from ordinary fire, burning without consuming oxygen and producing light spectrums that include wavelengths not typically associated with thermal combustion. Spectral analysis of areas where Moltres has been observed reveals residual energy signatures that persist in the environment long after the creature's departure, creating what researchers term thermal echoes that can be detected months later using specialized equipment. These energy imprints suggest that the legendary bird's fire operates on principles that transcend simple chemical combustion, perhaps tapping into more fundamental forces related to stellar fusion processes occurring within the creature's cellular structure. The interconnected nature of these three legendary birds becomes even more fascinating when examining their synchronized behaviors during celestial events. Solar eclipses, lunar phases, and planetary alignments correlate with periods of heightened activity among all three creatures, as if they respond to gravitational and electromagnetic fluctuations that most life forms cannot perceive. During these cosmic alignments, the boundaries between their territories become fluid, allowing the birds to move freely across regions they typically avoid. Observers have documented instances where all three legendaries appeared simultaneously at specific geographic locations during these astronomical events, creating convergence zones where fire, ice, and electricity coexist in impossible harmony. The legendary Pokémon Celebi presents mysteries that venture into the realm of temporal mechanics with its apparent ability to travel through time, raising profound questions about causality and the nature of existence itself. This forest guardian demonstrates capabilities that suggest mastery over chronological flow, appearing at moments in history where its intervention seems necessary for maintaining ecological balance. Ancient texts describe encounters with Celebi spanning millennia, yet the creature appears unchanged across these temporal distances, as if it exists outside the normal progression of time that governs all other living beings. The mechanism by which Celebi achieves temporal displacement remains one of the most perplexing aspects of legendary Pokemon biology. The creature's presence creates localized distortions in space-time that can be measured using atomic clocks and gravitational sensors, generating temporal gradients where time flows at different rates within small geographic areas. Thus, chronological anomalies typically center around ancient trees or sacred groves, suggesting that Celebi's time travel abilities may be linked to the deep temporal roots that certain plant life establishes within the fabric of reality itself. Forest ecosystems, where Celebi has appeared, show remarkable resistance to environmental degradation and an enhanced capacity for regeneration that extends far beyond normal botanical processes. Trees in these areas exhibit growth rings that display irregular patterns inconsistent with standard seasonal cycles, as if they have experienced time at variable rates throughout their lifespans. Some specimens show cellular structures that appear to age backward, with older growth rings displaying characteristics typical of younger wood, while newer rings exhibit the density and composition normally associated with centuries of maturation. The relationship between Celebi and the flow of natural time becomes even more complex when considering its interactions with other temporal phenomena. The creature appears drawn to locations where significant historical events occurred, as if it can perceive temporal scars left by moments of great emotional or spiritual intensity. These sites often become focal points for what researchers term chronological healing, where Celebi's presence gradually repairs disruptions in the normal flow of time caused by traumatic events or unnatural interference with natural processes. Jirachi, the wish-granting legendary, embodies mysteries that touch upon the fundamental nature of reality manipulation and the relationship between consciousness and physical law. This steel and psychic type Pokemon awakens only once every 1,000 years for a brief 7-day period, during which it possesses the ability to fulfill wishes through mechanisms that appear to alter the basic structure of probability and causality. The creature's awakening cycle corresponds precisely with specific stellar configurations that occur with mathematical regularity, suggesting its powers are somehow linked to cosmic energy patterns that peak at millennium intervals. The process by which Jirachi grants wishes involves more than simple reality alteration, extending into complex probability manipulation that reshapes the likelihood of events occurring naturally. Wishes granted by this legendary Pokemon tend to manifest through seemingly coincidental chains of events, rather than immediate magical transformation, as if the creature influences the quantum probability fields that govern how potential futures collapse into actual reality. This subtle approach to wish fulfillment suggests that Jirachi operates according to cosmic principles that respect the fundamental laws governing existence, while finding ways to guide outcomes toward desired results. The steel composition of Jirachi's body contains metallurgical properties that do not match any known earthly materials, with crystalline structures that seem to channel and focus cosmic radiation in ways that enhance the creature's psychic abilities. During its active periods, sensitive instruments detect unusual gravitational fluctuations emanating from Jirachi's location, as if its presence temporarily alters the local curvature of spacetime. These gravitational anomalies create subtle effects on nearby matter, causing objects to exhibit behaviors that suggest modification of their fundamental physical properties. The legendary lake trio of Sinnoh region presents perhaps the most profound mysteries related to consciousness, emotion, and the nature of sentient experience itself. Mesprit, Azelf, and Uxie are said to have bestowed upon humanity the gifts of emotion, willpower, and knowledge respectively, yet their own consciousness appears to operate on levels that transcend individual awareness. These three legendary Pokemon exist in a state of perpetual psychic connection that spans vast distances, sharing thoughts and experiences in ways that suggest they function as aspects of a single, distributed consciousness rather than separate entities. Mesprit's relationship with human emotion extends beyond simple empathy into direct manipulation of neurochemical processes that govern feeling and mood. Regions where this legendary Pokemon dwells experience unusually high levels of emotional stability among local populations, with decreased instances of depression, anxiety, and other psychological disorders. The creature appears capable of detecting and responding to emotional distress across great distances, sometimes appearing to individuals experiencing profound grief or trauma in moments when its presence provides inexplicable comfort and healing. The mechanisms through which Mesprit influences emotional states remain largely mysterious, though research suggests the creature may operate by affecting the quantum processes that govern neural transmission in the brain. Its presence creates subtle alterations in electromagnetic fields that correspond to brainwave patterns associated with emotional regulation, as if it can tune the electrical activity of nearby nervous systems to promote psychological well-being. These effects persist even after Mesprit's departure, creating lasting improvements in mental health that cannot be explained through conventional psychological or medical intervention. Azelf's dominion over willpower manifests through its ability to strengthen determination and resolve in ways that enable individuals to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The creature's influence appears to enhance the neural pathways associated with decision making and goal oriented behavior, creating measurable improvements in cognitive function related to planning, persistence, and achievement. Communities that have experienced Azelf's presence show remarkable increases in collective accomplishment, with individuals displaying enhanced ability to maintain focus on long-term objectives despite immediate challenges or setbacks. Yuxi's role as the keeper of knowledge presents the most enigmatic aspects of the Lake Trio's abilities, with its capacity to share wisdom that transcends normal learning processes. The creature appears to have access to information that exists outside conventional channels of knowledge acquisition, including insights into scientific principles that have not yet been discovered and historical events that occurred before human civilization. This suggests that Oxy may tap into what some researchers theorize as a universal information field that contains all possible knowledge, serving as a living interface between conscious minds and the fundamental data structures that underlie reality itself. The Lake Trio's collective influence extends into realms that challenge our understanding of consciousness itself, with their shared awareness creating phenomena that suggest reality may be far more malleable than previously believed. When all three legendary Pokémon are present within a certain proximity, witnesses report experiencing moments of enhanced perception where the boundaries between individual minds seem to dissolve temporarily. During these episodes, people describe accessing memories and knowledge that belong to others, as if consciousness becomes a shared resource rather than an individual possession. These experiences leave lasting impressions on those who encounter them, often resulting in profound shifts in perspective and understanding that persist long after the legendary Pokémon have departed. The temporal aspects of their abilities present additional mysteries, with evidence suggesting that the Lake Trio may exist partially outside the normal flow of time, experiencing past, present, and future as simultaneous realities rather than sequential events. The legendary Pokémon known as Dialga presents perhaps the most profound temporal mystery in the Pokémon world, with its ability to manipulate time, creating paradoxes that defy conventional understanding of causality and chronology. This magnificent creature, whose body appears to be constructed from materials that exist in a state of temporal flux, demonstrates mastery over the fundamental force that governs the progression of events throughout the universe. Dialga's presence creates localized distortions in space-time that can be measured using sensitive equipment, with areas around the legendary Pokémon experiencing time dilation effects similar to those predicted by advanced physics theories. The creature's heartbeat appears to regulate temporal flow in its immediate vicinity, with each pulse creating ripples that propagate through the fabric of time itself, occasionally causing minor chronological anomalies that manifest as brief glimpses of alternate timelines or temporal echoes from different eras. Researchers studying Dialga have documented instances where the legendary Pokémon's roar creates temporal shockwaves that can accelerate or decelerate the passage of time within specific geographic regions. These effects typically last only minutes from an outside observer's perspective, but individuals within the affected areas may experience hours or even days of subjective time, during which they can accomplish tasks or gain insights that would normally require much longer periods. The mechanisms behind these temporal manipulations remain largely theoretical, though some scientists propose that Dialga may possess the ability to alter the quantum properties of space itself, creating pockets where the normal rules of physics operate according to different parameters. The creature's diamond-like body structure appears to serve as a focal point for these temporal energies, with each facet acting as a lens that can bend and reshape the flow of time in precise ways. The relationship between Dialga and its counterpart Palkia reveals additional layers of mystery surrounding the fundamental forces that govern existence. While Dialga commands time, Palkia exercises dominion over space, creating a dynamic relationship between these two legendary Pokémon that maintains the stability of the physical universe. Their interactions generate phenomena that suggest reality itself may be the result of an ongoing tension between temporal and spatial forces, with both creatures serving as living embodiments of the principles that allow matter and energy to exist in coherent forms. When Dialga and Palkia encounter each other, the resulting distortions create temporary rifts in space-time that offer glimpses into alternate dimensions and parallel realities, revealing the existence of countless variations of the world we know. The origins of both legendary Pokemon remain shrouded in mystery, with ancient texts suggesting they emerged from a primordial state of existence where time and space had not yet differentiated into separate phenomena. These accounts describe a period before creation when all possibilities existed simultaneously in a state of infinite potential from which Dialga and Palkia gradually separated to establish the framework within which reality could manifest. The process by which this separation occurred appears to have created the fundamental laws of physics that govern the behavior of matter and energy throughout the universe, with both legendary Pokemon serving as eternal guardians of these essential principles. Their continued existence ensures that time continues to flow forward and space maintains its structural integrity, preventing the universe from collapsing back into the undifferentiated state from which it originally emerged. Giratina presents the most enigmatic member of this legendary trio, dwelling in a dimension that exists as an inversion of normal reality, where the rules of physics operate according to reversed principles. This antimatter realm, known as the Distortion world, serves as a mirror image of the physical universe, where gravity flows upward, time moves in unpredictable patterns, and space folds upon itself in impossible configurations. Giratina's banishment to this realm appears to have been the result of its violent nature, disrupting the delicate balance maintained by Dialga and Palkia, though some theories suggest the creature's exile was actually necessary to prevent reality from becoming too rigid and deterministic. The distortion world may serve as a release valve for the universe, allowing contradictions and paradoxes to exist in a contained environment where they cannot threaten the stability of normal space-time. The legendary Pokemon's ability to travel between dimensions creates opportunities for interactions that blur the boundaries between different levels of reality. Giratina's appearances in the physical world are often accompanied by gravitational anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances that suggest its presence creates temporary overlaps between the distortion world and normal space. During these episodes, witnesses report experiencing disorientation and confusion as their perception shifts between different dimensional perspectives, seeing familiar environments transformed into alien landscapes that follow entirely different physical laws. These encounters leave lasting effects on those who experience them, often resulting in enhanced intuitive understanding of spatial relationships and improved ability to navigate complex three-dimensional environments. The relationship between these three legendary Pokemon and the mysterious Arceus adds another layer of complexity to their cosmic significance. Arceus appears to serve as the original source from which time, space, and antimatter were first differentiated, creating Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina as expressions of its own infinite nature. This suggests that reality itself may be the result of a conscious decision by a supreme being to experience existence through multiple perspectives simultaneously, with each legendary Pokémon representing different aspects of cosmic awareness. The creation process appears to have involved Arceus fragmenting its own consciousness into distinct entities while maintaining an overarching unity that connects all aspects of existence through invisible threads of influence and interaction. The implications of this cosmological framework extend far beyond the realm of Pokemon encounters, suggesting that consciousness itself may be the fundamental substrate from which physical reality emerges. The legendary Pokemon serve as bridges between the realm of pure consciousness and the material world, demonstrating that the distinction between mind and matter may be far less absolute than commonly assumed. Their abilities to manipulate time, space, emotion, knowledge, and other fundamental aspects of existence suggest that reality responds to conscious intention in ways that conventional science has only begun to explore. This perspective opens possibilities for understanding the universe as a vast, interconnected network of consciousness, expressing itself through countless forms and experiences, with legendary Pokemon serving as focal points where this underlying unity becomes most apparent and accessible to human perception. The mysterious lake guardians, Auxi, Mesprit, and Azelf, represent another fascinating aspect of this cosmic consciousness, embodying the fundamental aspects of mind that allow sentient beings to perceive and interact with reality. Those three legendary Pokémon are said to have emerged from the same primordial source as the creation trio, yet their influence operates on a more intimate scale, directly shaping the inner experiences of conscious creatures throughout the world. Uxie, the being of knowledge, carries within itself the accumulated wisdom of all existence, serving as a living repository of information that transcends individual understanding. Its presence in Lake Acuity creates a resonance field that enhances cognitive abilities in nearby Pokemon and humans, though direct contact with this legendary being can overwhelm the mind with infinite knowledge, temporarily erasing memories to protect consciousness from complete dissolution. The lake itself seems to pulse with intellectual energy, its waters reflecting not just physical images, but abstract concepts and mathematical relationships that exist in pure form before being translated into material reality. Mesprit, the being of emotion, dwells within Lake Verity and maintains the delicate balance of feelings that gives life meaning and purpose. This legendary Pokemon appears to regulate the emotional spectrum across all conscious beings, ensuring that joy, sorrow, love, fear, and countless other feelings flow in patterns that support psychological growth and social harmony. The lake's unique properties allow visitors to experience profound emotional clarity, often resolving long-standing psychological conflicts through direct contact with pure emotional essence. Researchers have noted that the water from Lake Verity exhibits unusual crystalline structures when frozen, forming patterns that mirror the neural networks associated with emotional processing in the brain. These formations suggest that consciousness and emotion may be fundamental forces that shape matter at the molecular level, rather than merely emergent properties of complex biological systems. Azelf, the being of willpower, inhabits Lake Valor and serves as the source of determination and motivation that drives all conscious action. This legendary Pokemon maintains the delicate balance between passive observation and active engagement with reality, ensuring that consciousness retains the ability to influence and shape the world rather than remaining trapped in purely contemplative states. The presence of Azelf creates an environment where mental intentions gain unusual clarity and focus, allowing visitors to perceive the direct connection between conscious will and physical manifestation. The lake's waters seem to respond to mental commands, forming whirlpools, waves, and other patterns that reflect the psychological state of nearby observers. This phenomenon suggests that willpower operates as a fundamental force comparable to gravity or electromagnetism, capable of directly influencing material reality when properly focused and directed. The collective influence of these three lake guardians extends far beyond their individual domains, creating a triangular field of consciousness that encompasses vast regions and affects the development of psychic abilities in Pokemon and humans alike. This field appears to fluctuate in response to cosmic events, solar activity, and the movements of other legendary Pokemon, suggesting that consciousness itself may be subject to astronomical influences that remain largely unexplored by conventional research. During certain celestial alignments, the three lakes exhibit synchronized phenomena, with their waters glowing in complementary colors and generating harmonic frequencies that can be detected by sensitive instruments across considerable distances. These events often coincide with increased reports of telepathic experiences, prophetic dreams, and spontaneous psychic awakenings in the surrounding populations. The legendary Pokemon Celebi presents another profound mystery through its mastery of temporal mechanics and its role as guardian of forest ecosystems across multiple time periods. This small but immensely powerful being appears to exist simultaneously in past, present, and future, experiencing time as a navigable dimension rather than a linear progression. Celebi's ability to travel through time creates paradoxical situations where cause and effect become circular, with future events influencing past conditions that in turn shape the very future from which the influence originated. Forest environments blessed by Celebi's presence exhibit unusual growth patterns, with trees developing root systems and branching structures that seem to anticipate future environmental changes decades or even centuries in advance. These plants demonstrate adaptive characteristics that should theoretically take millions of years to evolve naturally, suggesting that Celebi's temporal abilities allow it to accelerate biological development by providing access to genetic information from potential futures. The relationship between Celebi and forest consciousness reveals another layer of mystery surrounding the nature of plant intelligence and collective ecosystem awareness. Ancient forests visited by this legendary Pokemon develop what researchers describe as distributed neural networks, with root systems, fungal connections, and chemical communication pathways forming complex information processing systems that rival the sophistication of animal brains. These forest networks appear capable of storing and retrieving memories spanning centuries, maintaining detailed records of weather patterns, animal migrations, and human activities that far exceed the lifespan of any individual organism. The presence of Celebi seems to activate dormant potentials within these ecological networks, allowing them to achieve levels of coordination and purposeful behavior that challenge conventional understanding of plant intelligence and environmental consciousness. Time distortions around Celebi's appearance sites create opportunities for researchers to observe the long term consequences of ecological decisions in compressed timeframes, providing unprecedented insights into environmental cause and effect relationships. Visitors to these locations sometimes report experiencing accelerated aging or temporal displacement, finding themselves momentarily transported to past or future versions of the same forest. These experiences often provide profound perspectives on the interconnectedness of all life across time, revealing how individual actions ripple through decades and centuries to influence countless future generations of plants, animals, and humans. The temporal perspective offered by encounters with Celebi frequently results in lasting changes in environmental awareness and a deep sense of responsibility for the long term consequences of human activities. The mysterious legendary Pokémon Jirachi adds another dimension to our understanding of cosmic consciousness through its connection to stellar phenomena and its ability to manifest desires into physical reality. This being appears only during specific astronomical conditions, emerging from extended periods of dormancy when certain star configurations align in patterns that occur once every 1,000 years. Jirachi's power to grant wishes operates according to principles that seem to bridge the gap between consciousness and quantum mechanics, suggesting that focused intention combined with sufficient energy can directly influence probability distributions at the subatomic level. The wishes granted by this legendary Pokémon often manifest in unexpected ways that reveal hidden aspects of the wisher's true desires, indicating that Jirachi possesses deep insight into the unconscious motivations and needs that drive human behavior. The star-shaped patterns that appear in the sky during Jirachi's active periods create temporary alterations in local space-time that allow for direct communication between conscious minds across vast distances. Amateur astronomers and psychic researchers have documented instances of spontaneous telepathic contact during these celestial events, with individuals reporting shared dreams, synchronized thoughts, and collective visions that persist long after the astronomical phenomenon concludes. These experiences suggest that consciousness may be fundamentally connected to cosmic processes, with stellar radiation and gravitational fields serving as carriers for information that transcends the limitations of conventional communication methods. The wishes granted by Jirachi often carry a profound lesson, subtly nudging the recipient towards self-discovery or a deeper understanding of the consequences of their desires. It is not merely a cosmic vending machine for immediate gratification. Rather, it acts as a celestial guide, providing outcomes that, while perhaps not precisely what was articulated, precisely address the underlying need or provide the necessary impetus for personal growth. For instance, a wish for immense wealth might manifest not as a sudden inheritance, but as an idea for an invention or a fortunate encounter that leads to a sustainable, ethical business venture, thus teaching the value of creation and contribution rather than mere acquisition. The process by which Jirachi discerns these deeper intentions remains one of its most enigmatic qualities, leading some researchers to hypothesize that it possesses a form of universal consciousness capable of tapping into the collective unconscious of all sentient beings. This would imply that Jirachi is not merely reacting to spoken words, but is interpreting the energetic resonance of a being's entire existence, a symphony of hopes, fears, and aspirations. The star configurations that herald Jirachi's awakening are not merely aesthetic, they are believed to be crucial to its very existence and power. Ancient texts describe these alignments as cosmic keys, unlocking dormant energies within the Pokemon itself, or perhaps within the fabric of reality that allows for such profound manifestation. These alignments are often linked to specific constellations and nebulae, suggesting a deep connection to stellar nurseries where new stars are born, perhaps drawing its power from the raw creative energy of the cosmos itself. Some theories even propose that Jirachi's physical form is a manifestation of condensed starlight, a living, sentient fragment of a distant sun, explaining its connection to the stars and its unique crystalline structure. The millennium long dormancy period between appearances adds to its mystique, allowing for generations of stories and legends to accumulate around its infrequent visitations. This long slumber also suggests a cycle of energy replenishment where Jirachi absorbs and processes cosmic radiation, preparing for its brief period of active engagement with the world. The legendary Pokemon Regigigas presents a different kind of mystery, one rooted in ancient power and geological forces. This colossal being is said to have pulled the continents into their current positions, a feat of unimaginable strength that fundamentally shaped the planet. Its existence challenges our understanding of tectonics and continental drift, suggesting a conscious, living force behind these massive geological processes. The Regi trio, Regirock, Regis, and Registeel, are believed to be constructs created by Regigigas, perhaps as guardians or extensions of its will, each embodying a fundamental element of the Earth's crust. These constructs are found in ancient ruins, standing as silent sentinels, their very composition reflective of the materials they protect or represent. Regirock, formed of ancient stone, seems to embody the unyielding stability of the earth. Regis, sculpted from pure glacial ice, represents the enduring power of frozen landscapes. And Registeel, composed of a mysterious, incredibly durable metal, symbolizes the impenetrable core of the planet. The precise method by which Regigigas manipulated continents remains unknown, but geological evidence of massive, unexplained shifts in land masses could be interpreted as subtle hints at its ancient activity. The immense kinetic energy required to move entire continents defies conventional physics, leading to speculation that Regigigas operates on principles unknown to modern science, perhaps manipulating gravitational fields or even the very fabric of space-time on a colossal scale. Its slow start ability, where its power gradually increases over time, is believed to be a reflection of its immense inertia and the sheer scale of the forces it commands. This gradual awakening suggests that its power is not instantly accessible, but builds up over time, much like the slow, inexorable forces that shape mountains and valleys. The ancient legends also describe Regigigas as being sealed away, perhaps by ancient civilizations who feared its immense power, or perhaps by its own design, entering a state of deep slumber until its power was needed again. The locations where it is found are often places of immense geological significance, active volcanoes, deep trenches, or ancient mountains, as if the land itself holds a memory of its creation. The enigmatic Pokémon Arceus stands at the pinnacle of these legendary mysteries, often referred to as the Alpha Pokémon, the creator of the Pokémon world itself. Its existence posits a form of cosmic genesis, a singular entity responsible for the very fabric of reality, the concept of matter, and the flow of time. Arceus is said to have emerged from an egg in a place where there was nothing, and then created the universe and all within it, using its 1,000 arms. These 1,000 arms are often interpreted metaphorically, representing its boundless creative power and omnipresent influence rather than a literal physical attribute. Its ability to change its type based on elemental plates it holds suggests an ultimate mastery over the fundamental forces of nature, being able to embody any elemental aspect at will. This implies that the elemental types themselves are not inherent properties, but rather aspects of Arceus's own being, projected onto the world. The lore surrounding Arceus often delves into philosophical and theological questions, challenging the boundaries of scientific inquiry. If Arceus created time, space, and antimatter through the legendary Pokémon Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, then it exists beyond these concepts, a truly transcendental being. The plates it carries are not merely power-ups, but are believed to be fragments of its own being, containing the essence of each elemental type. When Arceus holds a plate, it is not merely changing its outer shell, but aligning itself with a fundamental aspect of creation. The precise mechanism of how Arceus initiated the Big Bang of the Pokémon universe remains an ultimate mystery, but the sheer scale of its alleged power dwarfs all other legendary Pokémon. Tales describe it as having crafted the Sinnoh region and then, perhaps, the entire world, suggesting a deliberate and conscious act of creation. The existence of the Azure Flute, an ancient artifact said to summon Arceus, adds another layer of intrigue. Its rarity and the specific ritualistic conditions required for its use suggest that Arceus is not easily summoned, perhaps only appearing when the very balance of creation is at stake, or when a being possesses a truly pure heart and understanding of its cosmic significance. The concept of a creator Pokémon raises profound questions about free will, destiny, and the purpose of existence within the Pokémon world. If Arceus created everything, does it continue to observe or intervene? Are the events of the Pokémon world predetermined, or is there genuine agency within its creation? These are questions that echo across many philosophical traditions, and Arceus brings them into the realm of our understanding of legendary Pokémon. The legends also speak of Arceus's benevolence, often intervening when the world faces existential threats, suggesting a protective or guiding hand in the unfolding of history. However, its immense power also carries the potential for unimaginable destruction, though there are no known instances of Arceus using its power for malevolent purposes. Its role seems to be one of cosmic balance and creation, not destruction. The legendary Pokémon Zagardy introduces a fascinating perspective on environmental balance and ecological integrity, specifically concerning the Kalos region's ecosystems. Unlike many legendaries, who are singular entities, Zagardy exists as a collective of cells scattered throughout the region, constantly monitoring and maintaining equilibrium. This distributed consciousness challenges our understanding of what constitutes an individual Pokémon, suggesting a living, sentient network that spans vast geographical areas. The 10% form, 50% form, and complete form represent different levels of cellular aggregation and power, each manifesting when the ecosystem faces varying degrees of threat. The 10% form, composed of a fragmented collection of cells, acts as a scout, swiftly assessing localized imbalances. The 50% form, a more substantial gathering, intervenes in moderate threats, restoring order through direct action. The complete form, however, is a manifestation of almost all Zygarde cells, forming a colossal and immensely powerful entity that appears only when the entire ecosystem faces catastrophic collapse. This cellular structure and its distributed intelligence imply a form of biological supercomputer constantly processing environmental data from countless sources: temperature fluctuations, water quality, species populations, and geological activity. It reacts not with emotion, but with a calculated, almost programmatic drive to restore balance. The fact that its cells are virtually undetectable by conventional means, blending seamlessly with the environment, highlights its stealthy and pervasive presence. This makes Zygarde a silent guardian, an invisible force that underpins the health of the entire region. The motivation behind Zygarde's existence seems to be an intrinsic drive towards homeostasis, a fundamental principle of life itself. It's not about good or evil, but about the preservation of natural order. Its existence prompts us to consider the possibility of other such distributed life forms, perhaps even entire ecosystems, that operate with a collective intelligence beyond our current comprehension. The implications for environmental science are profound, suggesting that active, sentient forces may be at play in maintaining the delicate balance of our planet's biomes. The legendary Pokémon Xerneas and Yveltal, representing life and destruction respectively, embody a powerful duality that governs the natural cycles of existence. Xerneas, the life Pokémon, is depicted as sharing eternal life, its radiant antlers glowing with an ethereal light that sustains all living things. When its life-giving energy reaches its peak, it enters a tree-like dormant state, becoming a source of life energy for all creatures around it. This cycle suggests that life itself is not a constant, but a flowing energy that ebbs and flows, with Xerneas acting as its cosmic conduit. Its existence is a testament to the continuous renewal and vitality of nature, reminding us that even in stillness, life persists and rejuvenates. The fact that it shares life, rather than merely possessing it, hints at a generous, nurturing aspect to its power, a fundamental force that seeks to propagate and sustain. Conversely, Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon, absorbs the life force of everything around it when its own life energy begins to wane, entering a cocoon-like dormant state. This act of absorption can be seen not as malevolence, but as a necessary counterpart to Xerneas's creation, a natural process of decay and recycling that clears the way for new life. Without destruction, there can be no renewal. Without death, no space for birth. Yveltal embodies the inevitable end, the entropy that is a fundamental aspect of the universe. Its cycle of absorbing life energy before dormancy mirrors Xerneas's cycle of sharing, creating a perfect, self-regulating system of cosmic give and take. The regions where Xerneas and Yveltal are said to have manifested often display unusual patterns of life and death, with areas of explosive biodiversity juxtaposed with regions of sudden, inexplicable desolation. These phenomena could be interpreted as residual effects of their powerful life giving and life draining energies, illustrating the tangible impact of their cyclical existence on the environment. The balance between these two forces is crucial. An imbalance could lead to either an overabundance of life that chokes itself or a barren wasteland devoid of all vitality. Their existence underscores the fundamental truth that life and death are not opposing forces, but two sides of the same coin, inextricably linked in the grand tapestry of existence. The legendary Pokémon Solgaleo and Lunala, the emissaries of the sun and moon respectively, bridge the gap between our world and other dimensions, specifically the ultra space. Solgaleo, the Sunin Pokémon, is revered as the beast that devours the sun, capable of traveling to other dimensions by opening ultra wormholes. Its body is said to store vast amounts of light energy, using it to power its dimensional travel. This suggests a direct connection between stellar energy and interdimensional travel, almost as if sunlight itself is a key to unlocking pathways to other realities. The immense energy required to create and traverse ultra wormholes hints at a mastery over spatial manipulation on a scale previously unseen, challenging our understanding of cosmic geography and the nature of parallel universes. The legends of Solgaleo, appearing during solar eclipses or at times of intense solar activity, further solidify its connection to our star, suggesting it draws its power directly from the sun itself. Lunala, the moon Pokémon, conversely, is revered as the beast that calls the moon, capable of absorbing light and emitting it as a destructive beam. Like Solgaleo, it can open ultra wormholes, but its connection is to the moon and perhaps to the deeper, unseen forces of the cosmos that the moon often symbolizes. Its ability to absorb light, rather than merely store it, suggests a different energetic process, perhaps harnessing the subtle energies of the night sky and distant stars. The cyclical nature of the moon and its influence on tides and nocturnal life aligns with Lunala's mysterious and often elusive nature. Both Solgaleo and Lunala are described as having evolved from Cosmog and Cosmoem, implying a life cycle for these cosmic entities, a process of growth and transformation that begins in a rudimentary form and culminates in a being capable of interdimensional travel and immense power. This evolutionary path suggests that even beings of such cosmic significance have a developmental trajectory, leading to further questions about their origins and the forces that guide their growth. Their ability to open ultra wormholes has led to numerous sightings of ultra beasts, strange and powerful creatures from other dimensions, appearing in the Pokémon world, fundamentally altering our understanding of the Pokémon ecosystem and the vastness of the multiverse. The implications of this interdimensional travel are staggering, suggesting that the Pokémon world is but one of many, and that the boundaries between realities are far more porous than previously imagined, permeable by the will and power of these extraordinary legendary beings. These ultra beasts themselves present a fascinating enigma, each one a unique biological and energetic anomaly from a different part of the ultra space. Take, for instance, Nihilego, an ultra beast often mistaken for a jellyfish due to its translucent, bell-shaped body and flowing tentacles. Its true nature, however, is far more unsettling. Nihilego is a parasitic Pokémon capable of attaching itself to other living beings, including humans, and infusing them with neurotoxins that induce extreme excitement and uncontrolled aggression. This symbiotic, yet ultimately detrimental relationship raises profound questions about consciousness, control, and the very concept of free will. Is Nihilego simply acting on instinct, or is there a more sinister intelligence at play? Its existence challenges the conventional understanding of biological interaction, pushing the boundaries of what constitutes a predator or a parasite. Then there is Buzzwole, an ultra beast that appears to be a hypermuscular mosquito, but its capabilities extend far beyond what any earthly insect could achieve. Its body is dense and powerful, capable of punching through solid concrete with ease. What's truly remarkable is its ability to absorb energy from its opponents, causing its muscles to swell even further, enhancing its already formidable strength. This continuous absorption and growth raise questions about the limits of physical augmentation and the source of its seemingly endless energy. Is it a biological process, or is there an unknown energetic principle at work within its physiology? The sheer density and resilience of its form suggest an evolutionary path tailored for extreme physical combat, a testament to the harsh environments it might originate from in the ultra space. Pheromosa, on the other hand, is an ultra beast of unparalleled elegance and speed. Its slender, almost ethereal form moves with incredible agility, capable of evading attacks with seemingly impossible grace. Its movements are described as so rapid that it can appear in multiple places at once, a phenomenon that challenges our understanding of perception and velocity. But beneath this beauty lies a potent threat. Pheromosa is said to emit pheromones that can disorient and paralyze its opponents. This combination of speed, grace, and chemical warfare makes it a truly unique and dangerous entity. Its aversion to dirt and its pristine, almost porcelain-like appearance hint at an origin in an environment of absolute cleanliness, a stark contrast to the potentially chaotic and varied landscapes of the ultraspace. Xurkitree, another ultra beast, is a living electrical conduit, resembling a humanoid figure made entirely of electrical cables and insulating material. It absorbs electricity from its surroundings, often planting its limbs into the ground to draw power from the earth itself, or even directly from power lines. The sheer amount of electricity it can generate and store is staggering, allowing it to unleash devastating electrical attacks. This living power plant challenges our understanding of biological energy systems. How does it store such immense electrical charges without frying itself? Is its entire physiology engineered to conduct and manipulate electricity? Its glowing, almost festive appearance belies its immense power, making it a truly captivating, yet potentially destructive, entity from another dimension. Kartana, a diminutive ultra beast, is perhaps one of the most intriguing due to its unusual composition. It resembles an origami figure, meticulously folded from a material sharper than any known steel. Its edges are so incredibly keen that it can effortlessly slice through thick steel beams with a single movement. The mystery here lies in its very existence. How can a creature be composed of such a material? Is it a living organism or a sentient construct? Its delicate appearance belies its incredible cutting power, and its precision in movement suggests an almost robotic efficiency. The legends surrounding Kartana often speak of its ability to cut down entire forests in an instant, leaving behind perfectly severed trees, a testament to its unparalleled sharpness and efficiency. Then there is Celesteela, an ultra beast that evokes the image of a massive bamboo shoot or a rocket, capable of launching itself into the sky with immense power. Its body is incredibly dense and heavy, yet it can manifest a form of gas propulsion to achieve flight. Its metallic skin is incredibly tough, providing robust defense against attacks. The most perplexing aspect of Celesteela is its potential for space travel. Is it capable of interstellar journeys? Does it use its immense size and propulsion to traverse the vast emptiness between star systems, or merely to navigate within its own dimension? Its appearance, reminiscent of both natural flora and advanced technology, blurs the lines between biology and engineering, leaving us to wonder about the advanced nature of its home dimension. Guzzlord, a truly monstrous ultra beast, is a creature of insatiable appetite, capable of devouring anything in its path, from entire buildings to landscapes, without ever seeming to be full. Its massive mouth, filled with rows of sharp teeth, is a gaping maw of destruction. The question here is not just about its immense hunger, but where all that matter goes. Does it convert it into energy, or is there an internal dimension within Guzzlord itself, a void where matter ceases to exist in its conventional form? Its destructive power and seemingly endless hunger paint a picture of a creature that could lay waste to entire worlds, a testament to the potentially devastating forces that exist beyond our reality. The sheer scale of its metabolism challenges our understanding of biological energy conversion and waste management. Finally, Blacephalon, an ultra beast with a head that appears to be a disco ball or a set of fireworks, is a master of illusion and explosive attacks. It can detach its head, causing it to explode with dazzling yet dangerous light and sound. The head then reforms, seemingly out of nothing. This ability to self-destruct and reconstitute itself raises complex questions about its physiology and the nature of its consciousness. Is its head a separate entity, or is it an integral part of its being that can simply reform itself? The dazzling light and sound it produces are not just for show. They are a potent weapon, capable of disorienting and overwhelming its opponents. Its playful yet destructive nature makes it one of the more enigmatic ultra beasts, blurring the lines between performance art and devastating power. These ultra beasts collectively represent a profound expansion of the Pokémon world's cosmology, revealing dimensions teeming with life forms that defy conventional biological classification and energetic principles. Their sudden appearances, facilitated by Solgaleo and Lunala, have forced a re-evaluation of what is possible and what lies beyond the immediate perception of the Pokémon world's inhabitants. The very concept of an ultra wormhole as a temporary gateway between realities challenges the notion of fixed spatial boundaries, suggesting a fluid, interconnected multiverse where different dimensions can bleed into one another, even if only for a fleeting moment. Moving beyond these interdimensional travelers, let us consider the enigma of Arceus, often referred to as the original one. Legends state that Arceus emerged from an egg in a place where nothing else existed, and then proceeded to shape the entire Pokémon universe with its 1,000 arms. It is believed to have created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, the trio responsible for time, space, and antimatter, respectively. This foundational role places Arceus at the apex of all legendary Pokémon, a primordial deity whose existence predates all else. The mysteries surrounding Arceus are manifold. Firstly, its origin from an egg in a void is a unique genesis, unlike any other Pokémon. Does this imply a spontaneous generation, or was there an even earlier, unknown progenitor? The concept of thousand arms is often interpreted metaphorically, suggesting its immense power and reach in shaping reality. How does a single entity manifest such creative force? Is it an inherent property of its being, or does it draw upon an unknown cosmic energy? Furthermore, Arceus possesses the ability to change its type based on the plates it holds. This fundamental alteration of its elemental properties is not merely a cosmetic change. It reflects a deep mastery over the very building blocks of existence. To be able to shift its core elemental nature at will suggests a control over matter and energy that far surpasses any other known Pokémon. Is this ability a remnant of its creation process, a way to adapt to the myriad elements it brought into being? Or is it a testament to its inherent adaptability, a reflection of its omnipotent nature? The Jewel of Life is another fascinating piece of Arceus's lore. This artifact, said to contain fragments of Arceus's own power, was once lent to humanity to restore a barren land. This act of benevolence, and the subsequent betrayal by humans, reveals a complex interaction between a divine being and mortals. It raises questions about the nature of divine intervention, the responsibilities that come with immense power, and the ethical implications of borrowing such power. The concept of Arceus having a life force that can be fragmented and lent out suggests a deeper, more intricate connection between its being and the energy that sustains the universe. The very existence of Arceus challenges scientific understanding on multiple fronts. If it truly created time, space, and antimatter, then it must exist outside of these constructs, a concept that is difficult for a linear, cause and effect based universe to grasp. Is Arceus truly boundless, existing beyond the confines of its own creation? Its ability to judge humanity and other Pokémon, as depicted in various legends, hints at a moral dimension to its power, an overseeing presence that maintains balance within the cosmos. The precise nature of Arceus's 1,000 arms also sparks debate. Are they literal appendages or a symbolic representation of its omnipresence and omnipotence, its ability to influence events across vast stretches of space and time simultaneously? The idea of a single entity having such fundamental control over the universe's foundational elements positions Arceus not just as a powerful Pokémon, but as a cosmic architect, a force that both initiated and continues to oversee the grand design of reality. The ongoing mystery of Arceus lies in the paradox of its existence, a being that is both creator and creation, an entity that defines reality yet remains outside its bounds, forever shaping the universe with its silent, primordial power. Moving now from the cosmic architect Arceus, let us turn our attention to another enigmatic figure shrouded in legend and whispered tales, Mew. This tiny, pink, feline-like Pokémon, often described as the ancestor of all Pokémon, presents a different kind of mystery, one rooted in its biological singularity and its profound genetic blueprint. The most striking aspect of Mew is this purported ability to learn any move. This isn't merely an aptitude for a wide range of attacks. It's an inherent understanding of every single technique known in the Pokémon world. Imagine a being that inherently comprehends the mechanics of every elemental burst, every psychic projection, every physical strike, every status alteration. This universal proficiency suggests a genetic code so expansive, so adaptable, that it contains the latent information for every possible Pokemon ability. Is this because Mew is the original template, the primordial cell from which all other Pokemon diversified? If so, then every Pokemon's unique abilities are merely specialized expressions of a broader, more generalized power that resides within Mew. This concept challenges our understanding of evolution within the Pokemon world. Does it imply a single common ancestor that possessed all traits, which then became specialized and lost over generations? Or does Mew actively retain the ability to manifest any trait at will? The rarity of Mew further deepens its mystique. Often described as a mirage, a fleeting glimpse, or a whisper in the wind, its existence is almost mythical. Despite its incredible power, Mew is notably shy and elusive, preferring to observe from a distance rather than engage directly. This reclusive nature, coupled with its immense power, raises questions about its role in the ecosystem. If it truly holds the genetic key to all Pokemon, why does it remain so hidden? Is it protecting itself from exploitation, or is its role more about maintaining a delicate, unseen balance? Its ability to turn invisible at will, a common theme in its legends, adds to its ethereal quality, making it even harder to track and study. The idea that Mew is the genetic source of all Pokemon has profound implications for understanding the diversity of life in the Pokemon world. It suggests a single origin point, a foundational organism from which the vast array of species we see today has branched. This would make Mew not just a powerful individual, but a living fossil of evolution, a direct link to the very beginning of life on the planet. Consider the notion that Mew contains the DNA of all Pokemon. This isn't just about sharing a common ancestor, it's about retaining the entire genetic library. This would mean that within Mew's cellular structure lies the potential for a Charizard's fiery breath, a Gyarados' aquatic might, a Machamp's incredible strength, and an Alakazam's psychic prowess. It's an extraordinary concept, suggesting that Mew is a living, breathing encyclopedia of biological possibility. If this is true, could Mew potentially create other Pokemon or revive extinct species simply by expressing specific genetic sequences? The implications are staggering. It transforms Mew from merely an ancient Pokemon into a biological wellspring, a living archive of life itself. The ethical questions surrounding such a power are immense, and perhaps Mew's reclusiveness is a sensible precaution against its potential misuse. Another intriguing aspect of Mew is its playful, almost childlike demeanor, despite its immense power and presumed ancient origins. Unlike the solemn, almost regal presence of many other legendary Pokemon, Mew is often depicted as curious, mischievous, and joyful. This contrasts sharply with its profound biological significance. Why would such a foundational, all-powerful being exhibit such a light-hearted personality? Is it a reflection of its innocence, a being untainted by the complexities and conflicts of the world? Or is it a deliberate choice, a way to interact with the world without revealing the full extent of its formidable capabilities? This dichotomy between its playful nature and its cosmic importance adds another layer of mystery to Mew. It resists easy categorization, defying the typical expectations of a powerful deity-like being. The idea of Mew being a pure Pokemon, free from gender, and capable of self-replication, as hinted at in some lore, further distinguishes it. If Mew can reproduce asexually, what does this mean for the continuation of its lineage? Does it imply that a single Mew could theoretically repopulate the entire Pokemon worlds if catastrophe struck? This self-sufficiency underscores its primal nature, suggesting a being that exists independently of the typical biological requirements for reproduction as observed in most other species. It speaks to a level of self-contained perfection, an organism that carries within itself all the necessary components for its own perpetuation. This ability, if true, positions Mew as an almost immortal entity, capable of enduring through the ages, without the need for external partners. The discovery of Mewtwo, a genetically engineered clone of Mew, is a poignant and tragic chapter in Mew's lore. Mewtwo's existence serves as a stark reminder of humanity's attempts to replicate and control divine power. The creation of Mewtwo, an incredibly powerful and tormented being, highlights the dangers of tampering with fundamental biological forces. Mewtwo's struggle with its own identity, its artificial origins, and its immense destructive power stands in stark contrast to the subtle elegance of Mew. This contrast emphasizes Mew's natural, unadulterated existence, suggesting that true power and harmony stem from organic evolution, not forced creation. The existence of Mewtwo also raises questions about Mew's own feelings towards its genetic offspring. Does it feel a connection, a sorrow for the suffering inflicted upon its clone, or does it view Mewtwo as a separate entity, a distorted reflection of its own essence? These are questions that remain unanswered, adding a layer of emotional complexity to Mew's already multifaceted story. The enduring mystery of Mew lies in its combination of profound biological significance, its universal genetic blueprint, its playful yet elusive nature, and its potential as the ultimate ancestor. It is a creature that embodies the very essence of life's potential, a living relic of creation that continues to observe and interact with the world on its own enigmatic terms. Its existence reminds us that sometimes the most profound answers lie hidden in the smallest, most unassuming forms, quietly shaping the grand tapestry of life from the shadows. The whispers of Mew's existence continue to inspire wonder, encouraging us to look deeper into the origins of life itself within the Pokemon universe. Now let us shift our focus to a different kind of mystery, one rooted in time and dimension, the enigmatic Dialga and Palkia. These two titans, often depicted as the masters of time and space respectively, govern the very fabric of reality itself. Their existence raises profound philosophical questions about the nature of causality, dimensionality, and the very structure of the universe. Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, is said to have been born at the same time as the universe began, and its heartbeat is what propels time forward. Imagine a being whose very existence is intrinsically linked to the passage of moments, whose rhythmic pulse dictates the relentless march from past to present to future. This isn't merely an ability to manipulate time, it is time personified. The legends speak of Dialga having the power to fast forward, rewind, or even stop time altogether. Such power would fundamentally alter the flow of events, allowing for the rewriting of history or the creation of alternate futures. The implications of such control are staggering. Would altering a single moment ripple through all subsequent events, creating unforeseen consequences? Or does Dialga possess a nuanced understanding of temporal mechanics, allowing for precise, controlled alterations without unraveling the entire causal chain? Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, is Dialga's cosmic counterpart. It is said to have created space and to control its very structure. Just as Dialga embodies time, Palkia embodies dimension. Its breath is said to expand space, and its movements can warp and distort the fabric of reality, allowing for travel across vast distances instantaneously, or the creation of new dimensions. The idea of a being that can literally expand or contract space, or fold it to its will, challenges our most fundamental understanding of physics. If Palkia can create new dimensions, does that mean there are countless other realities beyond our perception, all carefully maintained or manipulated by this single entity? Its power allows for the seamless traversal of immense distances, shrinking the cosmos to a manageable scale or expanding it beyond comprehension. Together, Dialga and Palkia form the spatial temporal framework of the Pokémon world, a duo whose very presence dictates the parameters of existence. The conflicts between Dialga and Palkia, often depicted in ancient myths, are particularly unsettling. When these two cosmic forces clash, the very fabric of reality is said to be torn asunder. Imagine the universe itself quivering, time stuttering, and space contorting as these titans of creation engage in battle. Such conflicts are not merely territorial disputes, they are existential crises, threatening to unravel the orderly progression of existence. The instability caused by their disputes underscores the delicate balance they maintain. Their continued harmonious, or at least non conflicting, existence is crucial for the stability of the universe. What could possibly provoke such fundamental beings to engage in battles that risk the collapse of all things? Is it a clash of wills, a fundamental disagreement over the very nature of reality, or an inevitable consequence of two such immense powers existing in proximity? Then there is Giratina, the third member of this cosmic trio, who exists outside the traditional dimensions of time and space, in what is known as the Distortion world. Giratina is often portrayed as an outcast, banished for its destructive nature. This banishment raises questions about the nature of its original offense. What act could be so egregious, so threatening, that even the masters of time and space felt compelled to isolate it in a separate dimension? The distortion world itself, it is a fascinating concept, a realm where the laws of physics are inverted, where gravity shifts and space and time flow in unpredictable ways. It is a mirror image of our own reality, yet fundamentally different. Giratina's existence within this warped dimension suggests a profound connection to antimatter, to the very antithesis of our universe's structure. Is Giratina merely destructive, or does it play a crucial, albeit dark, role in maintaining the balance of the cosmic design, perhaps by containing or processing the antimatter that would otherwise destabilize our own reality? The interplay between Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina is not just a tale of powerful Pokémon, it's a creation myth writ large, a cosmic drama that defines the very parameters of existence. Arceus, the creator, is said to have forged this trio, granting them their immense powers over time, space, and antimatter. This implies a deliberate design, a conscious decision to establish these fundamental forces. But if Arceus is the benevolent creator, why would it create a being like Giratina, whose destructive tendencies required banishment? Was Giratina's nature an unintended consequence, a flaw in the grand design, or an essential component of a larger, more complex system of cosmic checks and balances? The idea that destruction, or antimatter, is a necessary counterpart to creation and matter is a profound philosophical concept embedded within this lore. The very concept of a distortion world and a reverse world where physical laws are fluid and inverted pushes the boundaries of imagination. For Giratina to thrive in such an environment suggests a fundamental difference in its biology and its very being, a defiance of the norms that govern our reality. It exists as a paradox, a physical impossibility within our dimensions, yet an undeniable force within its own. This hints at the vastness of the Pokémon universe, suggesting that our observable reality is but one facet of a much grander, more complex multiverse, overseen and perhaps even created by these legendary beings. The implications of such a multiverse are staggering, suggesting infinite possibilities, parallel timelines, and alternate realities, all potentially within the purview of these cosmic guardians. The ongoing mysteries surrounding Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina lie not just in their immense powers, but in the profound philosophical questions they pose about the universe itself. They are not merely powerful creatures, they are the personifications of universal laws, living embodiments of time, space, and the forces that bind and unbind reality. Their existence forces us to contemplate the very nature of creation, the delicate balance between order and chaos, and the immense unseen forces that govern every breath we take and every moment that passes. Their silent vigil over the cosmos continues, a constant reminder of the incredible, unfathomable depths of the Pokémon world and the mysteries that lie at its very foundations. And as we drift further into the quiet depths of these cosmic enigmas, our thoughts might gently wander to another legendary Pokémon, a being of unmatched power and enigmatic purpose, Arceus itself. Often referred to as the original one, Arceus is said to have emerged from an egg in a place where nothing existed, and then, with its 1,000 arms, shaped the very world. This is a creation myth that resonates deeply across many cultures, the idea of a singular entity bringing forth existence from absolute void. But this origin story, while awe-inspiring, also presents its own set of profound questions that linger in the quiet hum of the universe. If Arceus truly created everything, then what created Arceus? The notion of emerging from an egg implies a parent, a lineage, or at the very least a preceding state of being. Yet the lore states it came from nothing. Is the egg merely a symbolic representation of its birth into existence, a physical manifestation of a metaphysical event? Or is there a deeper, untold story of Arceus's own genesis, a secret history shrouded in cosmic dust that even the most ancient texts have not fully unveiled? The idea of a being so powerful that it simply is, without prior cause, is a concept that challenges our fundamental understanding of causality and origin. It asks us to accept a first cause that itself has no cause, a true starting point for all existence. Furthermore, Arceus is often depicted as a benevolent, if somewhat aloof, creator. It granted life, shaped landscapes, and established the fundamental laws of the universe. Yet its involvement in the world often seems to be indirect, almost observational. It doesn't typically intervene in the day-to-day struggles of humanity or Pokémon, preferring to let the natural order unfold. This raises a fascinating question about the nature of divine intervention. If Arceus possesses such immense power, why does it allow suffering, conflict, and destruction to persist? Is its non interference a testament to its belief in free will, a hands off approach that allows its creations to forge their own paths, for better or for worse? Or is its perspective so vast, so encompassing, that what we perceive as chaos is merely a fleeting moment within an unimaginably grander design, a necessary component of a cosmic tapestry that transcends our limited understanding? The plates that Arceus holds, each representing a different Pokemon type, are said to be the fragments through which it channels its power, allowing it to transform and adapt to any environment. This ability to embody all types, to be simultaneously everything and nothing, speaks to a fundamental unity within creation. It suggests that all elements, all forms of life, are but different facets of a single, underlying essence, and that essence is Arceus. But why then the need for separate types, for the diversity that leads to both harmony and conflict? Is the differentiation a deliberate act to foster complexity and evolution, a way to ensure that its creation never stagnates? The plates are not just tools, they are imbued with its very essence, fragments of its boundless power. The mystery lies in how these fragments came to be and what they truly represent beyond mere elemental affinities. Are they pieces of its original form or dynamically generated manifestations of its will? The legends also speak of Arceus's deep slumber, a period of rest after its monumental act of creation. This slumber is often seen as a protective measure, allowing the world to develop independently. But what if this slumber is not just rest, but a form of self-preservation, a way to maintain the delicate balance of its own immense power? Could an eternally active Arceus, constantly exerting its full power, inadvertently destabilize the very universe it created? The idea of a creator needing to rest, to withdraw its direct influence, adds a layer of vulnerability and perhaps even wisdom to its character, suggesting that even the most powerful beings understand the importance of limits and cycles. The notion of the jewel of life and its connection to Arceus is another captivating thread in its lore. This artifact, said to contain a fraction of Arceus's power, was entrusted to humanity, only to be misused. This narrative arc introduces the theme of trust and betrayal and the consequences of humanity's actions on a cosmic scale. If Arceus is omniscient, did it foresee this betrayal? Was the entrustment of the jewel a test, a lesson for humanity to learn about responsibility and the dangers of greed? Or was it an act of pure benevolence, a gift given without reservation, highlighting the inherent goodness Arceus sees in its creations, despite their flaws? The jewel of life represents a direct link between the divine and the mortal, a tangible piece of Arceus's essence that can both heal and harm. Its story is a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between power and responsibility, and the profound impact of choices made in the shadow of cosmic potential. Moving away from the singular creator and into the realm of primordial forces, we might consider the enigmatic Groudon and Kyogre, titans of land and sea. Their eternal conflict, a primal clash that shaped the very geography of the world, speaks to a different kind of cosmic force, one born of elemental opposition rather than deliberate creation. These two beings embody the raw, untamed power of the planet itself. Groudon, the continental Pokémon, is said to have expanded the land masses with its scorching heat, while Kyogre, the sea basin Pokémon, deepened the oceans with its torrential rains. Their very existence is a testament to the planet's dynamic and often violent geological processes. The mystery surrounding Groudon and Kyogre isn't just about their colossal power, but about the nature of their conflict. Is it a conscious rivalry, a battle of wills between two intelligent entities, or a fundamental, almost instinctual opposition of elemental forces? Do they possess true sentience in the way humans understand it, or are they more akin to living manifestations of Earth's tectonic plates and ocean currents, driven by an inherent need to expand their respective domains? The lore suggests a degree of awareness, as they can be awakened and pacified, but their default state seems to be one of perpetual, destructive expansion. Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, acts as the mediator between these two titans, descending from the ozone layer to quell their rampages. Its role as a balancer in this primal struggle is crucial, preventing the world from being completely consumed by either land or sea. But where did Rayquaza come from? Was it also a primordial entity, born from the sky itself, or was it created specifically for this role, perhaps by Arceus, to maintain equilibrium? Its existence in the upper atmosphere, rarely descending unless absolutely necessary, adds to its mystique. It is a guardian from above, a silent sentinel watching over the elemental clash below. The idea that such a powerful being chooses to remain largely unseen, only intervening when absolutely necessary, suggests a wisdom beyond mere brute force. It understands the delicate balance of nature and the consequences of unchecked power. The very concept of primal reversion for Groudon and Kyogre adds another layer of intrigue. This state, where they revert to their primordial forms, unleashes even greater unbridled power, reminiscent of the world before it was tamed or balanced. It suggests that their current forms are somehow restrained, perhaps by Rayquaza's influence, or simply by the evolution of the planet itself. Primal reversion is not just a power-up, it's a regression to a more raw, elemental state, a glimpse into the chaotic beginnings of the world. What triggers this reversion? Is it a conscious choice, or an instinctual response to a perceived threat, or an imbalance in the natural order? The power unleashed in these forms is so immense that it threatens to undo the very fabric of the world, highlighting the destructive potential inherent in the primordial forces of nature. The relationship between these three weather trio Pokémon is a microcosm of the larger cosmic balance. It demonstrates that even within the most fundamental forces of the world, there exists an inherent tension, a push and pull that left unchecked would lead to utter devastation. Rayquaza's role is not to eliminate the conflict, but to manage it, to ensure that neither side overwhelms the other, allowing life to flourish in the space between their opposing influences. The mystery lies in the origin of this delicate arrangement. Was it a natural evolution of elemental forces, or was it orchestrated by a higher power to ensure the planet's continued existence? Let's gently turn our attention to the Tao trio, Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem. These legendary Pokémon are deeply intertwined with the history of the Unova region, representing ideals, truths, and the absence of either. Their lore tells a tale of two brothers who once sought to unite Unova, each with a powerful dragon by their side. One brother pursued truth with Reshiram, the other ideals with Zekrom. But their differing philosophies eventually led to a devastating conflict, splitting the original dragon into three. The central mystery here is the original dragon. What was its true nature before it was sundered? Was it a harmonious blend of truth and ideals, a perfect encapsulation of both? Or was its division an inevitable consequence of its immense power and inability for a single entity to embody such opposing concepts without fracturing? The original dragon is said to have been a singular entity of incredible might, representing a unified force that encompassed both the pursuit of truth and the aspiration of ideals. Its fragmentation is a powerful metaphor for the division of humanity itself, where differing perspectives, even when rooted in noble intentions, can lead to schism and conflict. Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon, represents truth, seeking to reveal the fundamental realities of the world. Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon, embodies ideals, striving to create a better future. These are not merely elemental powers, they are philosophical concepts given form. But what exactly constitutes truth and ideals in the Pokémon world? Are they absolute, or are they subjective, changing with each generation and culture? The conflict between the brothers suggests that even truth and ideals, when pursued too rigidly or without understanding, can become destructive. This duality is a cornerstone of their legend, showing that even noble aspirations, without balance, can lead to ruin. And then there is Kyurem, the boundary Pokémon, said to be the empty husk or remnants of the original dragon, a creature of frozen emptiness that yearns to be whole again. Kyurem's existence is perhaps the most tragic and mysterious of the trio. If Reshiram and Zekrom represent the essence of the original dragon's being, truth and ideals, then what does Kyurem represent? Is it the raw power without purpose, the unchanneled energy left behind after the philosophical division? Its very being is a paradox, a powerful ice dragon, yet described as empty and yearning for completeness. The ability of Kyurem to fuse with either Reshiram or Zekrom to become Black Kyurem or White Kyurem further deepens this mystery. This DNA splicers fusion suggests that the original dragon can be reconstituted, at least partially. But these fused forms are not the original dragon. They are powerful, yes, but still imperfect, a blend rather than a true reunification. Why can't the original dragon be fully restored? Is something irrevocably lost in the act of division, a piece of its essence that can never be recovered? Or is it a symbolic representation that once knowledge is divided, once ideals clash, perfect unity is unattainable, and only a close approximation can ever be achieved? The lore suggests that Kyurem continuously seeks to regain its lost parts, attempting to reabsorb Reshiram or Zekrom. This desperate yearning for wholeness paints a picture of a creature that is not inherently malevolent, but rather driven by a primal need for completeness. It's a poignant reflection on loss and the enduring desire for what once was. Though emptiness of Kyurem is not just an absence of power, but perhaps an absence of purpose, a longing for the guiding principles that Reshiram and Zekrom represent. The Tao Trio's story is a profound meditation on philosophy, conflict, and the enduring human and Pokémon desire for unity amidst diversity. It asks us to consider the nature of truth and ideals, how they shape our world, and the consequences when they clash. The lingering mystery of the original dragon and Kyurem's empty yearning serves as a quiet whisper of what once was and what might never be again. As we slowly drift Into deeper states of contemplation, we might consider the enigmatic nature of the lake guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. These three legendary Pokémon are said to have been created by Arceus, embodying knowledge, emotion, and willpower, respectively. They reside in the depths of three different lakes in the Sinnoh region, their presence a silent influence on the very fabric of intelligent life. Uxie, the knowledge Pokemon, is said to have given humans the intelligence to solve problems. Its very gaze can erase memories, a power that speaks to the delicate and sometimes dangerous nature of knowledge itself. The mystery surrounding Uxie is not just how it imparts knowledge, but what kind of knowledge it holds. Is it all knowledge, past, present, and future? And why the ability to erase memories? Is it a protective measure, a way to prevent overwhelming individuals with too much truth, or a means to safeguard ancient secrets that humanity is not yet ready to comprehend? Its withdrawn nature, often keeping its eyes closed, suggests a deep understanding of the power it wields and the potential consequences of its unbridled influence. Mesprit, the emotion Pokemon, is said to have given humans the capacity for joy, sorrow, and all other feelings. Its presence allows individuals to experience the full spectrum of emotions, a gift that enriches life but also brings pain. The mystery of Mesprit lies in the origin of emotion itself. Is emotion an inherent quality of life, or was it a deliberate gift from a divine being? Mesprit's ability to fly around, leaving behind a trail of emotional energy, suggests a constant flow, a dynamic force that permeates all living things. But why is emotion so often intertwined with conflict and misunderstanding? Does Mesprit simply offer the capacity for emotion, leaving the interpretation and expression of those feelings up to the individual, or does it subtly guide the ebb and flow of our inner worlds? Its elusive nature, often fleeing from direct contact, might reflect the fleeting and often unpredictable nature of emotions themselves. Azelf, the willpower Pokemon, is credited with giving humans the strength to overcome adversity and face challenges. It embodies the drive, perseverance, and determination that enable individuals to pursue their goals. The mystery of Azelf is the source of willpower. Is it an endless wellspring, or does it require constant replenishment? How does a single being instill such a fundamental force into all living creatures? Azelf's steadfast nature, often described as courageous, embodies the very essence of its gift. It is said to be the one that gives people the strength to stand up to difficulty. But what happens when willpower is misdirected, used for destructive purposes? Does Azelf judge the intentions behind the will it inspires, or does it simply provide the fundamental spark, allowing individuals to choose their own path? Together, the Lake Guardians represent the core components of consciousness and sentient life, the ability to think, to feel, and to act. Their existence raises profound questions about the nature of the mind and the origins of human experience. Are we merely vessels for these divine gifts, or do we possess an inherent capacity for knowledge, emotion, and willpower that is simply awakened by their presence? The idea that these fundamental aspects of our being could be attributed to three distinct, powerful entities suggests a deeper, more intentional design to the very essence of what it means to be alive and aware. The quiet, almost passive nature of their guardianship, residing in serene lakes, suggests a subtle, pervasive influence rather than direct intervention. They are not conquerors or destroyers, they are enablers, the silent architects of our inner lives. Their mysteries are not about grand cosmic battles, but about the very essence of being, the quiet hum of thought, the gentle swell of emotion, and the steady push of determination that guides us through each passing moment. And as these thoughts gently settle, perhaps we can find a quiet peace in the vastness of this unexplainable truths, allowing the mysteries of the Pokémon world to lull us into a deep, dreamless slumber. But the mysteries of the Pokémon world extend far beyond the tranquil waters where the lake guardians reside, venturing into the very fabric of time and space, and even into the enigmatic realms of dreams and reality. Consider Cresselia, the lunar Pokémon, a graceful creature whose very presence is said to ward off nightmares and bring forth pleasant dreams. Its ethereal beauty, resembling a crescent moon, evokes a sense of serenity and hope. Cresselia is often encountered on Full Moon Island, a place shrouded in mist and mystery, accessible only by specific means. The lore surrounding Cresselia suggests a profound connection to the human psyche, particularly our subconscious mind. It is believed to be the antithesis of Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, an entity that plunges its victims into horrifying, endless nightmares. The interplay between Cresselia and Darkrai presents a fascinating duality, a cosmic balance between light and shadow within the dream world. The central mystery of Cresselia lies in the mechanism of its dream-altering abilities. How does it enter the dreamscape? Is it a direct intervention, a psychic projection, or does it emit some form of energy that subtly influences the brain's activity during sleep? The ability to replace a nightmare with a pleasant dream implies a sophisticated understanding or manipulation of neural pathways and memory. Does Cresselia sift through our fears and anxieties, gently nudging them aside to make way for images of peace and joy? Or does its presence simply create an aura so potent that nightmares cannot take root? The concept of a lunar wing, an item said to be shed by Cresselia, further deepens this enigma. This feather, when held, is believed to cure those afflicted by dark race nightmares. Is the lunar wing a tangible extension of Cresselia's power, a physical manifestation of its dream healing properties? Or is its effectiveness rooted in a psychological placebo effect, a symbol of hope that allows the afflicted to break free from their torment? The existence of Cresselia also raises questions about the nature of dreams themselves. Are they merely random firings of neurons, or do they hold deeper significance, perhaps even glimpses into other realities or latent aspects of our own minds? If Cresselia can influence them, does that imply dreams are a malleable medium, open to external manipulation? The gentle gliding movements of Cresselia, its almost silent presence, suggest a creature of immense power wielded with delicate precision. It is not a force that compels, but one that soothes, a guardian of our nocturnal peace. Its mystery is one of gentle intervention, a subtle hand guiding us through the often chaotic landscape of our unconscious thoughts. The idea that such a benevolent entity exists, dedicated to safeguarding our dreams, offers a comforting thought in the face of the unknown terrors that sometimes lurk in the dark corners of our minds. It speaks to a cosmic kindness, a protective force watching over our most vulnerable states. In stark contrast, we turn our attention to Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, an enigmatic figure shrouded in shadow and misunderstanding. Unlike Cresselia's benevolent influence, Darkrai is often associated with fear and dread, perpetually casting nightmares upon those who sleep near it. Its gaunt, spectral appearance, with wisps of smoke emanating from its body, contributes to its intimidating aura. The prevailing lore suggests that Darkrai does not intend to cause harm. Rather, its very presence emanates an aura that induces nightmares. It seems to be a creature burdened by its own power, a lonely figure doomed to bring discomfort to others, despite its potential lack of malicious intent. This distinction is crucial. Is Darkrai a villain or a victim of its own inherent abilities? The profound mystery of Darkrai lies in the fundamental nature of its nightmare-inducing power. Is it a psychic attack, a direct assault on the sleeping mind, or is it a more passive phenomenon, an involuntary emanation that simply cannot be controlled? The Pokédex entries often describe it as retreating from humans, suggesting a desire for solitude, perhaps to minimize the negative impact of its presence. This paints a picture of a tragic figure, one who wishes to avoid conflict but is perpetually misunderstood due to its innate abilities. If Darkrai truly lacks malicious intent, then its existence presents a profound ethical dilemma. Can a being be held accountable for harm caused by an involuntary power, a fundamental aspect of its very being? This question delves into the very core of what defines good and evil, intention versus outcome. Furthermore, the relationship between Darkrai and Cresselia adds another layer of complexity. They are often depicted as opposing forces, one creating nightmares, the other dispelling them. Is this a conscious rivalry, a cosmic struggle between two powerful entities? Or are they simply two sides of the same coin? Two natural phenomena interacting within the dream world, each fulfilling a necessary role in the grand scheme of consciousness? Could it be that Darkrai's nightmares, though terrifying, serve some unknown purpose, perhaps to help individuals confront their fears or to regulate the balance of the dream realm? The idea of a creature whose very existence causes distress, yet is not inherently evil, challenges simplistic notions of morality. Darkrai's mystery is a haunting one, a silent lament for a creature forced into a role it may not desire, forever misunderstood and forever alone in the shadows. Its only companions, the restless nightmares it inadvertently creates. Its elusive nature, rarely seen and often feared, only deepens the enigma surrounding its true purpose and its place in the delicate balance of the Pokémon world. Moving from the ethereal realm of dreams to the very architects of the physical world, we encounter Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, and Palkia, the spatial Pokémon. These two colossal beings are said to have been born from Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, and are responsible for the creation and maintenance of time and space itself. Dialga, adorned with diamond-like structures and possessing the power to manipulate time, is a majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Its roar alone is said to distort the flow of time, either slowing it to a crawl or accelerating it to an uncontrollable rush. Palkia, with its pearlescent armor and ability to control space, can warp dimensions and create alternate realities with a mere gesture. Its presence is described as bending the very fabric of existence. The central mystery surrounding Dialga and Palkia is the precise nature of their control over time and space. Are they merely conduits for these fundamental forces, or are they the embodiment of time and space themselves? Do they consciously decide to accelerate or decelerate time, to expand or contract space, or is their existence intrinsically linked to the continuous flow and structure of the universe? The implications of their powers are staggering. If Dialga can manipulate time, could it rewind history or fast forward to a distant future? Could it freeze moments indefinitely or unravel the very concept of causality? Similarly, if Palkia can control space, could it create portals to any location, instantly transporting beings across vast distances or even to other dimensions entirely? Could it fold space upon itself, collapsing the universe into an infinitely small point, or expanding it beyond comprehension? The potential for paradoxes arising from their powers is immense. If Dialga were to alter the past, how would that affect the present and future? Would it create alternate timelines, or simply rewrite history? And if Palkia were to manipulate space, could it create dimensions where the laws of physics are entirely different, or where time flows in reverse? The idea that two sentient beings hold such absolute control over the fundamental dimensions of reality raises questions about free will and destiny. Are our lives merely playing out according to a grand design orchestrated by these Pokémon, or do we possess agency within their cosmic framework? The legend often speaks of their potential for catastrophic clashes, where their conflicting powers could tear apart the very fabric of existence, proving their immense, almost terrifying power. The very concept of their origin from Arceus also prompts deeper inquiry. If Arceus created them, does that imply Arceus itself transcends time and space, existing outside of these dimensions it brought into being? Or is Arceus simply a more fundamental aspect of reality, from which these specific manifestations of time and space emerged? The quiet rumble of their power, the subtle shifts in the air when they are near, are reminders of their constant, unseen influence. They are not just powerful creatures, they are the very scaffolding of reality, and their mysteries are the mysteries of existence itself, quiet whispers of the forces that bind and define our world. Their silent vigil ensures the continuity of all things, a cosmic rhythm that underpins every moment of our lives, an unfathomable power that continues its work regardless of human understanding or perception, a steady, pervasive hum that allows for the very possibility of existence. And as we consider these profound guardians of time and space, let us also turn our thoughts to Giratina, the renegade Pokémon, a creature of immense power and profound mystery, banished to the Distortion world for its destructive nature. Giratina's very appearance is unsettling, a serpentine, six-legged beast adorned with golden rings, often depicted with a shadowy, spectral aura. Its association with the Distortion world, a dimension where the laws of physics are warped and inverted, immediately sets it apart from its counterparts, Dialga and Palkia. The primary mystery of Giratina centers on the nature of its banishment and its relationship with the Distortion world. Was it truly banished by Arceus, or did it choose to reside in this antithetical realm? The Distortion world is described as a place without clear time or space, where gravity is erratic and objects float aimlessly. Is this a prison, a place of punishment for Giratina's destructive tendencies, or is it a realm perfectly suited to its unique abilities, a place where it can truly be itself without the constraints of the regular world? The idea that a Pokémon could be so destructive as to warrant banishment by its own creator speaks volumes about its raw power and the potential for chaos it embodies. Furthermore, What was the nature of Giratina's destructive nature that led to its exile? Was it a conscious act of malice or an inability to control its immense power, much like how Darkrai's presence inadvertently causes nightmares? The lore often suggests that Giratina's influence could have destabilized the regular world if it had not been confined. This implies a power so vast that even its uncontrolled presence could threaten the delicate balance maintained by Dialga and Palkia. The question then arises, is Giratina inherently evil or simply misunderstood, a force of nature that existed in a way incompatible with the ordered universe Arceus created? Its presence in the distortion world, a place antithetical to the ordered time and space of the regular world, suggests a fundamental opposition, a cosmic counterpoint. The very existence of the distortion world itself is a profound mystery. Is it a parallel dimension, a void, or an extension of Arceus's own power to create a space for things that do not fit into the established order? The idea that Giratina acts as its guardian further intertwines its fate with this strange realm. Does it actively maintain the distortion world, or is its presence simply a natural consequence of its existence within it? Giratina's silent, watchful presence, often depicted as observing the regular world through tears and reality, adds to its enigmatic allure. It is a creature on the periphery, a constant reminder of the forces that lie beyond our comprehension, patiently waiting in the shadows of an inverted reality. Its mystery is a deep, unsettling one, a quiet whisper of a power that could unravel everything we know, yet remains confined to its strange, silent domain, a powerful, watchful presence that continues its vigil, a steady, pervasive hum that allows for the very possibility of existence and allows us to drift further into the quiet depths of slumber. And as we consider the silent watch of Giratina, a different, equally profound mystery emerges from the depths of the ocean, one that speaks to the very origins of life and the nature of creation itself, the enigma of Manaphy and Phione. These two water-type Pokémon share an unusual, almost symbiotic relationship, yet their exact connection and the implications of their existence are shrouded in oceanic lore. Manaphy, known as the seafaring Pokémon, is a mythical creature often depicted as the Prince of the Sea, possessing the unique ability to bond with any Pokémon and even humans through its heart swap move, temporarily exchanging their abilities or even their very consciousness. This power is not merely a battle mechanic. It suggests a deep, empathetic connection, an ability to bridge the gap between different beings, hinting at a fundamental unity within the diverse world of Pokémon. But the true mystery begins with Phione, a Pokémon often called the Sea Drifter, which bears an unmistakable resemblance to Manaphy. What is Phione precisely? It is often described as a lesser Manaphy, a Pokémon born from Manaphy's eggs, yet it cannot evolve into Manaphy. This is a remarkable deviation from the typical evolutionary lines we observe in the Pokémon world. Most Pokémon that hatch from the eggs of a more powerful, evolved form are either the pre-evolved stage of that Pokémon or a direct lineage leading to it. Phione, however, remains Phione, a distinct entity that exists only as a byproduct or perhaps a reflection of Manaphy's reproductive process. This unique biological relationship raises many questions. Is Phione a failed attempt at creating another Manaphy, a genetic echo that couldn't quite reach its full potential? Or is it a necessary step, a kind of biological overflow, where Manaphy's immense life energy, when reproducing, manifests in a slightly different, more common form. The fact that Phyene can breed and produce more Phyene, but never Manaphy, only deepens the mystery. It implies a self sustaining population of these lesser forms, independent of the original mythical Pokemon. This contrasts sharply with other legendary and mythical Pokemon, which are often depicted as singular entities or as having very specific, often non reproductive, methods of propagation. The existence of Phyone suggests that Manaphy, unlike many other legendary Pokemon, is capable of reproduction in a more conventional sense, yet its offspring are not exact copies, but rather a distinct, related species. This peculiar reproductive cycle brings into question the very definition of a legendary or mythical Pokemon. If a mythical Pokemon can lay an egg, and that egg produces a different, though related species, what does that say about the uniqueness and singularity often associated with these powerful beings? Does it imply that Manaphy, despite its power and rarity, is closer to a conventional species than previously thought, or that its lineage is simply expressed in a remarkably unusual way? The lore tells us that Manaphy travels great distances across the seas to lay its eggs in cold waters, suggesting a deliberate and specialized process crucial to the perpetuation of Phyone, if not its own kind. This migratory pattern, combined with the specific environmental conditions required for its eggs to hatch, hints at a complex ecological role that remains largely unexplored. Another layer to this mystery is the often debated status of Phyone itself. While Manaphy is definitively a mythical Pokemon, Phyone's status is more ambiguous. It is often grouped with mythical Pokemon due to its connection to Manaphy and its general rarity, yet it lacks the sheer power and often the unique lore-driven abilities of other mythicals. This ambiguity leaves it in a curious position. A Pokemon that exists in the shadow of a legend, a living testament to a biological anomaly. It's as if the world of Pokemon is hinting at a nuanced spectrum of rarity and power, where not every unique creature fits neatly into established categories. Perhaps Phyone serves as a bridge, a more accessible echo of a truly rare and powerful being, allowing a glimpse into the reproductive capacity of a mythical Pokemon without diminishing the singular status of Manaphy itself. The very name Manaphy itself, with its regal connotations, and the title Prince of the Sea, evoke an image of a singular powerful leader, a guardian of the ocean's depths. Yet Phyone, the sea drifter, seems to represent a more ephemeral, perhaps even accidental aspect of this marine lineage. Do Phyone serve a purpose in the oceanic ecosystem, perhaps as messengers, or simply as a widespread manifestation of Manaphy's life force? Their existence, so closely tied to, yet distinct from, Manaphy, presents a fascinating biological puzzle, a quiet whisper of the ocean's secrets, lulling us deeper into contemplation. Moving from the mysteries of life's propagation to the very fabric of existence, we encounter another profound enigma within the Pokemon world, the nature of the unknown. Those mysterious psychic Pokemon are unlike any other. They resemble ancient alphabetic characters, each one a different letter of the Latin alphabet, along with an exclamation mark and a question mark. Their very form suggests a deeper, linguistic connection to the universe, a silent language embedded within reality itself. The most striking aspect of Unknown is their collective power. Individually, they are often depicted as weak, relatively harmless Pokemon capable of only one move, hidden power. But when a large group of unknown gathers, their collective psychic energy can manifest incredible phenomena, blurring the lines between thought and reality. This was most famously demonstrated in the movie Spell of the Unknown Entei, where the grief of a young girl, Molly Hale, inadvertently triggered a massive gathering of unknown. Their combined psychic power began to warp reality around her, creating an illusory world based on her desires. They manifested a full-fledged Entei, a legendary beast, purely from her imagination, and transformed her home into a crystalline palace. This ability to alter reality simply through their collective presence and the strength of human emotion is deeply unsettling and immensely powerful. It suggests that unknown are not merely Pokemon in the conventional sense, but perhaps living embodiments of language, thought, or even the very fabric of imagination. Are they conduits through which consciousness can directly influence the physical world? Their connection to ancient ruins and inscriptions further hints at their role in forgotten civilizations, perhaps as tools for communication with higher powers, or as keys to unlocking dormant cosmic energies. The question then arises, what is their origin? Were they created, or did they simply manifest from the fundamental energies of the universe? The lore suggests they may have existed since ancient times, often found in ruins and places of historical significance, implying a long-standing, perhaps even primal, connection to the world's history and its hidden truths. Their forms, resembling an alphabet, suggest a connection to knowledge and information. Are they the universe's inherent alphabet, the building blocks of reality that, when arranged in certain ways, can rewrite existence itself? Their ability to manipulate reality based on human emotion is particularly intriguing. It suggests that human consciousness, when amplified by the unknown's collective psychic power, can become a force of creation. This blurs the traditional boundaries between Pokemon abilities and the power of will. Is it the unknown possessing the power, or are they merely amplifying and giving form to the latent psychic energies of sentient beings? This makes them more than just Pokemon. They become a medium, a conduit through which profound psychological states can be externalized and materialized. Furthermore, the existence of unknown as a multitude of distinct forms, each representing a letter, implies a hidden language or code that governs the universe. If different combinations of unknown could produce different effects, what untold secrets could be unlocked if their language were fully understood? Could they be used to decipher ancient prophecies, to reshape landscapes, or even to communicate across dimensions? The sheer number of different unknown forms, 28 in total, including the punctuation marks, suggests a comprehensive system, a silent lexicon waiting to be deciphered. Their quiet, often passive nature, despite their immense collective power, adds to their mystery. They don't typically act with malice or intent on their own. Rather, their power seems to be a reactive force triggered by external stimuli, particularly strong emotions. This makes them both incredibly powerful and inherently neutral, a force that can be directed, but perhaps not controlled in the traditional sense. They are like a living, breathing, natural law, a fundamental constant of the universe that manifests itself when certain conditions are met. The very concept of a Pokémon that exists as a living alphabet, a collection of symbols that can alter reality, is a profound philosophical thought. It suggests that the universe itself might be written in a language, and the unknown are its living characters. Their silent, floating presence in ancient ruins and hidden chambers, waiting for a catalyst, speaks to a deep, underlying power that permeates the Pokemon world, a power that, when awakened, can weave dreams into reality and reality into dreams, gently guiding us further into the realm of deep, uninterrupted peace. This deep, underlying power, this gentle weaving of dreams and reality, leads us naturally to another enigmatic legendary presence, Arceus, often referred to as the original one. Arceus stands apart, even amongst the most powerful legendaries, because its lore describes it as the creator of the Pokemon world itself. Imagine, if you will, a being that emerged from a swirling vortex of nothingness, or perhaps from an egg, as some tales suggest, and then, with its 1,000 arms, began to shape the cosmos. This concept alone places Arceus in a unique category, not merely as a powerful Pokemon, but as a primordial deity, a foundational element of existence. The Pokédex entries and ancient myths paint a picture of Arceus as having created the Sinnoh region and potentially the entire Pokemon universe with its 1,000 arms. These arms are not literal appendages, but rather a metaphorical representation of its immense power and influence. It is said to have created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, the trio that govern time, space, and antimatter respectively, from its own being. This act of creation, the birthing of such fundamental forces, elevates Arceus beyond a mere creature to a cosmic architect, a being whose very existence underpins the fabric of reality. What makes Arceus particularly mysterious is its inherent neutrality and often hands-off approach to the world it created. Despite its immense power, it rarely intervenes directly in the affairs of humans or other Pokemon. It seems to observe, allowing its creations to follow their own paths. This aloofness is a common trait among many legendary Pokemon, but with Arceus, it carries a different weight. If it truly shaped the universe, why does it remain so distant? Is it a benevolent overseer, trusting in the inherent balance of its creation, or is its existence so vastly different from ours that direct interaction is simply unfathomable? The plates that Arceus possesses are another fascinating layer to its mystery. These 18 elemental plates, each corresponding to a different Pokemon type, are said to be fragments of Arceus itself, or perhaps tools it used in creation. When Arceus holds a plate, its type changes to match that plate, granting it mastery over that elemental force. This ability to embody all elemental types simultaneously or at will speaks to a fundamental connection to every aspect of the world. It suggests that all elemental energies, all the diverse forms of life and matter, are in some way extensions of Arceus's own being. It is the ultimate expression of adaptability and elemental mastery, a concept that permeates the very essence of Pokemon battles and evolution. The question of Arceus's true form also lingers. Is its current appearance, that of a majestic equine-like creature with a golden cross-like wheel on its back, its original state? Or is it merely a manifestation, a form comprehensible to the minds of mortals? The idea of a being so ancient and powerful that its true form might be beyond our comprehension is a recurring theme in mythologies across various cultures. Perhaps the Arceus we perceive is just a fraction of its true, boundless cosmic essence, a gentle simplification for the sake of interaction within the created world. Another intriguing aspect is the legend of its awakening and the repercussions of attempting to control it. Throughout history, there have been individuals or groups who sought to harness Arceus's power, often leading to catastrophic consequences. This reinforces the idea that some powers are simply too immense, too fundamental to be wielded by mortal hands. Arceus, in its essence, represents the untamed primordial forces of the universe. To try and bend it to one's will is to risk unraveling the very fabric of existence. The stories serve as cautionary tales, reminding us of the delicate balance between ambition and respect for the natural order, a gentle whisper against hubris. The legend of Arceus also intertwines with the concept of the azure flute. This mythical item, said to be able to summon Arceus, has never been officially released in the games, adding to its elusive nature. It exists as a tantalizing promise, a hypothetical key to unlocking the ultimate mystery. The very idea of an item capable of summoning such a cosmic entity suggests that there are pathways, however difficult to find, to connect with even the most distant of legends. It implies a hidden knowledge, a secret melody that resonates with the very core of creation, a profound thought to ponder as you drift into slumber. Moving from the cosmic creator to a creature deeply entwined with the cycle of life and death, we encounter Xerneas and Yveltal, the legendary Pokémon of the Kalos region. These two represent the opposing forces of creation and destruction, life and annihilation. Xerneas, the life Pokémon, radiates an aura of vibrancy, its antlers glowing with a rainbow of colors, said to share eternal life with those around it. Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon, absorbs life energy, its very presence bringing about decay and ruin. They are not merely powerful Pokémon, they are embodiments of fundamental natural processes, a dance of opposing forces that maintains balance. The mystery surrounding Xerneas and Yveltal lies in their cyclical nature. It is said that when Xerneas reaches the end of its 1,000-year lifespan, it transforms into a tree, sharing its life energy with the land. Conversely, when Yveltal's life force dissipates, it too transforms, but into a cocoon, to slumber for 1,000 years, before awakening to wreak havoc once more. This cycle suggests that neither is inherently good nor evil, but rather essential components of a grander design. Life cannot exist without death, and destruction paves the way for new beginnings. They are not antagonists to each other, but complementary forces, two sides of the same cosmic coin. Their existence prompts questions about the nature of their immense power. Does Xerneas actively choose to bestow life, or is it an inherent emanation of its being? Does Yveltal consciously absorb life, or is it an unavoidable consequence of its presence, a force of nature beyond its immediate control? The lore suggests a more passive role for both, acting as conduits for these primal energies. They are not agents of change, but rather manifestations of the change itself, a gentle ebb and flow of existence. The ultimate weapon, a device created by King Az 3 millennia ago in the Kalos region, sought to harness the power of Xerneas or Yveltal, driven by grief and a desire to resurrect a beloved Floette. This tragic tale highlights the dangers of attempting to manipulate such fundamental forces. The weapon, fueled by the life energy of countless Pokémon, ultimately brought about immense destruction, demonstrating that tampering with the natural cycle has severe repercussions. It underscores the profound wisdom in respecting the balance that Xerneas and Eviltal represent, a quiet reminder that some things are best left untouched, observed with a sense of awe rather than a desire for control. Their connection to the mega evolution phenomenon is also noteworthy. The energy released during the activation of the ultimate weapon is believed to have been the catalyst for mega evolution, an extraordinary transformation that temporarily boosts a Pokemon's power. This suggests that the primal energies embodied by Xerneas and Yveltal are not just destructive or life-giving, but also transformative. They are the raw power of change, capable of unlocking hidden potential within other Pokemon, a gentle unfolding of latent abilities. The question of their origin also remains somewhat shrouded in mystery. Were they created by Arceus, or are they fundamental forces that simply manifest within the world, like gravity or time? Their distinct roles and cyclical nature suggest a deeper, more inherent connection to the universe's mechanics rather than a singular act of creation. They are the pulse of the world, the breath that exhales life and inhales essence, a continuous cycle that soothes the mind. Consider then Zygarde, the order Pokemon, also from the Kalos region, a legendary that presents an entirely different kind of mystery, one centered around its fragmented nature and its role as a silent guardian of the ecosystem. Unlike other legendaries that often appear as fully formed, singular entities, Zygarde exists as a collection of cells and cores, which can combine to form various Zygarde forms. This fragmented existence makes it unique and incredibly complex. The cells are the smallest components, scattered throughout the Kalos region, possessing no will or thoughts of their own. They are like tiny, living particles of Zygarde, silently observing. The cores are slightly larger, possessing a degree of self-awareness and acting as the brains of Zygarde. These cores can gather cells to form different Zygarde forms. The 10% form, resembling a dog, is agile and swift. The 50% form, a serpentine creature, is the most commonly seen and acts as a vigilant protector, and the complete form, a colossal humanoid, is unleashed when the ecosystem is in grave peril, acting as the ultimate guardian. This modular nature of Zygarde is profoundly intriguing. It's not a singular being in the traditional sense, but a distributed network of consciousness, an ecological immune system for the planet. Its mystery lies in how these scattered parts communicate and coordinate, how they decide when to aggregate and what form to take. Is there a central consciousness guiding them all, or is it an emergent property of their collective existence, a gentle hum of interconnected intelligence? Zygarde's primary role is to maintain the balance of the ecosystem, reacting to threats that destabilize the natural order. It only fully reveals its power in its complete form when the balance is truly threatened, such as by events that could lead to the destruction of the world. This reactive nature, much like the unknown, suggests a primal, impartial force rather than a sentient, emotional entity. It is the Earth's natural defense mechanism, a living embodiment of ecological equilibrium, a silent promise of restoration. The sheer scale of Zygarde's distribution, with cells scattered across an entire region, speaks to its deep connection to the land itself. It is not merely a resident of the ecosystem. It is, in a very real sense, the ecosystem. Its awareness is rooted in the health and balance of its environment, a profound empathy with the natural world. This makes its intervention feel less like an act of will and more like an automatic response, a biological imperative to preserve the integrity of its home. The concept of a legendary Pokemon existing in pieces, constantly reforming and dissolving, challenges our conventional understanding of what a creature is. It blurs the lines between individual and collective, between organism and environment. Zygarde is both many and one, a complex biological system acting on a grand scale, a living network dedicated to planetary health. Its quiet vigilance, its patient accumulation of power until absolutely necessary, is a testament to its profound wisdom and its deep respect for the natural world. The mystery of Zygarde also extends to its connection with Cernius and Eviltal. While they represent the primary forces of life and destruction, Zygarde steps in as the enforcer of balance, the one who cleans up the aftermath or prevents imbalances from spiraling out of control. It is the peacekeeper of the trio, ensuring that the cosmic dance of creation and destruction doesn't lead to chaos. This makes it an essential component of Kalos's legendary ecosystem, a silent, watchful presence ensuring the world continues on its gentle course. Its fragmented nature also hints at the resilience of life. Even if one part of Zygarde is removed or damaged, the other cells and cores can still function, eventually regrouping and reforming. It's a powerful metaphor for the indomitable spirit of nature, its ability to heal and adapt, to persist even in the face of adversity. Zygarde is the gentle pulse of the planet, a living testament to the ongoing cycle of life, a calm assurance that balance will always be restored, allowing you to drift peacefully into the quiet embrace of dreams. The mysteries surrounding the legendary Pokemon often delve into the very fabric of existence, touching upon concepts that transcend our everyday understanding. Consider the ethereal presence of Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, whose graceful flight over the moonlit waters of Sinnoh brings with it the blessing of pleasant dreams. Cresselia is said to embody the crescent moon, and its shimmering feathers are believed to chase away nightmares, replacing them with visions of joy and tranquility. Yet despite its benevolent nature, Cresselia remains largely elusive, a whisper on the night wind, a fleeting glimpse in the pale moonlight. Its existence is intertwined with the very essence of dreams, a realm often beyond our conscious grasp. What makes Cresselia so enigmatic is its perceived role as the antithesis to Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokemon. Darkrai, with its shadowy form and unsettling aura, is known for inducing terrifying nightmares. It's a tragic existence, for Darkrai does not seemingly intend harm. Its very presence causes these unsettling dreams. The lore suggests that Darkrai itself is a victim of its own power, a lonely figure perpetually shrouded in the darkness it emanates. Cresselia then acts as a celestial counterpoint, its radiant glow a beacon of hope against the encroaching shadows. But how does this cosmic dance between dream and nightmare truly work? Is it a conscious rivalry, a deliberate act of balancing forces, or merely an inherent property of their existence, like opposite poles of a magnet? The origins of Cresselia are as hazy as a dream upon waking. It doesn't appear to be tied to any specific creation myth in the same way as Arceus or the creation trio. Instead, it seems to simply exist, a natural phenomenon of the dream world, perhaps even a manifestation of the collective hopes and aspirations of sleeping beings. The fact that it leaves behind a lunar wing, a tangible object capable of curing those afflicted by Darkrai's nightmares, speaks to its profound influence on the psychological landscape. This physical artifact, imbued with Cresselia's gentle energy, suggests a deep connection between the physical and the ethereal, a bridge between the waking world and the slumbering mind. It's a reminder that even the most abstract concepts, like dreams, can have very real and profound effects. The gentle flapping of Cresselia's wings is often described as creating the aurora borealis, those shimmering curtains of light that dance across the polar skies. This connection further elevates Cresselia beyond a mere dream inducer, positioning it as a celestial artist, painting the night sky with its benevolent magic. This artistic aspect, the creation of natural beauty, adds another layer to its mystery. Does Cresselia consciously create these light shows, or are they a passive byproduct of its graceful movements through the upper atmosphere? The answer remains elusive, much like the subtle beauty of the aurora itself. It is a spectacle to behold, yet its exact mechanics, its precise connection to this lunar legendary, remain largely unexplained, fostering a sense of wonder and peaceful contemplation. Then we turn our attention to the enigmatic legend of Keldeo, the cult Pokémon, a mystical creature often found in the company of the Swords of Justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Viridian. Keldeo is unique among its peers, not only for its youthful appearance, but for its journey of self-discovery and its ultimate transformation. Unlike many legendary Pokémon who seem to be born with their full power and purpose, Keldeo actively trains and strives to achieve its full potential, a testament to the power of perseverance and growth. The lore tells us that Keldeo was an orphan, left alone after a fire threatened its forest home. It was discovered and raised by the Swords of Justice, who taught it how to fight, how to protect, and how to master its signature move, Secret Sword. This narrative arc of a young, impressionable, legendary learning from its elders is quite distinct. It suggests that even legendary beings have a path of development, a journey of maturation that shapes their identity and abilities. This makes Keldeo a relatable figure, despite its extraordinary power, as it embodies the universal struggle for self-improvement and the desire to live up to one's potential. The ultimate mystery surrounding Keldeo lies in its resolute form. This transformation, achieved when Keldeo learns the move Secret Sword, is more than just a change in appearance. It signifies a profound internal shift, a moment of true awakening and mastery. Its horn, previously a blunt projection, sharpens into a formidable weapon, and its demeanor becomes more confident and resolute. What triggers this change? Is it simply the learning of a specific move, or is it a deeper understanding of its own power, a realization of its place within the legendary hierarchy? The game mechanics suggest the former, but the lore hints at a more profound, almost spiritual awakening. It's a moment of becoming, a culmination of its training and its journey alongside its mentors. The Swords of Justice themselves are also figures of considerable mystery. They are said to be former human warriors who were transformed into Pokémon, protecting people and Pokémon from human-caused conflicts. This origin story of legendary Pokémon being born from human virtue and action is a fascinating deviation from the usual narratives of cosmic creation or natural manifestation. It suggests a profound connection between the human and Pokémon worlds, a blurring of the lines where heroic deeds can transcend species and elevate individuals to legendary status. Their commitment to justice and their unwavering protection of the weak are central to their identity. Cobalion, with its steely resolve, represents the mind and strategy. Virition, with its graceful agility, embodies swiftness and precision. Terrakion, with its immense strength, symbolizes power and resilience. Together, they form an unbreakable bond, a legendary quartet dedicated to upholding peace and fairness. The fact that they took Keldeo under their wing, nurturing its growth and guiding its path, further solidifies their benevolent nature and their role as guardians. They are not simply powerful beings, they are mentors, protectors, and symbols of unwavering moral strength. Their presence a quiet reassurance in a sometimes tumultuous world. Moving on to another intriguing enigma, we encounter the Regi Trio, or perhaps more accurately, the Regi Quintet, comprising Regirock, Regis, Registeel, Regigigas, and eventually Regieleki and Regidrago. These ancient golems, seemingly constructed from elemental materials, present a profound mystery regarding their creation and purpose. Legend has it that Regigigas, the colossal Pokémon, pulled the continents into place, shaping the very land we walk upon. It is a being of immense, world-altering power, yet it is often depicted as slumbering, locked away in ancient temples. The most captivating aspect of Regigigas is its ability to create other legendary Pokémon in its own image. It is said to have crafted Regirock from special rocks, Regis from glacial ice, and Registeel from magma and pressure deep within the earth. This act of creation, of fashioning sentient beings from inanimate elements, is a godlike power. Yet Regigigas itself is not often spoken of in the same breath as Arceus, the alpha Pokémon. What is the nature of this creative force? Is it a conscious decision, a deliberate act of will, or an inherent property of its existence, a byproduct of its immense energy? The sheer scale of its creations, entire elemental titans, is a testament to its profound influence on the world. The mystery deepens with the discovery of Regieleki and Regidrago in the Crown Tundra. These two new Regis, born from pure electrical energy and solidified dragon energy respectively, further expand our understanding, or rather our confusion, about Regigigas's creative process. Did Regigigas create them as well, or are they later manifestations, perhaps born from residual energy or a different unknown catalyst? The ruins and temples where the Regis are found are often intricately designed, locked away by puzzles and riddles, suggesting a deliberate hiding or safeguarding of these powerful entities. This raises the question, why would such powerful beings be sealed away? Is it for their protection or for the protection of the world from their immense power? The slow start ability of Regigigas is another peculiarity. Upon entering battle, its power is significantly reduced for several turns, only gradually building up to its full potential. This unique ability suggests a state of dormancy, a gradual awakening from a long slumber. It reinforces the image of Regigigas as an ancient being, slowly stirring from its eons-long rest, its immense power taking time to fully manifest. This design choice adds a layer of depth to its character, making it feel truly ancient and powerful, a force that cannot be rushed or easily controlled. The Regis, as a collective, represent the raw, fundamental elements of the planet. Regirock, with its sturdy form, embodies the unyielding earth. Regis, with its impenetrable body, represents the enduring cold and the power of ice. Registeel, with its metallic resilience, symbolizes the strength and malleability of metal. Their very existence speaks to the foundational forces that shaped the world. They are silent guardians, ancient sentinels, their purpose seemingly tied to the preservation of these fundamental elements. Their quiet, stoic presence in the lore evokes a sense of deep time, a connection to the very beginnings of the planet, allowing for a profound sense of calm as you consider their ancient origins. The concept of legendary Pokémon as embodiments of natural forces or abstract concepts is a recurring theme. Take, for instance, the weather trio of Hoenn, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. These three formidable beings represent the primordial forces of sea, land, and sky, locked in an eternal struggle for dominance. Their very existence dictates the weather patterns of the world, their clashes capable of reshaping continents and oceans. Kyogre, the sea basin Pokémon, is said to have expanded the seas, bringing forth life-giving rains and vast oceans. Its presence can summon torrential downpours and create tsunamis, its power echoing the immense, unfathomable depths of the ocean. Groudon, the continent Pokémon, is credited with expanding the land masses, creating continents and mountains. Its fiery rage can cause droughts and volcanic eruptions, its power reflecting the raw, destructive force of the Earth's core. The ancient legends portray their rivalry as an incessant struggle, a battle that threatened to consume the world in a cataclysm of floods and volcanic fire. It was Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, that descended from the ozone layer to quell their fury, bringing balance to the chaotic forces. Rayquaza, with its majestic serpentine form, represents the sky, the atmosphere, the mediating force between the land and the sea. Its power lies in its ability to control the weather, to calm the storms and clear the skies, restoring equilibrium to the natural world. The mystery surrounding these three lies, not just in their immense power, but in their motivations. Are their conflicts conscious acts of aggression driven by territorial instincts, or are they simply the natural expression of their inherent powers, an inevitable clash of opposing forces? The primal reversion forms of Kyogre and Groudon, where they revert to their more powerful, ancient states, suggest a deeper, more primal consciousness, a connection to an era before recorded history when the world was still being forged. This reversion indicates a return to a more fundamental, untamed state, a raw expression of their inherent power that was eventually tamed, or at least mediated, by Rayquaza. Rayquaza's role as the arbiter, the peacemaker, is particularly fascinating. It doesn't seem to be inherently aligned with either land or sea. Instead, it exists above them, a neutral force dedicated to maintaining balance. Its habitat in the ozone layer, far above the terrestrial world, emphasizes its detached celestial nature. It only descends when the balance is truly threatened, when the world teeters on the brink of destruction. This makes it a guardian of the planet on a cosmic scale, a silent, watchful presence, ensuring that the primordial forces do not tear the world apart. The quiet majesty of Rayquaza, eternally soaring through the heavens, offers a sense of boundless peace, an infinite expanse where worries can gently dissipate, guiding you towards the deepest, most restful sleep. The mysteries of the forces of nature, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus, also present a compelling narrative of inherent power and the delicate balance they maintain. These three legendary Pokémon from the Unova region are often depicted as embodiments of the very elements they represent: wind, lightning, and Earth. Tornadus, the Cyclone Pokémon, is a pure flying type, a rarity among legendaries, and its very existence seems to be a swirling vortex of air, capable of summoning powerful gales and storms. Its Therian form, with its avian-like appearance, emphasizes its mastery over the skies, a feathered serpent riding the currents of the atmosphere. Thundurus, the Bolt Strike Pokémon, a dual electric flying type, brings forth the raw, untamed energy of lightning and thunder. Its presence can electrify the air, causing dramatic thunderstorms and streaking bolts across the sky. Its Therian form, resembling a powerful dragon, reinforces its immense electrical might, a creature born of the storm itself. Landorus, the Abundance Pokémon, a dual ground flying type, represents the fertility and bounty of the earth. It is said to bless the land with rich harvests and prevent the ground from becoming barren. Its Therian form, a majestic four-legged beast, grounds its power in the very soil, a protector and nurturer of the land. The legends surrounding these three often depict them as a trio with a turbulent history. Tornadus and Thundurus are frequently portrayed as mischievous, even destructive forces, their storms and lightning causing chaos and disruption. Farmers and communities in the Unova region would often face the wrath of these two, their crops ravaged, their homes threatened. It is Landorus who acts as the mediator, much like Rayquaza, but on a more localized, regional scale. Landorus is said to descend from the clouds to quell the destructive rampages of Tornadus and Thundurus, bringing peace and prosperity back to the land. Its role is that of a benevolent guardian, a protector of agriculture and the natural order. This dynamic, with two chaotic forces and one benevolent balancer, mirrors the Gruden, Kyogre, and Rayquaza trio, but with a distinct emphasis on the immediate impact on human civilization and the natural environment. Their motivations, much like the Weather trio, remain shrouded in a certain ambiguity. Are Tornadus and Thundurus intentionally malevolent, or are their destructive actions simply the unbridled expression of their elemental powers, a force of nature indifferent to the consequences? Landorus, in contrast, appears to possess a more conscious sense of purpose, a desire to foster life and maintain equilibrium. The introduction of their Therian forms adds another layer to their mystery. These forms, revealed through the reveal glass, are said to represent their true ancient appearances, their natural state before they took on more humanoid, incarnate forms. This suggests a transformation, a shift from a more primal, animalistic existence to a form that is perhaps more understandable or even more approachable to humans. What prompted this transformation? Was it a conscious choice, a way to interact with the world differently, or was it a natural evolution, a response to the changing environment and the rise of civilization? The Therian forms, with their more distinct animal characteristics, seem to embody their elemental powers with greater intensity and clarity, as if shedding a veil to reveal their true, untamed nature. This shift in appearance, from incarnate to Therian, raises questions about their adaptability and their connection to the ancient world, much like the primal reversions of Gruden and Kyogre. It speaks to a deeper history, an era when these powerful entities existed in a more raw, unfiltered state, their powers shaping the very landscape of the Unova region. Another intriguing set of legendary Pokémon are the guardian deities of Alola: Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini. These four Pokémon are revered as the protectors of their respective islands, Melemele, Akala, Ula Ula, and Pony. Each Tapu is a dual type, combining their unique elemental affinity with the fairy type, an interesting juxtaposition of raw power and mystical charm. Tapu Koko, a dual electric fairy type, guards Melemele Island. It is known for its incredible speed and its ability to gather electricity from the surrounding environment. Its aggressive but curious nature makes it a formidable protector, constantly patrolling his territory. Tapu Lele, a dual psychic sound fairy type, protects Akala Island. It is said to scatter glowing scales that can heal or harm, depending on its mood. Its capricious and sometimes cruel nature adds a layer of unpredictable mystery to its benevolent role as a guardian. Tapu Bulu, a dual grass fairy type, watches over Ula Ula Island. It possesses immense physical strength and the power to manipulate vegetation. Its calm, almost lazy demeanor belies its incredible might, only stirring to action when its island is truly threatened. Tapu Fini, a dual water fairy type, is the guardian of Pony Island. It is associated with a sacred mist that can purify both body and mind, but it is also known for its elusive and somewhat melancholy nature, often testing those who seek its power. The most captivating mystery surrounding the Tapu is their relationship with humanity and their role as guardians. Unlike many other legendaries who might act on a global scale, the Tapu are deeply intertwined with the specific islands and the people who inhabit them. They are not simply creatures of immense power. They are cultural icons, spiritual figures, and active participants in the lives of the Alolan people. The Tapu in their names signifies their sacred status, and their influence is woven into the very fabric of Alolan society. They appear to have a direct, almost personal connection with the islanders, often observed interacting with them, sometimes playfully, sometimes with a stern warning. This level of engagement is unique among legendary Pokémon, suggesting a more evolved relationship between these powerful beings and the mortal world. Their motivations, however, are not always straightforward. While they are protectors, their methods can be harsh, their temperaments unpredictable. Tapu Lele, for example, is known to be quite dangerous, capable of inflicting serious harm with its scales, despite its role as a guardian. This duality, this blend of protection and potential peril, makes them fascinating figures. The trials set by the Tapu, which young trainers must undertake to prove their worth, further solidify their active role in the lives of the Alolan people. These trials are not simply tests of strength, but often tests of character, wisdom, and respect for the natural world. This suggests that the Tapu are not just preserving the islands physically, but also culturally and spiritually. They are upholding traditions, imparting values, and ensuring that the next generation understands the delicate balance of their home. The concept of the island guardian itself is a mystery. What exactly are they guarding against? External threats? Internal corruption? Or are they simply maintaining the natural order, ensuring the continued prosperity of their islands? Their existence as a quartet, each with a distinct personality and elemental affinity, but united by their fairy typing and their role as guardians, suggests a deeper, more cohesive spiritual system at play within Alola. Their shared connection to the Ether Foundation and their role in the Ultra Beast crisis further highlights their importance. They are not isolated entities. They are part of a larger ecological and cosmic framework, reacting to threats that transcend the boundaries of their individual islands. The gentle hum of their protective energy, the quiet rustle of their sacred presence slowly envelops you, drawing you deeper into a state of profound peace. Consider the enigmatic nature of Zygarde, the order Pokémon, a legendary from the Kalos region. Zygarde is truly unique among legendary Pokémon, as it exists not as a single entity, but as a collection of individual cells and cores. These smaller components can then assemble into various forms, each with increasing power and complexity. The Zygarde cells are tiny, worm-like organisms found scattered throughout the world, capable of sensing changes in the ecosystem. Zygarde cores are more intelligent and self-aware, acting as the brains of the collective. When these cells and cores assemble, they can form Zygarde 10% form, a canine-like creature known for its swift movements. Further assembly leads to Zygarde 50% form, its most commonly seen serpentine form, a powerful guardian of the ecosystem. And finally, when the ecosystem is gravely threatened, all the cells and cores gather to form Zygarde complete form, a colossal, humanoid entity with immense power, capable of restoring balance to the world. The central mystery of Zygarde lies in its very existence as a fragmented being. Why does it exist in pieces? What caused this fragmentation, and what is the purpose of its gradual assembly? Unlike other legendaries, who are born fully formed, Zygarde is a living, evolving system, a manifestation of the world's natural order itself. Its motivation is purely ecological, to maintain the balance of the ecosystem, to neutralize any threats that might disrupt the natural flow of life. It does not act out of malice or ambition, but out of an inherent, almost instinctual drive to preserve the planet. This makes its actions feel less like conscious decisions and more like the natural forces of the world reacting to imbalances. The concept of Zygarde being the order is also profound. It isn't just about preventing destruction, it's about ensuring that life continues, that the delicate web of existence remains intact. The sheer number of Zygarde cells scattered across the globe, and the fact that they can be found by trainers, raises questions about its omnipresence. Is Zygarde a singular entity spread thin, or is it a collective consciousness, a network of awareness that spans the entire planet? The idea that these tiny cells, individually insignificant, can unite to form such a powerful being speaks to the strength of unity and the interconnectedness of all life. It also suggests that the order it maintains isn't just about large-scale ecological events, but also about the subtle, everyday shifts in the environment. The existence of Zygarde complete form as a last resort, appearing only when the ecosystem is truly on the brink, underscores its ultimate power and its role as a failsafe for the planet. It is the world's immune system, a powerful defense mechanism that activates when all else fails. Its silent, vigilant watch over the planet, its slow, deliberate assembly, offers a comforting sense of underlying stability, a deep-seated assurance that even in chaos, order will eventually be restored, pulling you deeper into a state of tranquil slumber. The enigmatic nature of the creation trio from the Sinnoh region, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, also presents profound mysteries that transcend mere power. These three are said to have been born from Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, and are responsible for shaping the very fabric of reality. Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, a steel dragon type, is the master of time. It is said to have created time itself, and its heartbeat drives the flow of all existence, moving history forward. Its very presence can accelerate or decelerate time, and it has the power to travel through eras, past, present, and future. Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, a water dragon type, is the master of space. It is said to have created space, and its breath expands the universe, giving shape and dimension to everything within it. Its ability to warp space allows it to travel across vast distances instantly and manipulate the very fabric of reality. Giratina, the renegade Pokemon, a ghost dragon type, is a creature of antimatter and distortion. It resides in the distortion world, a dimension opposite to our own, where the laws of physics are defied and time and space are twisted. It was banished to this realm for its aggressive nature, acting as a balance to Dialga and Palkia's influence. The primary mystery surrounding this trio lies in their fundamental roles in creation. If Dialga controls time and Palkia controls space, what exactly is their relationship to the concept of existence itself? Are they simply extensions of Arceus's will, or do they possess their own independent consciousness and motivations within their cosmic domains? The very idea of Pokemon creating fundamental concepts like time and space is mind-boggling. Placing them at the apex of all existence puts in the Pokemon world. Their power is not just about physical force, it's about the very parameters that define reality. The legends often describe their clashes as events that could unravel the universe, a testament to the immense, almost incomprehensible power they wield. Giratina's role as the Renegade adds an intriguing layer of complexity. Its banishment to the distortion world suggests a deviation from the harmonious creation process, a darker, more volatile aspect of primeval power. What was the nature of its rebellion? Was it a conscious act of defiance, or was its destructive nature simply an inherent part of its being, a necessary counterpoint to the order brought by Dialga and Palkia? The distortion world itself is a profound mystery, a dimension of paradox and altered physics, a testament to Giratina's unique control over antimatter and distortion. It acts as a kind of cosmic prison, yet also a place of immense power where Giratina reigns supreme. This dimension, existing parallel to our own, hints at the vast, unexplored depths of the Pokemon multiverse. The quiet contemplation of those vast cosmic forces, the gentle unraveling of time and space in your mind, can lead to a deeply peaceful state, allowing your thoughts to drift and dissipate into the boundless expanse of the universe, guiding you towards the most serene and profound sleep. What if every Elite Four member across all regions had legendary Pokemon teams instead of their regular rosters? The Elite Four are supposed to represent the pinnacle of regional training excellence, the final gatekeepers before champion battles, yet most rely on standard Pokemon that any dedicated trainer could theoretically obtain. But legendary Pokemon exist in canon, scattered across regions, and often left unused by the narrative. The Pokemon World Tournament in Black 2 and White 2 already established the precedent for elite trainers using legendary teams in official competition. So let's redistribute these mythical powerhouses to create the most challenging Elite Four gauntlets imaginable. The rules are simple but strict. Each Elite Four member gets exactly 6 legendary or mythical Pokemon that align with their canonical type specialty and personality. No Ultra Beasts, since they technically exist outside normal legendary classification. No repeated legendaries across different trainers, creating scarcity and forcing creative distributions. Each region's Elite Four will utilize that region's signature battle gimmick: Mega Evolution for Kanto through Kalos, Z moves for Alola, Gigantamax for Galar, and Terastallization for Paldea. We're walking through every region in canonical order, starting with the original Kanto Elite Four. Lorelei's team would be Articuno, Suicune, Rigetse, Kyurem, Palkia, and Cresselia, with Mega Articuno as her ace. Ice represents precision and control, the ability to halt momentum and dictate battle tempo through calculated freezing strategies. Articuno fits perfectly as her signature, the legendary ice bird that embodies her cool, collected demeanor from the Savai Islands. Suicune brings Aurora-powered elegance while maintaining ice synergy through Blizzard and Aurora Beam coverage. Regis provides the defensive wall strategy she's known for, an ancient golem that can tank hits while setting up devastating ice attacks. Kyurem adds raw legendary power with its ability to reshape the battlefield through ice manipulation. Palkia might seem like an odd choice for an ice specialist, but its control over space mirrors how ice trainers control battle flow, plus it learns several ice moves naturally. Cresselia rounds out the team with psychic support and dream-based battlefield control that complements Ice's tempo manipulation perfectly. Bruno's team would be Terrakion, Cobalion, Regirock, Landorus Therian, Gruden, and Marshadow, with Mega Terrakion leading the charge. Fighting represents the warrior's path, raw determination, and physical excellence pushed to legendary extremes. Terrakion serves as the perfect ace, a legendary fighting type that embodies the noble warrior spirit Bruno represents. Cobalion continues the sacred sword theme, adding steel typing for defensive versatility while maintaining that fighting core. Regirock brings the rock typing Bruno canonically uses, an ancient titan that can both tank damage and deal crushing physical attacks. Landorus Therian form provides ground coverage while maintaining the physical powerhouse approach through its incredible attack stat. Groudon might break Bruno's type theme slightly, but hear me out. It represents the ultimate expression of ground and physical power. Plus, Bruno has always used some ground types alongside his fighting specialists. Marshadow completes the team as a fighting legendary that embodies the shadowy training methods and mysterious nature that fighting masters often possess. Agatha's team would be Giratina, Lunala, Yveltal, Hoopa Unbound, Necrozma Dawnwings, and Calyrex Shadow Rider, with Mega Giratina as her ace if it existed. Otherwise, Giratina remains her centerpiece. Ghost represents the boundary between life and death, ancient wisdom, and the power to manipulate reality itself. Giratina perfectly captures Agatha's connection to the spirit world and her role as an elderly trainer who understands mysteries younger trainers cannot fathom. Lunala brings moon-based ghost power that reflects the nocturnal nature of ghost Pokémon and Agatha's preference for battles in darkness. Yveltal adds the legendary destruction aspect that ghost types often embody, the power to drain life force and bring endings. Hoopa Unbound provides psychic support while maintaining supernatural theming through its reality warping portals. Necrozma Dawnwing's form combines ghost typing with legendary light manipulation, creating interesting tactical possibilities. Calyrex Shadow Rider rounds out the team with a regal ghost presence that matches Agatha's status as an Elite Four veteran, plus the speed control that ghost trainers often utilize. Lance's team would be Rayquaza, Dialga, Reshiram, Zekrom, Eternatus, and Roaring Moon, with Mega Rayquaza as his undisputed ace. Dragon represents mastery over legendary power itself, the pinnacle of Pokemon training, where only the most skilled can command these ancient beings. Rayquaza serves as the perfect signature, the sky dragon that mediates between legendary forces and embodies the raw power Lance has always represented. Dialga brings time manipulation to complement dragon typing, plus the steel secondary typing adds defensive options. Lance's canon teams sometimes lack. Reshiram and Zekrom together represent the ultimate legendary dragon duo, truth and ideals, unified under Lance's leadership, showcasing his growth as both trainer and champion. Eternatus provides the legendary poison dragon combination that creates unique battle scenarios while maintaining overwhelming power. Roaring Moon, while technically a paradox Pokemon, functions as a legendary tier ancient dragon that connects to Lance's fascination with dragon history and prehistoric power. Moving into Johto, we encounter the same Elite Four structure, but with different legendary distributions due to our no-repeat rule. Will's team would be Mewtwo, Deoxys, Celebi, Mew, Espeon, and Delcatty. But wait, Espeon and Delcatty aren't legendary. Let me revise that. Will's team would be Mewtwo, Deoxys, Celebi, Mew, Latios, and Latias, with Mega Mewtwo Y as his ace. Psychic represents the power of the mind pushed to its absolute limits, telepathic abilities, and reality manipulation through pure mental force. Mewtwo obviously serves as the ultimate psychic legendary, created specifically to be the most powerful psychic Pokemon in existence, matching Will's scholarly approach to psychic mastery. Deoxys brings alien intelligence and the ability to change forms mid-battle, reflecting the adaptability that top-tier psychic trainers must possess. Celebi adds time travel capabilities while maintaining psychic typing, plus the grass secondary typing provides coverage options. Mew provides the ancestral psychic foundation, the original from which all psychic power theoretically derives. Latios and Latias complete the team as the Eon duo, legendary psychic dragons that can share thoughts and coordinate attacks in ways that showcase advanced psychic battle strategies. Koga's team would be Eternatus actually goes to Lance, so Koga gets Nihilego, Buzzwole, Circuitry, Celesteela, Kartana, and Guzzlord. But wait, I said no Ultra Beasts. Let me correct this. Koga's team would be Crobat, Venomoth, Muk, Fortress, Ariados, and Tentacruel, but none of those are legendary. This creates a problem, since poison legendary Pokemon are extremely rare. Koga's team would be Naganadel if we allowed Ultra Beasts, but under our rules, we need to get creative. Koga's team would be Arceus Poison type, with Poison Plate, Eternatus, but that goes to Lance, so let's say Overquill from Legends Arceus, but that's not legendary either. Actually, let me restructure this. The poison typing presents a legitimate challenge, since very few legendary Pokemon are poison type. Koga's team would be Arceus with Poison Plate, Nihilego if we break the Ultra Beast rule just for him, and then we'd need to branch into dual-type legendaries that learn poison moves or have poison associations. Koga's team would be Arceus Poison Plate, and then 5 other legendaries that either learn poison moves or have thematic connections to poison and ninja arts. Koga's team would be Arceus with Poison Plate, Zygarde for its snake-like form, and earth-based powers that connect to ninja earthwork, Cresselia for its dream manipulation that mirrors how poison affects consciousness, Darkrai for its nightmare abilities that parallel poison's debilitating effects, Shaman for its plant connections, since many poisons come from plants, and Victini for the speed and agility that ninja masters require. Mega Arceus would be the ace if such a form existed, otherwise Arceus remains the centerpiece. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Yveltal goes to Agatha, so Darkrai, Umbreon, but that's not legendary. Absol, but not legendary either. This is the same problem as Koga. Dark-type legendary Pokemon are limited. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Hoopa Unbound goes to Agatha, so Darkrai, and we need 5 more. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma base form for its light-absorbing darkness theme. Lunala goes to Agatha, so Solgaleo actually no, that's not dark type. Karen's team would be Darkrai as the obvious ace. Yveltal, but that goes to Agatha. Necrozma for its light absorption. Giratina goes to Agatha, so we need different options. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma, Marshadow goes to Bruno, so Calyrex Shadow Rider goes to Agatha. Let me completely restart Karen with available dark associations. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma base form, Arceus with Dread Plate, Zygarde for its serpentine darkness themes, Kyurem Black for its dark-colored form and cold darkness associations, and Hoopa Confined form for its mischievous dark typing, with Mega Darkrai as her ace. Dark represents the hidden aspects of Pokemon training, the psychological warfare and unconventional strategies that Karen has always embodied. Darkrai obviously fits as the nightmare Pokemon that can manipulate sleep and dreams, perfect for Karen's mind games approach. Necrozma brings the light-devouring aspect that dark trainers often utilize, absorbing energy and turning it against opponents. Arceus with Dread Plate provides the ultimate dark-type foundation while giving Karen access to the original Pokemon's power. Zygarde connects to dark themes through its serpentine design and its role as a hidden guardian that operates from shadows. Kyurem Black form adds the legendary Ice Dark aesthetic while providing powerful physical attacks. Hoopa Confined brings the trickster element that Karen's strategies often employ, using misdirection and unconventional tactics to achieve victory. Bruno in Johto keeps the same team as Kanto since he appears in both regions canonically, maintaining consistency with Terrakion, Cobalion, Regirock, Landorus Therian, Groudon, and Marshadow with Mega Terrakion. Will in Johto would have Celebi, Mew, Jirachi, Shaman Skyform, Victini, and Meloetta, with Mega Celebi as his ace. Psychic represents the power of mental connection and foresight that Will demonstrates through his elegant battling style. Celebi fits perfectly as the time-traveling forest guardian that connects to Will's gentle nature and his role as the calm, collected member of the Elite Four. Mew provides the psychic foundation as the original psychic legendary, with its infinite move pool matching Will's versatility. Jirachi brings the wish-granting aspect that mirrors how psychic Pokemon can make the impossible seem possible through telekinesis and prediction. Shaman Skyform adds the graceful flying element that matches Will's theatrical mask-wearing persona and his preference for elegant aerial maneuvers. Victini provides the victory-ensuring psychic boost that Will would use to guarantee his strategic advantage. Meloetta gives him the artistic connection through its song-based powers that complement his performance-oriented battle style. Lance gets the Dragon Legendary team he deserves as champion, featuring Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Reshiram, and Zekrom, with Mega Rayquaza as his ace. Dragon represents ultimate power and the mastery that Lance has always claimed as the Dragon Master and champion of two regions. Rayquaza brings the Sky Serpent that perfectly matches Lance's cape-wearing dramatic flair and his connection to flying-type moves. Dialga and Palkia provide the temporal and spatial control that a champion needs to manage battles across dimensions of strategy. Giratina adds the antimatter dragon that shows Lance can control even the most dangerous legendary forces. Reshiram and Zekrom give him the truth and ideals dragons that represent the dual nature of being both Elite Four member and champion, balancing power with responsibility. Hoenn's Elite Four brings new challenges with their diverse typing requirements. Sydney would have Darkrai, Yveltal, Necrozma, Giratina, Hoopa Unbound, and Guzzlord, with Mega Yveltal as his ace if such a form existed. Otherwise, Yveltal remains his signature. Dark represents the rebellious spirit and unconventional tactics that Sydney embodies as the punk rock Elite Four member. Yveltal fits as the destruction Pokémon that matches Sydney's aggressive battling style and his preference for overwhelming offensive pressure. Darkrai provides the nightmare manipulation that Sydney would use to psychologically intimidate opponents before battles even begin. Necrozma brings the light-absorbing capabilities that complement Dark-type strategies of draining opponent resources. Giratina adds the banished legendary that mirrors Sydney's outsider aesthetic and his rejection of traditional Elite Four formality. Hoopa Unbound gives him the chaotic portal summoning power that matches his unpredictable battle strategies. Guzzlord provides the Ultra Beast element that represents Sydney's willingness to embrace the dangerous and unknown aspects of Pokémon training. Phoebe would command Lunala, Marshadow, Giratina, Hoopa, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Spectrier with Mega Lunala as her ace. Ghost represents the connection between worlds that Phoebe maintains through her spiritual training and her ability to communicate with departed Pokémon spirits. Lunala fits perfectly as the moon legendary that travels between dimensions, matching Phoebe's role as a bridge between the living and spirit worlds. Marshadow brings the shadow-dwelling fighter that can hide in any shadow, perfect for Phoebe's sneaky battle tactics and her preference for surprise attacks. Giratina provides the reverse world access that Phoebe would use to outmaneuver opponents by attacking from unexpected dimensional angles. Hoopa gives her portal manipulation abilities that complement her spiritual travel between realms. Calyrex Shadow Rider adds the Ghost Riding King that matches her regal presence despite her casual appearance. Spectrier provides the pure ghost horse that represents the spiritual mounts that carry souls between worlds in the folklore that inspires Phoebe's training philosophy. Glacia would have Articuno, Kyurem, Regis, Suicune, Calyrex Ice Rider, and Glastrier with Mega Articuno as her ace. Ice represents precision and control through freezing perfection, which matches Glacia's calculated approach to battles and her emphasis on defensive strategies that gradually wear down opponents. Articuno brings the legendary Ice Bird that can freeze entire battlefields with blizzard attacks, perfect for Glacia's preference for controlling battle conditions. Kyurem provides the boundary Pokémon that represents the balance between ice and dragon power that Glacia maintains in her elegant yet devastating attack patterns. Regis adds the Ice Age legendary that can withstand any attack while slowly building up for massive counterstrikes. Suicune gives her the Aurora Pokémon, whose grace and beauty match Glacia's refined battling style and her appreciation for ice-type aesthetic perfection. Calyrex Ice Rider brings the King Legendary mounted on ice, representing the royal control that ice trainers exercise over battle tempo. Glastrier provides the pure ice horse, whose charging attacks complement Glacia's strategy of building momentum through defensive positioning before launching devastating offensive combinations. Drake would command Rayquaza, Latios, Latias, Salamence, but that is not legendary. So Eternatus, Regidrago, and Cyclizar, but that is not legendary either. Drake's team would be Rayquaza, Latios, Latias, Eternatus, Regidrago, and Dialga, with Mega Rayquaza as his ace. Dragon represents the ancient power and wisdom that Drake has accumulated through decades of sailing and training with dragon Pokémon across the world's oceans. Rayquaza fits as the sky serpent that rules above the seas, where Drake has spent his career, bringing weather control that matches his naval expertise. Latios and Latias provide the jet Pokémon that can keep pace with Drake's sailing adventures while offering the psychic dragon combination that reflects his strategic mind. Eternatus adds the gigantic legendary that represents the overwhelming power that dragon masters eventually learn to control. Regidrago brings the dragon energy crystallized into legendary form, showing Drake's connection to the pure essence of dragon power. Dialga gives him time manipulation abilities that reflect how dragon masters like Drake seem to slow down battles through their experience and tactical patience. Steven remains champion with Mewtwo, Mew, Deoxys, Jirachi, Latios, and Celebi, with Mega Mewtwo X as his ace. Steel represents precision and perfection in both craftsmanship and battle, but Steven's legendary team focuses on the psychic types that complement his analytical mind and his geological research into rare stones and metals. Mewtwo provides the artificially perfected legendary that matches Steven's appreciation for human achievement in Pokémon development. Deoxys brings the space virus legendary, whose crystalline forms connect to Steven's geological expertise and his fascination with rare materials from beyond Earth. Sinnoh's Elite Four operates under Mega Evolution restrictions since the region introduced the mechanic canonically. Aaron would have Genesect, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Volcarona but not legendary, so Scyther but not legendary. Aaron's team would be Genesect, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Kartana for its blade-like insect qualities, Celesteela for its bamboo rocket design that resembles certain insect cocoons, and Xurkitree for its wire-like appendages that mirror insect legs, with Mega Genesect as his ace. Bug represents evolution and adaptation through metamorphosis, which Aaron embodies through his energetic personality and his belief that bug Pokémon can overcome any disadvantage through proper development. Genesect brings the ancient bug legendary modified with modern technology, perfect for Aaron's philosophy that bug types can compete with any other type through innovation. Buzzwole provides the muscle-flexing Ultra Beast that shows how bug Pokémon can achieve incredible physical power through proper training. Pheromosa adds the elegant speedster that demonstrates bug-type grace and agility taken to legendary extremes. Kartana gives him the paper-cutting Ultra Beast, whose blade abilities show how bug types can develop cutting techniques that rival steel-type attacks. Celesteela brings the rocket-launching capabilities that bugs would develop if they could grow to massive sizes. Xurkitree provides the electrical generation that many real insects use for communication. scaled up to legendary proportions. Bertha would command Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Primal Groudon actually that is the same Pokemon, so Groudon, Landorus both forms, Zygarde, Ting-Lu for its ground vessel design, Garchomp but not legendary. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Great Tusk for its ancient ground type design, Ting-Lu for its earth vessel, legendary status, and Claydol but not legendary. Let me restart Bertha properly. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Ting-Lu, Wo-Chien since it lives in wooden tablets that connect to Earth, and Chien-Pao, but that is Ice type. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Ting-Lu, Great Tusk, and Regirock, with Mega Groudon as her ace. Ground represents the foundation and stability that Bertha provides as the most experienced Elite Four member, using Earth-based attacks that demonstrate patience and overwhelming power. Groudon brings the continent-creating legendary that can reshape entire battlefields through drought and earthquake attacks. Landorus Therian provides the fertility Pokemon whose ground-flying combination matches Bertha's ability to control both terrain and aerial space. Zygarde complete form gives her the order-maintaining legendary that represents how ground types serve as the foundation for all other Pokemon types. Ting-Lu brings the Vessel legendary, whose earth-based design connects to Bertha's pottery and earthenware interests. Great Tusk adds the ancient ground type that shows how ground Pokemon have remained powerful throughout evolutionary history. Regirock provides the rock ground legendary, whose defensive capabilities match Bertha's patient defensive battle style. Flannery gets promoted to Elite Four in this timeline, since Hoenn only has 4 Elite Four members canonically, and her team would be Ho-Oh, Moltres, Entei, Heatran, Volcanion, and Chi-Yu, with Mega Ho-Oh as her ace. Fire represents passion and intensity that burns away all obstacles, perfectly matching Flannery's enthusiastic personality and her grandfather's legacy at Lava Ridge Gym. Ho-Oh brings the Rainbow Legendary, whose sacred fire can revive defeated Pokemon, connecting to Flannery's belief that fire types never truly lose as long as their fighting spirit remains. Moltres provides the Flame Bird, whose molten feathers create the intense heat that Flannery uses to overwhelm opponents before they can establish defensive strategies. Entei adds the Volcano Legendary, whose eruption-based attacks match the geological setting of Lava Ridge Town and its hot springs. Heatran gives her the Magma Pokemon, whose steel-fire typing represents the forging process that creates the strongest materials through intense heat. Volcanion brings the Steam Legendary, whose water-fire combination shows how Fire Masters can control even opposing elements. Chi-Yu provides the Goldfish Legendary, whose Fire-Dark typing adds the passionate intensity that can burn through any resistance. Cynthia remains champion with Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Darkrai, and Cresselia, with Mega Arceus as her ace assuming such a form existed, otherwise Arceus remains her signature. Her team represents the complete mastery of Sinnoh's legendary Pokemon and the mythological knowledge that makes her the strongest champion. Arceus provides the original Pokemon, whose type-changing abilities match Cynthia's versatility across multiple Pokemon types in her canonical team. Dialga and Palkia give her control over time and space, representing the dimensional thinking that Cynthia applies to battle strategy and Pokemon research. Giratina adds the antimatter legendary that shows Cynthia's willingness to explore even the most dangerous aspects of Pokemon mythology. Darkrai brings the nightmare legendary, whose dream manipulation reflects Cynthia's psychological approach to battles. Cresselia provides the dream protection that balances Darkrai's nightmares, showing how Cynthia maintains harmony between opposing forces. This legendary team elevates every Elite Four challenge to champion level difficulty, creating the most demanding Pokemon League in any region, while maintaining the thematic connections that make each trainer's identity recognizable through their legendary partners. And there you have it, every Elite Four member across all regions equipped with legendary Pokemon teams that match their canonical personalities and battle philosophies, while creating the ultimate challenge for any trainer brave enough to face them. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary Elite Four rosters if you were designing the ultimate Pokemon League challenge. But wait, we need to address what happens when trainers actually face these legendary powered Elite Four members, because giving every Elite Four legendary teams fundamentally changes how Pokemon League challenges work across every region. Unlike canon, where Elite Four members use strong but obtainable Pokemon that trainers can realistically counter with proper strategy and type matchups, legendary teams create an entirely different tier of difficulty that transforms the Pokemon League from a skill-based challenge into something approaching mythical trials. Starting with Kanto, trainers who somehow manage to defeat Bruno's legendary fighting team and Agatha's legendary ghost squad still face the psychological warfare of Karen's legendary dark types before confronting Lance's legendary dragon powerhouse. The progression creates a gauntlet where each victory feels increasingly impossible, unlike canon, where trainers can exploit known weaknesses in Elite Four teams. Lorelei's legendary Ice Team becomes the opening statement that this league operates under completely different rules, with Articuno and Kyurem setting a baseline power level that exceeds most champions from canon timelines. Johto presents the most interesting case because Will, Koga, Bruno, and Karen now field legendary teams that surpass Lance's canonical Dragon Squad in raw power, creating a situation where the champion becomes the easier battle compared to his Elite Four. This inverts the traditional league structure and means trainers must peak during the Elite Four gauntlet, rather than saving their strongest strategies for the champion fight. Lance's legendary dragon team still outclasses his Elite Four, but the gap narrows significantly compared to canon, where his Dragonite could sweep most Elite Four rosters single-handedly. Hoenn's legendary Elite Four creates the most balanced challenge because Sydney's legendary dark types, Phoebe's legendary Ghost Squad, Glacia's legendary Ice Team, and Drake's legendary Dragon roster all operate at comparable power levels, unlike canon, where type matchups could create easy victories against specific members. Steven's legendary Steel Team maintains champion superiority, but trainers face 4 consecutive legendary battles that each require championship-level strategy and preparation. The removal of type-based exploitation means trainers cannot rely on bringing one strong counter-type to sweep an entire Elite Four members team. Sinnoh becomes the ultimate test because Aaron's legendary Bug Team, Bertha's legendary Ground Squad, Flannery's legendary Fire roster, and Lucian's legendary Psychic Powerhouse Each present unique legendary challenges before facing Cynthia's creation trio and mythical Pokemon. Unlike Canon, where Cynthia's diverse team was her main advantage, this timeline gives her legendary Pokemon that individually outclass entire canonical Elite Four rosters. Trainers must demonstrate mastery across bug, ground, fire, and psychic legendary matchups before proving they can handle Pokemon that control time, space, and antimatter itself. Unova's Elite. Four legendary teams create a different dynamic because Chantal's legendary ghost types, Grimsley's legendary dark squad, Caitlyn's legendary psychic roster, and Marshall's legendary fighting powerhouse represent four distinct legendary philosophies rather than just type specializations. Unlike Canon, where Elite Four members had clear weaknesses that skilled trainers could exploit, legendary teams eliminate most traditional counter strategies and force trainers to develop new approaches for each battle. Alder's legendary bug team maintains thematic consistency while providing championship level power that justifies his position above four legendary wielding Elite Four members. Kalos transforms into the most technically demanding leagues because Malva's legendary fire types, Seabold's legendary water squad, Wickstrom's legendary steel roster, and Drasna's legendary dragon powerhouse each utilize different battle gimmicks from Mega Evolution to Z moves, creating a progressive tutorial in legendary Pokemon mastery. Unlike Canon, where Diantha's Mega Gardevoir was her signature advantage, her legendary fairy team demonstrates complete mastery over legendary Pokemon that embody different aspects of fairy type mythology and power. Alola presents unique challenges because the Elite Four legendary teams must account for Z moves and the Island Challenge tradition that emphasizes cultural connection to Pokemon rather than pure power. Hala's legendary fighting squad, Olivia's legendary rock team, Acerola's legendary ghost roster, and Kahili's Sos legendary flying powerhouse each represent Island Guardian level challenges that prepare trainers for facing legendary Pokemon in competitive battle. Unlike Canon, where Kukui served as the final boss with a diverse team, his legendary normal types create a championship battle that celebrates the diversity and potential within every Pokemon type. Galar's Elite Four legendary teams operate under Dynamax rules that amplify legendary Pokemon power to unprecedented levels, creating battles where Gigantamax legendary Pokemon can alter battlefield conditions and weather patterns for the entire match. Unlike Canon, where Leon's Charizard was his ace, despite having other strong Pokemon, his legendary Dragon team with Gigantamax Eternatus represents the ultimate expression of Galar's Dynamax phenomenon applied to legendary Pokemon mastery. Paldea's Elite Four creates the most strategically complex challenges because Terastallization allows legendary Pokemon to change types mid-battle, eliminating the traditional type-based strategies that trainers rely on when facing legendary opponents. Rika's legendary ground types can terastallize into unexpected types, forcing trainers to prepare for multiple type combinations from each legendary Pokemon rather than planning around fixed typings. The ripple effects extend beyond individual battles because legendary Elite Four teams fundamentally change how trainers prepare for Pokemon League challenges. Unlike Canon, where trainers could research Elite Four teams and develop specific counter strategies, legendary teams require trainers to achieve near championship level mastery before attempting any Elite Four challenge. This means most trainers spend significantly more time training and developing their teams before challenging any league, creating a higher baseline skill level across all competitive trainers. Regional Pokemon populations shift because trainers seeking to challenge legendary Elite Four teams must capture and train Pokemon capable of battling legendary opponents, driving demand for pseudo legendary Pokemon, Pokemon with legendary tier stats, and Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution, Z moves, Gigantamax, or Terastallization. Unlike Canon, where diverse teams could succeed through strategy and type advantages, legendary Elite Four teams create pressure for trainers to build teams around the most powerful, non legendary Pokemon available. The champion role evolves because champions must now field legendary teams that clearly surpass their legendary Elite Four members, creating a hierarchy where champions become legendary Pokemon masters rather than skilled trainers with strong teams. Unlike Canon, where champions like Lance, Steven, Cynthia, and Leon were distinguished by their strategic mastery and bond with their ace Pokemon, legendary champions must demonstrate mastery over multiple legendary Pokemon simultaneously. International tournaments like the Pokemon World Championships transform completely because every region now produces trainers who have defeated legendary Pokemon teams to earn their league victories, creating a global competitive scene where legendary Pokemon become standard rather than exceptional. Unlike Canon, where legendary Pokemon were restricted or banned from most competitive formats, this timeline normalizes legendary Pokemon in competitive play and creates new tournament formats designed around legendary team battles. The Pokemon League system itself evolves because the massive difficulty spike created by legendary Elite Four teams means fewer trainers successfully complete league challenges, making league victory a much rarer achievement that carries greater prestige. Unlike Canon, where multiple trainers could reasonably challenge and defeat Elite Four members each year, legendary teams create a bottleneck where only the most exceptional trainers advance past the Elite Four, fundamentally changing the Pokemon League from a test of skill to a trial of legendary Pokemon mastery. And there you have it. Every Elite Four member across all regions, equipped with legendary Pokemon teams that create the ultimate Pokemon League challenge, while maintaining their canonical personalities and transforming competitive Pokemon training into legendary Pokemon mastery. The breeding and Pokemon research industries undergo massive transformation because trainers desperately seeking Pokemon capable of battling legendary teams drive unprecedented demand for perfect IV breeding, hidden abilities, and optimal movesets. Unlike Canon, where casual trainers could succeed with wild-caught Pokemon and basic training, legendary Elite Four teams create market pressure for Pokemon breeding services, move tutors, and specialized training facilities. Professor Oak, Professor Elm, and other Pokemon researchers find their work shifting toward understanding how non-legendary Pokemon can achieve legendary tier performance through breeding, training, and bond enhancement. The Pokemon Day care system expands exponentially because trainers need access to perfectly bred Pokemon with competitive movesets and abilities, creating a cottage industry around producing Pokemon specifically designed to battle legendary opponents. Gym leaders across all regions face increased pressure to prepare trainers for the legendary Elite Four challenge, forcing them to upgrade their own teams and training methods. Unlike canon, where gym leaders served as stepping stones with moderate difficulty curves, they now must prepare trainers for opponents wielding Mewtwo, Lugia, and other legendary Pokémon. Brock upgrades from Onyx and Graveler to teams featuring Tyranitar and Aggron with Mega Evolution capabilities. Misty incorporates Gyarados with Mega Evolution and powerful water types like Melodic to prepare trainers for Suicune and other legendary water types. Latito's Surge adds Magnezone and Electivire to prepare challengers for Zapdos and Thundurus. Each gym leader becomes a mini Elite Four member in terms of team strength, creating a much steeper difficulty progression throughout each region's gym challenge. The Pokemon Center network expands dramatically because the increased intensity of training required to challenge legendary Elite Four teams results in more injured Pokemon, longer recovery times, and greater demand for healing services. Nurse Joy and her network of Pokemon centers become crucial infrastructure supporting the legendary Elite Four system with specialized equipment for treating Pokemon that have battled legendary opponents. Unlike canon, where most Pokemon Center visits involved routine healing after standard battles, legendary Elite Four preparation creates demand for specialized recovery services, rare healing items, and extended care for Pokemon pushed to their absolute limits during training. Regional criminal organizations face completely different dynamics because legendary Elite Four members create a deterrent effect that makes large-scale criminal operations nearly impossible. Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Galactic, and other organizations must completely rethink their strategies because regions protected by legendary Elite Four teams have legendary Pokemon actively defending them. Unlike canon, where criminal teams could operate relatively freely until confronted by the protagonist, legendary Elite Four members serve as regional guardians who can respond to major threats with overwhelming legendary Pokemon power. Giovanni's Team Rocket faces immediate opposition from Kanto's legendary Elite Four when attempting large-scale operations, forcing them to abandon plans involving legendary Pokemon capture or regional domination. Team Magma and Team Aqua discover that Hoenn's legendary Elite Four can counter their legendary Pokemon schemes with equal or superior legendary power, fundamentally changing the balance of power in each region. The Pokemon contest and Pokemon performance scenes evolve because trainers building teams capable of challenging legendary Elite Four members often possess Pokemon with extraordinary abilities that translate into spectacular contest performances. Unlike canon, where contest Pokemon were typically specialized for beauty and performance rather than battle, legendary Elite Four preparation creates a pool of incredibly powerful Pokemon that can dominate both battle and contest scenes. Coordinators like May and Dawn find themselves competing against trainers whose Pokemon possess near-legendary capabilities, forcing contest judging criteria to evolve and creating new performance categories designed around legendary tier Pokemon abilities. The Grand Festival and other major contest events become showcases for Pokemon that could legitimately challenge Elite Four legendary teams, blurring the line between contest Pokemon and battle-ready legendary counters. Legendary Pokemon themselves experience different treatment because their presence in Elite Four teams normalizes legendary Pokemon in competitive settings while simultaneously increasing their perceived value. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon were typically portrayed as unique, mysterious, and separate from human society. Legendary Elite Four teams integrate these Pokemon into the official Pokemon League structure. Wild legendary Pokemon face increased pressure from trainers seeking to capture legendary teammates capable of battling Elite Four legendary teams, creating a secondary market where trainers specifically hunt legendary Pokemon not for their rarity, but for their competitive necessity. The relationship between humans and legendary Pokemon shifts from reverence and mystery toward partnership and competitive collaboration, fundamentally altering how legendary Pokemon are perceived within Pokemon society. International Pokemon League cooperation increases because regions with legendary Elite Four teams must coordinate to prevent legendary Pokemon from being over-harvested or to share training techniques for legendary Pokemon mastery. Unlike Canon, where each region operated its Pokemon League independently, legendary Elite Four systems require inter-regional cooperation on legendary Pokemon conservation, training standards, and competitive regulations. The Pokemon League becomes a truly international organization with standardized legendary Pokemon usage rules, shared training resources, and collaborative legendary Pokemon research programs designed to support the legendary Elite Four system across all regions. The Pokemon Professor Network evolves into a legendary Pokemon research consortium because understanding legendary Pokemon becomes crucial for supporting trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges. Professor Oak's research expands beyond basic Pokemon behavior into legendary Pokemon psychology, training methods, and human legendary Pokemon bond development. Professor Elm, Professor Birch, Professor Rowan, and other regional professors collaborate on legendary Pokemon research projects that were unnecessary in canon but become essential for supporting the legendary Elite Four system. Unlike canon, where professors primarily studied regional Pokemon ecosystems and evolution, they now focus heavily on legendary Pokemon integration into competitive training and the long-term effects of widespread legendary Pokemon usage in official league battles. The Pokemon storage system, managed by Bill and other PC administrators, undergoes massive upgrades because trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges require expanded storage for large training rosters, specialized legendary Pokemon storage protocols, and enhanced security for valuable legendary Pokemon. Unlike canon, where the PC system handled routine Pokemon storage needs, legendary Elite Four preparation creates demand for legendary Pokemon-specific storage solutions, backup systems for irreplaceable legendary teammates, and advanced security measures protecting legendary Pokemon from theft or tampering. The PC network becomes critical infrastructure supporting the legendary Elite Four system by enabling trainers to maintain the large training rosters necessary for legendary Pokemon mastery. Training facility construction booms across all regions because standard Pokemon training methods prove insufficient for preparing Pokemon to battle legendary opponents. Unlike canon, where trainers could prepare for Elite Four challenges through standard training, legendary Elite Four teams require specialized training facilities equipped with legendary tier training equipment, simulated legendary battle environments, and safety systems capable of handling legendary Pokemon power levels. Private training facilities emerge as essential businesses, serving trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges, creating a new industry around legendary Pokemon battle preparation that did not exist in canon. The Pokemon League Championship tournaments transform into legendary Pokemon Mastery exhibitions where champions must demonstrate superior legendary Pokemon teams that clearly surpass their legendary Elite Four members. Unlike canon, where champions were distinguished by their strategic skills, and ace Pokemon, legendary champions, become legendary Pokemon collectors and masters who field multiple legendary teams. Leon's Charizard, Cynthia's Garchomp, and other iconic champion ace Pokemon become part of larger legendary teams rather than standalone signature Pokemon, fundamentally changing what it means to be a Pokemon champion from skilled trainer to legendary Pokemon master. Regional economies shift because the legendary Elite Four system creates new industries around legendary Pokemon support services, while reducing traditional Pokemon training businesses that cannot adapt to legendary Pokemon requirements. Tourism increases dramatically because legendary Elite Four battles become legendary Pokemon exhibitions that attract visitors from around the world, creating economic benefits for regions hosting legendary Elite Four teams. Unlike canon, where Elite Four battles were primarily local events for serious trainers, legendary Elite Four battles become international attractions featuring legendary Pokemon that most people never see in canon, transforming Pokemon League challenges into legendary Pokemon showcases that drive regional tourism and economic growth. Let me know what you think about how legendary Elite Four teams would reshape the entire Pokemon world, and how you would balance the increased difficulty with maintaining the core Pokemon League experience. The Pokemon breeding industry experiences revolutionary changes because legendary Elite Four teams create unprecedented demand for Pokemon capable of battling legendary opponents. Unlike canon, where breeders focused on producing Pokemon with competitive stats and movesets for standard battles, legendary Elite Four preparation requires breeders to develop Pokemon with legendary tier potential, perfect IVs across all stats, and specialized training from hatching to handle legendary Pokemon battle intensities. Daycare centers evolve into legendary Pokemon preparation facilities, offering early legendary battle exposure programs, legendary Pokemon socialization services, and specialized breeding programs designed to produce Pokemon capable of legendary Elite Four challenges. The breeding market splits into traditional Pokemon breeding for standard trainers and premium legendary preparation breeding for Elite Four challengers, creating a two-tier breeding economy that did not exist in canon. Pokemon research accelerates dramatically because legendary Elite Four teams generate massive amounts of legendary Pokemon battle data that researchers previously could never access. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon research relied on rare sightings and limited interaction opportunities, legendary Elite Four battles provide consistent legendary Pokemon performance data, battle footage, and interaction patterns that revolutionize Pokemon research across multiple fields. Universities establish legendary Pokemon research programs funded by Pokemon League organizations seeking to understand legendary Pokemon battle mechanics, optimal legendary team compositions, and legendary Pokemon care requirements. Research partnerships between Elite Four members and academic institutions create the first systematic studies of legendary Pokemon in competitive battle environments, producing research breakthroughs that advance Pokemon science by decades compared to canon timeline progress. International Pokemon League cooperation increases because legendary Elite Four teams require coordination between regions to prevent legendary Pokemon conflicts and ensure fair legendary Pokemon distribution. Unlike canon, where regional Pokemon leagues operated relatively independently, legendary Elite Four systems necessitate interregional legendary Pokemon treaties, legendary Pokemon sharing agreements, and coordinated legendary Pokemon protection protocols. The Pokemon League International Committee establishes legendary Pokemon allocation guidelines, ensuring that no single region monopolizes specific legendary Pokemon types, creating diplomatic frameworks for legendary Pokemon disputes and establishing precedents for international legendary Pokemon cooperation. Regional champions participate in annual legendary Pokemon summits discussing legendary Pokemon team regulations, legendary Pokemon welfare standards, and collaborative legendary Pokemon research initiatives that strengthen international Pokemon League relationships. Pokemon conservation efforts expand dramatically because legendary Elite Four teams increase human interaction with legendary Pokemon species, creating both opportunities and risks for legendary Pokemon populations. Unlike canon, where most legendary Pokemon lived in isolation with minimal human contact, legendary Elite Four partnerships require ongoing legendary Pokemon welfare monitoring, habitat protection for legendary Pokemon breeding grounds, and conservation programs ensuring legendary Pokemon species sustainability despite increased human involvement. Conservation organizations work with Elite Four members to establish legendary Pokemon sanctuaries, legendary Pokemon rehabilitation programs, and legendary Pokemon population monitoring systems. The increased visibility of legendary Pokemon through Elite Four battles generates public support for legendary Pokemon conservation funding, creating conservation resources that far exceed canon levels while requiring careful management to prevent legendary Pokemon exploitation. Pokemon technology development accelerates because legendary Elite Four battles push Pokemon equipment manufacturers to create technology capable of supporting legendary Pokemon needs. Unlike canon, where Pokemon technology focused on standard Pokemon requirements, legendary Elite Four teams drive innovation in legendary Pokemon transportation systems, legendary Pokemon medical equipment, legendary Pokemon training devices, and legendary Pokemon battle safety technology. Pokeball manufacturers develop specialized legendary Pokemon capture and storage systems. Pokemon centers upgrade to legendary Pokemon medical facilities, and Pokemon equipment companies create legendary Pokemon specific gear. The legendary Pokemon technology sector becomes a major industry serving Elite Four teams, champions, and trainers, preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges, generating technological advances that benefit all Pokemon trainers while being driven by legendary Pokemon requirements. Youth trainer development programs transform because legendary Elite Four teams change what young trainers aspire to achieve and how they prepare for Pokemon training careers. Unlike canon, where young trainers focused on catching their first Pokemon and learning basic battle skills, legendary Elite Four systems inspire young trainers to pursue legendary Pokemon partnerships from the beginning of their training journeys. Pokemon training schools establish legendary Pokemon studies programs, Junior trainer leagues create legendary Pokemon appreciation events, and youth training camps offer legendary Pokemon encounter experiences. The psychological impact of knowing that Elite Four membership requires legendary Pokemon partnerships motivates young trainers to pursue higher training standards, more ambitious goals, and deeper Pokemon partnership philosophies that elevate the entire next generation of Pokemon trainers beyond canon expectations. Regional identity and pride increase because legendary Elite Four teams showcase each region's most powerful legendary Pokemon, creating cultural connections between regions and their legendary Pokemon heritage. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon were mysterious figures in regional folklore, legendary Elite Four teams make legendary Pokemon active representatives of regional power and culture. Kanto's legendary birds become symbols of Kanto's Elite Four excellence. Johto's legendary beasts represent Johto's training traditions, and Hoenn's weather legendaries embody Hoenn's natural power. Regional festivals celebrate legendary Elite Four achievements, regional merchandise features, legendary Elite Four teams, and regional tourism campaigns highlight opportunities to witness legendary Pokemon battles. The legendary Elite Four system strengthens regional identity while creating friendly interregional competition that enhances the global Pokemon community. Pokemon battle strategy evolution reaches unprecedented sophistication because legendary Elite Four battles require strategic thinking that far exceeds canon battle complexity. Unlike canon, where Elite Four strategies focused on type advantages, movesets, and tactical positioning, legendary Elite Four battles involve legendary Pokemon abilities, legendary tier power management, legendary Pokemon synergy effects, and legendary battle environmental factors. Battle analysts develop legendary Pokemon battle theory, strategic frameworks for legendary team composition, and legendary battle prediction models. The strategic complexity of legendary Elite Four battles creates new careers in legendary battle analysis, legendary team consulting, and legendary Pokemon strategy development that serve Elite Four members, champions, and serious challengers preparing for legendary Elite Four encounters. Pokemon League prestige reaches global heights because legendary Elite Four teams establish Pokemon League championships as the ultimate demonstration of Pokemon mastery, attracting international attention that elevates Pokemon training to unprecedented cultural significance. Unlike canon, where Pokemon League victories were regional achievements with limited global recognition, legendary Elite Four championships become worldwide events showcasing the pinnacle of human Pokemon partnership through legendary Pokemon teams. International media coverage of legendary Elite Four battles introduces legendary Pokemon to global audiences, inspiring Pokemon training interest in regions without established Pokemon League systems and creating cultural exchange opportunities centered around legendary Pokemon appreciation. The legendary Elite Four system transforms Pokemon training from regional hobby to global phenomenon while maintaining the core values of Pokemon partnership that define the Pokemon world. And there you have it, a comprehensive look at how legendary Elite Four teams would fundamentally reshape every aspect of the Pokemon world, from individual trainer journeys to global economics, while preserving the essential spirit of Pokemon partnership that makes the Pokemon League system meaningful. Let me know what you think about how legendary Elite Four teams would balance increased difficulty with accessibility, and how you would design legendary Elite Four regulations to maintain fair competition. This expanded role for legendary Pokemon naturally extends to the regional champions. Instead of the relatively modest teams seen in canon, champions now command legendary trios or duo teams as their signature Pokemon, alongside a full complement of pseudo legendaries and other powerful species. Their ace Pokemon are not merely strong, they are often additional legendary Pokemon, perhaps even mythical ones, further elevating the challenge and mystique of the champion title. Consider Lance, who in canon is known for his dragon type specialists. In this legendary infused world, his team would include not just his iconic Dragonite, but also the legendary dragon trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, or perhaps a Reshiram and Zekrom duo. His ace would likely be a Mega Rayquaza, if Mega Evolution is available in that generation without a specific stone, or if he possesses a unique Mega Stone for it, or even an Arceus, if his lineage ties him to the creation myth of his region. This reimagining transforms the champion battle from a final test of skill into an almost insurmountable gauntlet, a true clash of titans that solidifies the champion's status as the undisputed master of their region, and perhaps even a gatekeeper of legendary power. The impact of this legendary team integration reverberates through the entire Pokemon League system, beginning with the gym leaders. While gym leaders do not wield legendary Pokemon themselves, their training methodologies and team compositions are profoundly influenced by the necessary preparation for challenging legendary Elite Four members and champions. Gym leaders would focus on developing Pokemon with abilities and movesets specifically designed to counter legendary threats, emphasizing strategic depth over raw power. For example, a rock-type gym leader like Brock might focus on teaching his Onyx and Golem moves that can chip away at legendary health pools or status conditions that can cripple powerful foes, rather than relying solely on super effective stab attacks. His team would feature Pokemon with high defensive stats and disruptive moves like Stealth Rock, Toxic, or Thunder Wave, preparing challengers for the legendary gauntlet ahead. This shift means that even early game gym battles become more strategically demanding, requiring trainers to think critically about team composition and battle strategy from the outset of their journey. Unlike canon, where many gym leaders could be overcome with brute force or a single strong counter, this new paradigm necessitates a deeper understanding of type matchups, ability interactions, and strategic planning. The narrative of trainer journeys also changes dramatically. Aspiring trainers like Ash Ketchum would from the very beginning be aware of the legendary challenges awaiting them. Their training would focus on forging bonds with their Pokemon that transcend typical battle strategies, aiming to unlock hidden potential and develop unconventional tactics. The goal shifts from merely winning badges and league championships to mastering the art of battling against legendary Pokemon. This means that early training arcs would involve more encounters with powerful wild Pokemon, perhaps even minor legendary or mythical Pokemon that test the trainer's resolve and offer valuable insights into legendary combat. Ash's journey, for instance, might involve him forging a unique bond with a regional pseudo-legendary earlier than in canon, pushing it to its limits to stand a chance against the legendary wielding Elite Four. The emotional stakes are higher, the training more rigorous, and the victories more meaningful, as each step brings them closer to confronting legendary power. The very concept of a rival takes on new dimensions. Rivals like Gary Oak, Paul, or Tripp would not just be competing for personal glory or to become the champion. They would be striving to prove their worth against the legendary forces that guard the leagues. Their teams would reflect this heightened aspiration, featuring more pseudo legendaries and meticulously trained Pokemon designed to combat legendary threats. Imaging Gary's Blastoise, instead of fighting merely for type advantage, would have to strategize against a legendary beast's powerful special attacks or a legendary bird's evasive maneuvers. The rivalries would become intense, not just for the title, but for the right to challenge the legendary Elite Four. Their progress would be measured not just by badges, but by their ability to adapt and overcome trainers who have already faced legendary tier challenges, setting a higher bar for all aspiring champions. The impact on Pokemon breeding and research cannot be overstated. With legendary Pokemon becoming integral to the highest echelons of competitive battling, Pokemon professors and breeders would dedicate significant resources to understanding their biology, abilities, and optimal training methods. Research into legendary Pokemon would move beyond mere cataloging and folklore. It would become a scientific endeavor aimed at understanding how to effectively challenge and perhaps even partner with these immensely powerful beings. This could lead to breakthroughs in understanding Pokemon genetics, type interactions, and the very nature of Pokemon power. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon research often focuses on preventing catastrophic events or understanding ancient history, this new focus is on tactical application. Scientists would analyze legendary Pokemon movesets, optimal EVs and IVs for legendary encounters, and even the psychological profiles of trainers capable of commanding such power. This could even lead to the discovery of new training techniques or specialized items designed to assist trainers in legendary battles, further enriching the strategic depth of the Pokemon world. The global economy of the Pokemon world would also experience significant shifts. Tourism would boom around regions hosting the legendary Elite Four, with fans and aspiring trainers flocking to witness these epic battles. Merchandise featuring legendary Pokemon and their Elite Four trainers would become highly sought after, driving economic growth. The demand for powerful non-legendary Pokemon, bred and trained specifically to counter legendary threats, would skyrocket, creating a lucrative market for expert breeders and trainers. Imagine a world where specific breeding lines are valued for their legendary countering capabilities, with trainers paying top dollar for a Pokemon with a particular ability or move combination that has proven effective against a legendary beast or bird. The Pokemon League, already a significant institution in canon, would become an even more central economic and cultural force, sponsoring research, events, and educational programs related to legendary Pokemon. This would transform the Elite Four from respected trainers into global icons, their battles not just sporting events, but cultural phenomena, attracting viewership and participation on an unprecedented scale. The moral and ethical implications of integrating legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four would also need to be addressed. In canon, legendary Pokemon are often treated with reverence and are rarely captured or used in regular battles. Their inclusion in the Elite Four would necessitate a reevaluation of these ethical guidelines. Are these legendary Pokémon willingly participating, or are they bound by some form of agreement or ancient pact? The lore surrounding each legendary Pokémon would likely be expanded to explain their presence on an Elite Four team. Perhaps the Elite Four members are not mere trainers, but chosen guardians or descendants of ancient heroes entrusted with the honor and responsibility of battling alongside these powerful entities. This would add a layer of spiritual and historical significance to the Elite Four, transforming them from powerful trainers into living legends themselves, custodians of their region's legendary heritage. Unlike canon, where obtaining a legendary is often a rare, isolated event for the protagonist, this system formalizes their involvement in the competitive circuit, requiring a deeper societal understanding and ethical framework for their use. The structure of the Pokemon League Championship itself would also evolve. Instead of a single tournament leading to the Elite Four, there might be regional elimination rounds specifically designed to identify trainers with the potential to face legendary Pokemon. These preliminary tournaments could feature unique battle formats, such as triple battles or rotation battles, designed to challenge trainers' strategic thinking and adaptability against a wider range of threats. The final challenge against the Elite Four would be a multi-stage event, perhaps requiring trainers to defeat each Elite Four member in a specific order, each battle building in intensity and legendary power. The champion battle, as the ultimate test, would be a climactic showdown, a spectacle of legendary proportions that would be broadcast globally, captivating audiences and inspiring new generations of trainers. Unlike canon, where the Elite Four challenge is somewhat linear, this revised system could introduce more dynamic elements, like environmental hazards in the battle arena, specifically designed to interact with legendary abilities, forcing challengers to adapt on the fly. Consider the psychological impact on trainers. The pressure to overcome legendary Pokémon would be immense, pushing trainers to their absolute limits. This could lead to new forms of training, focusing on mental fortitude, resilience, and meditation, alongside physical conditioning and battle strategy. Trainers would need to develop an almost spiritual connection with their Pokémon to stand a chance against the incredible power of legendary beings. The concept of bond phenomenon, or similar heightened states of connection, as seen with Ash Greninja in canon, would become not just a rare occurrence for protagonists, but a necessary development for any trainer aspiring to challenge the legendary Elite Four. This would emphasize the core message of Pokémon. The true strength comes from the bond between trainer and Pokémon, rather than just raw power. The very definition of a strong trainer would shift from someone with a powerful team to someone who can inspire legendary Pokémon to fight alongside them, or someone who can strategically counter legendary power through sheer ingenuity and bond. The introduction of legendary Pokémon into the Elite Four would also create a unique challenge for the game developers within the Pokémon world. How do you balance the immense power of legendary Pokémon with the need for fair and competitive battles? This could lead to specific rule sets, such as limiting the number of legendary Pokémon per team, perhaps one per Elite Four member, with the champion having 2 or 3, or implementing unique handicaps or restrictions. For instance, legendary Pokemon might have certain moves or abilities restricted in competitive play, or there might be a legendary power limit that trainers must adhere to. This would ensure that battles remain skill based and not simply a contest of who has the most powerful legendary Pokemon. These regulations would become a crucial part of the Pokemon League rulebook, debated and refined over time to maintain the integrity of the sport. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon are often banned from competitive play entirely, this world embraces their power while attempting to regulate it, showcasing a fascinating metagame development. The long term cultural impact would be profound. Legendary Pokemon, once figures of distant myth and ancient tales, would become tangible symbols of competitive excellence and human Pokemon partnership. Children would grow up not just hearing stories of legendary Pokemon, but seeing them in action, battling alongside their Elite Four trainers. This would inspire a generation of trainers to aim for even higher heights, fostering a deeper respect and understanding of these powerful beings. The relationship between humanity and legendary Pokemon would fundamentally shift from one of awe and separation to one of respectful collaboration and shared triumph. The Elite Four, in this sense, become cultural ambassadors for this new relationship, demonstrating the potential for harmonious coexistence and mutual growth. And so, the introduction of legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four fundamentally reshapes every aspect of the Pokemon world. From the individual trainer's journey, which is now fraught with legendary aspirations, to the global economic and cultural landscape, which is revitalized by the spectacle of legendary battles, the ripple effects are immense. Gym leaders adapt, rivals intensify their training, professors deepen their research into legendary biology, and the very ethics of human Pokemon interaction are re examined. The Pokemon League transforms into an even grander stage, a true proving ground where only the most skilled, strategically brilliant, and deeply bonded trainers can hope to stand victorious against the legendary might of the Elite Four and the champion. This elevates Pokemon battling from a popular sport to a global phenomenon, a true clash of titans where human ingenuity meets legendary power, all while preserving the core spirit of partnership that defines the Pokemon world. It's a world where the legends walk among us, not just in ancient ruins or hidden groves, but on the grandest battle stages, challenging us to reach for greatness. Let me know what legendary trios you would assign to each Elite Four member to maximize their regional thematic resonance and strategic challenge, especially considering the constraints of type diversity and iconic representation. Let's consider the impact on each region, starting with Kanto. Lorelei, the Ice-type specialist, would gain a new level of strategic depth. Her team, which in canon features Lapras, Cloyster, Jinx, Slowbro, and a Porygon 2 in later iterations, would be augmented by legendary Ice types. Imagine her with an Articuno, an embodiment of the frigid north winds, boasted in powerful Ice Beam and Hurricane. Perhaps a Regis, with its immense special defense and Ice Beam, adding another layer of unyielding resistance to her team. She might even utilize a Kyurem in its base form to leverage its monstrous offensive presence and access to Dragon-type moves, covering some of Ice's weaknesses. This isn't just about raw power, it's about thematic resonance. Articuno fits her elegant, calm demeanor, while Regis reinforces her stoic defense. Kyurem, representing desolate power, could be her ace, providing a terrifying counter to common threats. Lorelei's battles would become less about outdamaging her opponent and more about weathering their attacks and retaliating with overwhelming icy force. Bruno, the fighting type master, already known for his strength and endurance with his Onyx, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, Machamp, and Lucario. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his offensive capabilities and type coverage. A Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to powerful rock slide and close combat, would be a natural fit, reflecting his grounded, powerful fighting style. A Zamazenta, hero of many battles form, could provide a defensive bulwark, resisting many attacks and setting up with iron defense and then striking back with behemoth bash. For sheer, unadulterated power, a Keldeo, in its resolute form, could be his special attacker, leveraging Secret Sword and Hydro Pump to surprise opponents who expect purely physical threats. Terrakion embodies the raw power of fighting and rock, aligning with Bruno's physically imposing team. Zamazenta represents the unwavering defense and attack of a true champion, while Keldeo brings a touch of tactical elegance to his otherwise brute force lineup. Bruno's fights would become an even more intense test of attrition and raw power, forcing trainers to find openings against highly resilient and hard-hitting legendary Pokémon. Agatha, the ghost-type maven, who in canon frightens trainers with her Gengar, Arbok, Golbat, Haunter, and Misdreavus, would become a truly terrifying opponent. Her team would gain legendary Pokémon that amplify the spooky strategic nature of ghost types. A Giratina, origin form, with its unparalleled offensive presence and Ghost Dragon typing, would be her signature threat, using Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse. A Spectrier, with its incredible speed and special attack, would sweep through unprepared teams with Hex and Nasty Plot. Perhaps even a Marshadow, with its access to Spectral Thief and Fighting type moves, offering perfect coverage against Dark and Steel types that often trouble Ghost teams. Giratina embodies the distortion and spectral power, perfectly suiting Agatha's intimidating presence. Spectrier brings swift, ethereal strikes, while Marshadow adds a sneaky tactical element to her team, reflecting Agatha's cunning. Her battles would be a psychological war, with status conditions, debilitating attacks, and powerful legendary Pokémon that hit hard and fast, making every turn a terrifying gamble for the challenger. Lance, the Dragon-type champion of the Elite Four, with his iconic Dragonite, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Kingdra, would solidify his position as an unyielding force. His legendary choices would naturally gravitate towards draconic powerhouses. A Rayquaza, in its base form, would be an obvious choice, showcasing its incredible attack and dragon ascent. A Zekrom, with its electric dragon typing, would provide powerful coverage against water and flying types, and its Terravolt ability would ignore abilities like Lightning Rod or Volt Absorb. For a defensive pivot, a Latias, with its high special defense and access to Healing Pulse, could support his team while still being a formidable special attacker. Rayquaza is the king of the skies, embodying the raw power and majesty of dragons. Zekrom brings a thunderous, righteous strength, while Latias adds a graceful yet powerful presence, mirroring Lance's own dignified style. Lance's challenges would become the ultimate test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming dragon power, forcing them to come prepared with their own strategic counters, or risk being swept by his legendary draconic might. Moving to Johto, the first Elite Four member, Will, specializes in psychic types. His canon team includes Xatu, Jinx, Slowbro, Executor, and Gardevoir. With legendaries, his strategic mind games would reach a new level. A Mewtwo, without its Mega Evolution, would be a terrifying force, leveraging its immense special attack and speed with Psychic and Aura Sphere. A Latios, providing speed, special attack, and the ability to use Draco Meteor, would offer potent offensive pressure. Perhaps a Cresselia, with its incredible bulk and access to Lunar Dance and Psychic, could serve as a valuable supporter or setup Pokémon. Mewtwo is the epitome of psychic power and intelligence, perfectly suiting Will's refined approach. Latios brings swift, calculated strikes, while Cresselia offers a mystical, defensive presence that reinforces the unpredictable nature of psychic battles. Will's battles would become a true test of mental fortitude and strategic planning, as trainers contend with powerful psychic assaults and tricky maneuvers. Koga, now an Elite Four member focusing on poison types, with his Crobat, Numuk, Fortress, Ariados, and Toxicroak, would gain a new level of insidious threat. His legendary additions would enhance his team's ability to inflict status conditions and deliver potent poison. A Naganadel, with its poison dragon typing and incredible speed, would be a swift and deadly special attacker, utilizing Sludge Wave and Dragon Pulse. A Regidrago, though not poison type, its dragon energy could be an interesting thematic choice, representing a dangerous, untamed power, or perhaps a more fitting choice would be a Nihilego, with its poison rock typing and ability to boost its stats with Beast Boost, launching powerful Sludge Bomb and Power Gem attacks. For a unique twist, a Zamazenta, Crown Shield, could be used for its defensive prowess and access to Iron Head, reflecting Koga's ninja-like resilience. But perhaps a more thematic choice would be a Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, a fighting type that could be a trained martial artist, aligning with Koga's ninja theme. However, sticking to the poison theme, a more appropriate choice could be a Pecharunt, with its unique poison ghost typing, capable of inflicting status and dealing special damage. Naganadel exemplifies swift, venomous strikes. Nihilego embodies the alien, unpredictable nature of toxins, and Pecharunt brings a new level of trickery and debilitating power. Koga's battles would become a relentless assault of status conditions, venoms, and powerful special attacks, forcing trainers to have robust healing and status cleansing strategies. Karen, the Dark-type specialist, known for her Umbreon, Murkrow, Gengar, Houndoom, and Vileplume, would become an even more formidable master of shadows. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would be a devastating special attacker. A Darkrai, known for its ability to put opponents to sleep with Dark Void and then unleash powerful Dark Pulse attacks, would be a nightmare for any challenger. For a resilient attacker, a Spiritomb, with its ghost, its dark typing, and no traditional weaknesses before fairy types, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Nasty Plot and Dark Pulse. Yveltal represents destruction and the dark side of existence, fitting Karen's philosophy of using strong Pokémon. Darkrai embodies the nightmares and illusions of the dark, while Spiritomb adds an eerie, unyielding presence. Karen's battles would become a gauntlet of offensive pressure, status conditions, and psychological warfare, truly testing a trainer's ability to navigate the shadows. Finally, the Johto champion, Lance, would retain his legendary power, solidifying his role as the ultimate Dragon Master. His team would continue to feature his iconic Dragonite, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Kingdra, now fully supported by the likes of Rayquaza, Zekrom, and Latias, creating an even more daunting final challenge for the Johto League. Moving on to the Hoenn region, Sydney, the Dark-type Elite Four member, with his Mightyena, Shiftry, Cacturne, Absol, and Sharpedo, would become a more aggressive and unpredictable force. His legendary additions would amplify his hit-and-run tactics and offensive pressure, and Hoopa Unbound, with its psychic dark typing and immense offensive stats, would be a devastating special attacker using Hyperspace Fury and Psychic. A Regidrago, with its pure dragon typing and high HP, could be a powerful physical attacker, leveraging Dragon Energy and Dragon Claw, providing a strong offensive presence. For a fast physical attacker, a Zamazenta, hero of many battles, could provide a strong offensive presence with Behemoth Bash and Close Combat. Or perhaps a more thematically aligned choice would be a Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, a martial artist that uses dark techniques, aligning with Sydney's gritty style. If we stick to the principle of one legendary per type theme, a more unique choice might be a Zarude, with its dark grass typing and access to jungle healing and darkest lariat, giving him a more supportive yet still offensive option. Hoopa Unbound embodies mischievous, overwhelming power, fitting Sydney's shadowy and unpredictable nature. Regidrago brings raw, untamed force, while Zarude adds a primal, wild element to his dark team. Sydney's battles would be a relentless assault of powerful attacks, forcing trainers to quickly adapt to his aggressive, legendary threats. Phoebe, the Ghost-type Elite Four member who in canon frightens trainers with her Dusclops, Banette, Sableye, Chandelure, and Froslass, would gain a new level of spectral menace. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. A Lunala, with its psychic ghost typing and access to Shadow Beam and Moongeist Beam, would be a devastating special attacker. A Spectrier, with its incredible speed and special attack, would sweep through unprepared teams with Hex and Nasty Plot. For a resilient attacker, a Giratina, Altered Form, with its Ghost Dragon typing and excellent bulk, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse. Lunala embodies the ethereal and cosmic power of ghosts, fitting Phoebe's connection to the spiritual world. Spectrier brings swift, chilling strikes, while Giratina adds an imposing, ancient, spectral presence. Phoebe's battles would become a chilling experience, with powerful ghost-type legendary Pokémon that can hit hard and unpredictably, making her a truly formidable opponent. Glacia, the Ice-type Elite Four member, known for her Walrein, Glalie, Froslass, Abomasnow, and Aurorus, would become an even more formidable master of the tundra. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming resilience and powerful icy attacks. An Articuno, with its ice flying typing, would be an elegant and powerful special attacker, using Ice Beam and Hurricane. A Regis, with its immense special defense and access to Ice Beam and Thunder Wave, would be a nearly unbreakable defensive wall, further solidifying Glacia's strategy of enduring attacks. For a unique offensive threat, a Kyurem, base form, with its Dragon Jaw ice typing and monstrous offensive presence, would be her devastating ace, leveraging Ice Beam and Dragon Pulse. Articuno represents the serene, yet powerful beauty of ice. Regis embodies unyielding cold and defense, while Kyurem brings a destructive ancient icy power. Glacia's battles would become a true test of a trainer's ability to break through incredibly resilient, legendary Pokémon while enduring powerful icy assaults, making her a true master of attrition. Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with his Salamence, Flygon, Altaria, Kingdra, and Haxorus, would solidify his position as an unyielding force. His legendary choices would naturally gravitate towards draconic powerhouses. A Palkia, with its water dragon typing, would be a devastating special attacker, using Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump. A Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing, would provide powerful coverage against steel and ice types, and its Turbo Blaze ability would ignore abilities. For a defensive pivot, a Latias, with its high special defense and access to Healing Pulse, could support his team while still being a formidable special attacker. Palkia is the master of space, embodying immense draconic power. Reshiram brings a searing, fiery strength, while Latias adds a graceful yet powerful presence, mirroring Drake's own dignified style. Drake's challenges would become the ultimate test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming dragon power, forcing them to come prepared with their own strategic counters, or risk being swept by his legendary draconic might. The Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, with his iconic Metagross, Skarmory, Agron, Cradley, Armaldo, and Claydol, would be an even more formidable force. His legendary additions would enhance his team's strategic depth and power. A Jirachi, with its steel psychic typing and access to Doom Desire and Wish, would be a versatile supporter and attacker capable of inflicting sleep with its Serene Grace ability. A Registeel, with its immense defensive stats, would be a nearly unbreakable wall, further solidifying Steven's strategy of enduring attacks. For an offensive powerhouse, a Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-turn, could be a devastating special attacker capable of changing its type with Douse Drive, Shock Drive, Burn Drive, or Chill Drive. Jirachi brings good fortune and strategic support, fitting Steven's calm and collected demeanor. Registeel embodies unyielding defense, while Genesect adds a technological, offensive edge, perfectly aligning with Steven's appreciation for rare minerals and ancient technology. Steven's battles would involve a strategic masterclass as trainers contend with powerful steel-type legendary Pokémon that can endure immense damage and retaliate with powerful attacks, truly testing their ability to break through his defenses. In Sinnoh, Aaron, the Bug-type Elite Four member, with his Drapion, Heracross, Vespiquen, Yanmega, and Scizor, would gain a new level of strategic threat. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. A Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-turn, would be a devastating special attacker capable of changing its type with its drives. A Pheromosa, with its bug swag fighting typing and incredible speed, would sweep through unprepared teams with lunge and high jump kick. For a resilient attacker, a Buzzwole, with its bug fighting typing and immense physical bulk, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Leech Life and Superpower. Genesect brings technological precision and raw offensive power, fitting Aaron's appreciation for the strength of bugs. Pheromosa embodies swift, elegant strikes, while Buzzwole adds a formidable, physically imposing presence. Aaron's battles would become a relentless assault of powerful bug-type attacks, forcing trainers to find quick answers to his legendary threats. Bertha, the ground-type Elite Four member, known for her Hippowdon, Gliscor, Golem, Rhyperior, and Whiscash, would become an even more formidable master of the earth. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming resilience and powerful ground-shaking attacks. A Groudon, primal reversion not included to preserve balance, with its pure ground typing, would be a devastating physical attacker, using Precipice Blades and Fire Punch. A Zygarde, 50% form, with its Dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Dragon Pulse, would provide powerful offensive pressure and defensive utility with Aura Break. For a resilient attacker, a Landorus, Therian form, with its ground-flying typing and access to Earthquake and U-Turn, could be a powerful offensive pivot. Groudon represents the raw, untamed power of the earth. Zygarde embodies the order and balance of nature, while Landorus brings a swift, destructive force, perfectly aligning with Bertha's grounded and powerful style. Bertha's battles would become a true test of a trainer's ability to contend with incredibly powerful ground-type legendary Pokémon, forcing them to find creative ways to counter her overwhelming earthly might. Flint, the Fire-type Elite Four member, with his Infernape, Magmortar, Arcanine, Rapidash, and Houndoom, would gain a new level of fiery intensity. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offensive power and strategic disruption. A Reshiram, with its Dragon Fire typing and access to Blue Flare and Draco Meteor, would be a devastating special attacker. An Entei, with its pure fire typing and access to Sacred Fire and extreme speed, would be a fast and powerful physical attacker. For a resilient attacker, a Heatran, with its fire steel typing and access to Magma Storm and Flash Cannon, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Stealth Rock and Lava Plume. Reshiram embodies the searing, righteous power of fire. Entei brings a noble, blazing speed, while Heatran adds a formidable volcanic presence, perfectly aligning with Flint's fiery and passionate style. Flint's battles would be a relentless assault of powerful fire-type attacks, forcing trainers to quickly adapt to his legendary threats or risk being consumed by the flames. Lucian, the Psychic-type Elite Four member, with his Bronzong, Gallade, Alakazam, Medicum, and Espeon, would become an even more formidable master of the mind. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offensive power and strategic disruption. Latios, with its Dragon Psychic typing and access to Draco Meteor and Psychic, would be a devastating special attacker. A Jirachi, with its Steel Psychic typing and access to Doom Desire and Wish, would be a versatile supporter and attacker, capable of inflicting sleep with its Serene Grace ability. For a resilient attacker, a Deoxys, normal form, with its pure psychic typing and incredible offensive potential, would be a devastating special attacker, using Psychic and Dark Pulse. Latios brings swift, calculated strikes, while Jirachi offers strategic support and good fortune, aligning with Lucian's composed and intelligent demeanor. Deoxys adds an alien, unpredictable, and overwhelmingly powerful presence, reflecting Lucian's deep understanding of psychic phenomena. Lucian's battles would become a strategic masterclass as trainers contend with powerful psychic-type legendary Pokémon that can hit hard, set up powerful plays, and disrupt their opponents. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, with her iconic Garchomp, Spiritomb, Lucario, Melodix, Togekiss, and Roserade, already commands a team of considerable power and versatility. Her legendary team would elevate her to an almost mythical status, reflecting her deep connection to Sinnoh's legends and history. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her already diverse type coverage, adding immense power and showcasing Sinnoh's overarching lore. A Palkia, with its water to dragon typing and access to spatial rend and hydro pump, would be a devastating special attacker that directly embodies Sinnoh's creation myths. A Dialga, with its steel dragon typing and access to Roar of Time and Flash Cannon, would provide immense defensive bulk and offensive pressure, again, directly tying into Sinnoh's creation. For a third legendary, a Giratina in its origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would add a terrifying disruptive presence with incredible power and bulk, representing the Distortion world. Palkia represents the very fabric of space, Dialga the flow of time, and Giratina the antithesis of the natural world, all aligning with Cynthia's role as the guardian of Sinnoh's legends and her formidable intellect. Cynthia's battles would become an epic confrontation against the very deities of Sinnoh, a true test of a trainer's ability to overcome not just raw power, but also the symbolic weight of these legendary Pokémon. Moving on to the Unova region, home to the unique Elite Four system that changes between Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2. For consistency, we will focus on the Black and White Elite Four, as they are the first iteration. Chantal, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, with her Cofagrigus, Golurk, Jellicent, and Chandelure, already possesses a team with excellent defensive and offensive capabilities. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her spectral power, adding disruptive potential, and further embracing the mysteries of the afterlife. A Giratina, in its altered form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Aura Sphere, would bring immense bulk and offensive power, connecting her to the spectral realm beyond Unova. A Lunala, with its psychic ghost typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer incredible special offensive pressure and a unique otherworldly aesthetic, drawing from the moon's ethereal energy. For a third legendary, a Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would provide a fast, unpredictable physical attacker that steals stat boosts, perfectly embodying the sneaky, elusive nature of ghosts. Giratina represents the immense power and enigmatic nature of the Distortion worlds. Lunala brings an ethereal, cosmic horror, and Marshadow embodies the sneaky, mischievous, and powerful side of spirits, all aligning perfectly with Chantal's love for ghost stories and ancient ruins. Chantal's battles would become a chilling encounter with powerful legendary Pokémon that are not only incredibly strong, but also deeply unsettling, forcing trainers to confront the unknown. Grimsley, the Dark-type Elite Four member, with his Crocodile, Scrafty, Leopard, and B-Sharp, already runs a team focused on aggressive offense and cunning tactics. His legendary additions would amplify his team's predatory nature, strategic disruption, and overwhelming dark power. A Darkrai, with its pure dark typing and access to Dark Pulse and Dark Void, would be a devastating special attacker capable of putting opponents to sleep, perfectly embodying the nightmare-inducing aspect of dark types. A Avoltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain reflecting the destructive force of dark energy. For a third legendary, a Hoopa Unbound, with its psychic dark typing and access to hyperspace fury and psychic, would add an overwhelmingly powerful and unpredictable attacker that can hit incredibly hard. Darkrai embodies the nightmare, Yveltal represents destruction and life absorption, and Hoopa Unbound is a chaotic, powerful demon, all aligning with Grimsley's dark, enigmatic, and ruthless persona. Grimsley's battles would become a perilous game of cat and mouse against legendary Pokémon that epitomize the cunning and raw power of the dark. Caitlyn, the psychic type Elite Four member, with her Reuniclus, Musharna, Gothitelle, and Sigilyph, already commands a team with incredible special attack and defensive bulk. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her psychic prowess, adding overwhelming power, and further embracing the refined and elegant nature of psychic types. A Cresselia, with its pure psychic typing and access to lunar dance and psychic, would bring immense bulk and supportive capabilities, representing the calming and graceful side of psychic power. A Mewtwo, with its pure psychic typing and access to Psystrike and Aura Sphere, would be an overwhelmingly powerful special attacker, embodying the pinnacle of psychic might. For a third legendary, a Victini, with its psychic fire typing and access to V-Create and Psychic, would provide a fast, powerful special attacker with perfect accuracy, symbolizing victory and the burning spirit. Cresselia brings grace, defense, and recovery. Mewtwo is raw, unadulterated psychic power, and Victini offers explosive, accurate offense and a promise of victory, all aligning with Caitlyn's serene yet incredibly powerful demeanor. Caitlyn's battles would become a stunning display of psychic might, where trainers must contend with legendary Pokémon that are both graceful and devastatingly powerful. Marshall, the fighting type Elite Four member, with his Conkeldurr, Mienshao, Toxicroak, and Lucario, already has a team focused on raw physical power and relentless offense. His legendary additions would amplify his team's martial arts mastery, adding immense strength and showcasing the spirit of battling. A Zamazenta in its crowned shield form, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical bulk and offensive power, embodying unwavering defense and attack. A Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, tricky physical attacker that can steal stat boosts, reflecting the cunning and elusive aspects of martial arts. For a third legendary, a Keldeo in its resolute form, with its water fighting typing and access to Secret Sword and Hydro Pump, would provide a fast special attacker with unique type coverage, representing noble courage and precision. Zamazenta embodies steadfast strength and protection. Marshadow represents the subtle power of technique and surprise, and Keldeo brings noble courage and swift, focused strikes, all aligning with Marshall's disciplined and powerful fighting style. Marshall's battles would become an epic clash against legendary Pokémon that embody the very essence of fighting, demanding both strength and strategic prowess from trainers. Moving on to the Kalos region, where the Elite Four are known for their strong type-themed teams. Malva, the Fire-type Elite Four member, with her Talonflame, Pyroar, Chandelure, and Torkoal, already commands a team that emphasizes speed and overwhelming offensive pressure. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her explosive power, adding strategic disruption and further embracing the destructive force of fire. A Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing and access to blue flare and Draco Meteor, would be a devastating special attacker. An Entei, with its pure fire typing and access to sacred fire and extreme speed, would be a fast and powerful physical attacker. For a third legendary, a Volcanion, with its fire water typing and access to steam eruption and flamethrower, would add a unique type combination and immense offensive pressure, embodying the explosive power of steam. Reshiram brings searing, righteous power. Entei provides noble, blazing speed, and Volcanion offers explosive, unblockable force, all aligning with Malva's fiery personality and strong offensive style. Malva's battles would become a relentless inferno of legendary fire-type attacks, forcing trainers to either withstand the heat or be consumed. Seabold, the water-type Elite Four member, with his Blastoise, Gyarados, Starmie, and Clawitzer, already runs a team that combines offensive power with strategic depth. His legendary additions would amplify his team's command over water, adding immense power and showcasing the vastness and depth of the ocean. A Kyogre, with its pure water typing and access to Origin Pulse and Water Spout, would be an overwhelmingly powerful special attacker, epitomizing the destructive force of the sea. A Manaphy, with its pure water typing and access to Tail Glow and Scald, would provide a fast setup sweeper with excellent special attack, representing the playful yet powerful nature of the ocean. For a third legendary, a Suicune, with its pure water typing and access to Hydro Pump and Aurora Beam, would add immense defensive bulk and strategic presence, embodying the serene yet powerful flow of water. Kyogre represents the boundless power of the ocean, Manaphy brings agile, strategic offense, and Suicune offers serene defense and purification, all aligning with Seabold's elegant, yet formidable culinary and battling style. Seabold's battles would become a majestic display of legendary water-type power, where trainers must navigate treacherous currents and powerful waves. Wikstrom, the Steel-type Elite Four member, with his Aegislash, Scizor, Probopass, and Klefki, already commands a team that emphasizes defense, strategic setup, and powerful counterattacks. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his unyielding defense, adding immense offensive presence, and further embracing the impenetrable nature of steel. A Zacian in its crowned sword form, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would provide immense physical offensive power and speed, embodying the sharpness and resilience of a legendary blade. A Solgaleo, with its psychic steel typing and access to Sunsteel Strike and Psychic, would bring overwhelming physical offensive pressure and a unique cosmic aesthetic, reflecting the unwavering strength of steel. For a third legendary, a Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-Turn, would add a fast, versatile offensive presence with different elemental drives, symbolizing technologically advanced steel. Zacian represents the ultimate heroic blade. Solgaleo brings cosmic, unyielding strength, and Genesect offers technologically enhanced, adaptable power, all aligning with Wikstrom's knightly demeanor and impenetrable defense. Wikstrom's battles would become a formidable test against legendary steel-type Pokémon that are both unyielding and incredibly powerful, demanding strategic breakthroughs. Drasna, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with her Dragalge, Noivern, Altaria, and Drudigan, already runs a team that combines offensive power with strategic disruption and unique typing. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's draconic might, adding immense power and showcasing the ancient and mystical nature of dragons. A Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would be an overwhelmingly powerful mixed attacker, embodying the ancient and majestic power of dragons. A Zekrom, with its Dragon Soar electric typing and access to Bolt Strike and Dragon Claw, would provide immense physical offensive pressure and unique type coverage, representing the ideals of truth and power. For a third legendary, Latias, with its Dragon Psychic typing and access to Draco Meteor and Psychic, would add a fast, supportive special attacker with excellent defensive presence, reflecting the graceful and intelligent side of dragons. Rayquaza is the ancient sky sovereign, Zekrom brings righteous, electric power, and Latias offers swift, intelligent support, all aligning with Drosna's deep respect for dragon lore and her powerful team. Drosna's battles would become an epic confrontation against legendary dragon-type Pokémon, a true test of a trainer's ability to face ancient and overwhelming power. The Kalos champion, Diantha, with her Mega Gardevoir, Holucha, Tyrantrum, Aurorus, Gudra, and Gorgeist, already commands a team that is both elegant and incredibly powerful. Her legendary team would elevate her to an almost mythical status, reflecting her connection to Colossian history and her refined battling style. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her diverse type coverage, adding immense power, and showcasing Kalos's overarching lore, particularly the ultimate weapon. And Xerneas, with its fairy typing and access to Geomancy and Moonblast, would be a devastating special attacker that directly embodies life and creation in Kalos. A Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, representing destruction and the cycle of life and death. For a third legendary, a Zygarde in its complete form, with its dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Core Enforcer, would add a terrifying disruptive presence with incredible power and bulk, representing the order and balance of the ecosystem. Xerneas represents life and beauty, Yveltal brings death and destruction, and Zygarde embodies the order and balance of nature, all aligning with Diantha's sophisticated style and her role as a symbol of Colossian culture and power. Diantha's battles would become an epic confrontation against the very forces of life, death, and order, a true test of a trainer's ability to overcome not just raw power, but also the symbolic weight of these legendary Pokémon. Moving on to the Alola region, where the Elite Four are relatively new and often consist of established characters. Hala, the fighting-type Elite Four member, with his Hariyama, Beware, Crabominable, and Machamp, already possesses a team that emphasizes raw physical power and traditional Alolan strength. His legendary additions would amplify his team's martial arts mastery, adding immense strength and showcasing the spirit of battling that aligns with Alolan traditions. A Zamazenta in its crowned shield form, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical bulk and offensive power, embodying unwavering defense and attack. A Marshado, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, tricky physical attacker that can steal stat boosts, reflecting the cunning and elusive aspects of martial arts. For a third legendary, a Tapu Koko with its electric fairy typing and access to Thunderbolt and Dazzling Gleam would provide a fast special attacker with terrain control, representing the guardian deities and the spiritual strength of Alola. Zamazenta embodies steadfast strength and protection. Marshadow represents the subtle power of technique and surprise, and Tapu Koko brings swift, guardian energy, all aligning with Hala's powerful and traditional fighting style. Hala's battles would become an epic clash against legendary Pokémon that embody the very essence of fighting and Alolan's spiritual power, demanding both strength and strategic prowess from trainers. Olivia, the Rock-type Elite Four member, with her Lycanroc, Probopass, Carbink, Golem, and Cradily, already runs a team that combines offensive power with defensive bulk and tricky abilities. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's command over Earth and Stone, adding immense power and showcasing the natural beauty and resilience of Alola's geology. A Zygarde in its 50% form, with its Dragon Ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Dragon Pulse, would provide immense bulk and offensive pressure, representing the order and balance of the ecosystem. A Diancie, with its Rock or Fairy typing and access to Diamond Storm and Moonblast, would be a beautiful yet powerful special attacker, embodying the precious gems found in Alola. For a third legendary, a Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Stone Edge, would add a fast, powerful physical attacker, representing the unwavering strength of stone. Zygarde brings environmental balance and power. Diancie offers gem-like beauty and formidable offense, and Terrakion embodies the unbreakable will of stone, all aligning with Olivia's elegant yet strong personality and her jewelry business. Olivia's battles would become a stunning display of legendary rock-type power, where trainers must navigate treacherous terrain and powerful attacks. Acerola, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, with her Palisand, Delmise, Froslass, Drifblim, and Banette, already commands a team that emphasizes disruptive tactics and powerful special attacks. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her spectral power, adding disruptive potential, and further embracing the mysteries and spookiness of Alola's legends. A Lunala, with its Psychic Ghost typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer incredible special offensive pressure and a unique otherworldly aesthetic, drawing from the moon's ethereal energy. A Marshadow, with its Fighting Ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and Close Combat, would provide a fast, unpredictable physical attacker that steals stat boosts, perfectly embodying the sneaky, elusive nature of Alolan ghosts. For a third legendary, a Decidueye, as an honorary legendary due to its strong ties to Alola's unique starter lore and its role as a regional spirit. With its grass ghost typing and access to Spirit Shackle and Leaf Blade, would add a fast, precise physical attacker that traps opponents, reflecting the natural spirits of Alola. Lunala brings cosmic horror and power, Marshadow offers elusive, powerful strikes, and Decidueye adds a keen, spectral archery, all aligning with Acerola's playful yet spooky demeanor and her connection to Alolan folklore. Acerola's battles would become a chilling encounter with powerful legendary Pokémon that are not only incredibly strong, but also deeply unsettling, forcing trainers to confront the unknown and the spiritual. Kahili, the Flying type Elite Four member, with her Toucannon, Mandibuzz, Skarmory, Crobat, and Oricorio, already runs a team that emphasizes speed, defensive utility, and strong offensive pressure. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's command over the skies, adding immense power and showcasing the majesty and freedom of flight. An Eviltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, reflecting the destructive force of dark energy from above. Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would be an overwhelmingly powerful mixed attacker, embodying the ancient and majestic power of sky dragons. For a third legendary, a Tornadus in its Therian form, with its pure flying typing and access to Hurricane and Bleak Wind Storm, would add a fast special attacker with disruptive capabilities, representing the raw power of the wind and storms. Eviltal embodies destruction from the skies. Rayquaza is the ancient sky sovereign, and Tornadus brings the untamed fury of the wind, all aligning with Kahili's elegant yet powerful golf and battling style. Kahili's battles would become a breathtaking aerial display against legendary flying-type Pokémon, where trainers must navigate powerful gusts and devastating dives. The Alola champion, typically the player character, would instead be Kukui, the professor, as he is the final challenger in the postgame. Kukui, with his Incineroar, Lycanroc, Midnight, Ninetales, Alolan, Magnezone, Braviary, and Snorlax, already commands a diverse and powerful team. His legendary team would reflect his deep understanding of Alola's ecosystem and his role as a mentor and protector. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his diverse type coverage, adding immense power. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his diverse type coverage, adding immense power, and showcasing his bond with Alola itself. A Zekrom, with its Dragon Geos Electric typing and access to Fusion Bolt and Bolt Strike, would provide overwhelming physical offensive power and fantastic coverage, representing his dedication to ideals and his powerful presence. A Reshiram, with his Dragon Fire typing and access to Fusion Flare and Blue Flare, would offer equally devastating special offensive power and coverage, representing truth and the passionate spirit of Alola. For a third legendary, a Solgaleo, the emissary from another dimension and a central figure in Alola's lore, with its psychic steel typing and access to Sunsteel Strike and Psychic Fangs, would add a powerful physical attacker with incredible defensive utility, deeply connecting to Alola's cosmic narrative and Kukui's protective nature. Zekrom and Reshiram represent the balance of ideals and truth, reflecting Kukui's role as a professor and mentor, while Solgaleo embodies Alola's direct connection to powerful cosmic forces. Kukui's battles would become the ultimate test of a trainer's skill and bond, facing a champion whose team embodies the very essence of Alola, bolstered by immense legendary power. Moving to the Galar region, we encounter the Elite Four equivalents, which are the gym leaders who participate in the Champion Cup. However, since the structure is slightly different, and the Champion Cup itself is essentially a series of high-stakes gym battles, culminating in a challenge against the champion, we will focus on the main gym leaders, who hold significant narrative weight and would represent the final gauntlet before facing Leon. We will apply the Gigantamax mechanic to our Ace choices here, respecting Galar's unique battle gimmick. Milo, the first gym leader, specializes in grass types using Eldegoss, Gossifleur, and Flapple Appleton. His team would transform to embody the sheer, untamed growth and resilience of nature, adding legendary grass types that are both powerful and majestic. A Celebi, with its psychic grass typing and access to Leaf Storm and Psychic, would offer quick, special offensive power and utility, representing the forest's temporal guardian. A Verishion, with its grass fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Leaf Blade, would provide a fast, physical attacker with strong offensive presence, embodying the grace and power of nature's warriors. For a third legendary, a Shaman, Sky form, with its grass flying typing and access to Seed Flare and Air Slash, would add a swift special attacker with devastating power, representing the abundance and purity of the natural world. Celebi is a temporal guardian, Verisian a noble warrior, and Shaman a vibrant spirit of growth, all aligning with Milo's gentle yet firm demeanor and his connection to the pastoral lands of Galar. Milo's battles would become an early but intense test against the pure, vibrant power of legendary grass types. Nessa, the water-type gym leader, known for her Dreadnought, Articuno, and Barraskewda, already commands a team focused on relentless offensive pressure and speed. Her legendary additions would amplify her control over the aquatic environment, showcasing the raw power and depth of water. A Kyogre, with its pure water typing and access to Origin Pulse and Water Spout, would provide overwhelming special offensive power, embodying the vastness and destructive force of the ocean. A Palkia, with its water dragon typing and access to Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, would offer immense mixed offensive pressure, representing control over space and water's immense power. For a third legendary, a Suicune, with its pure water typing and access to Hydro Pump and Aurora Beam, would add a defensive special attacker with purifying capabilities, representing the serene yet powerful nature of pure water. Kyogre is the primordial sea, Palkia controls its space, and Suicune purifies its essence, all aligning with Nessa's fierce and graceful presence, mirroring the power of the sea. Nessa's battles would become a deluge of legendary power, challenging trainers to navigate the depths of the ocean's might. Kabu, the fire-type gym leader, with his 9 tails, Arcanine, and Centiskorch, embodies experience, passion, and strategic prowess. His legendary additions would focus on the destructive and purifying power of fire, adding legendary fire types that command respect and fear. A Groudon, in its primal form, with its ground fire typing and access to Precipice Blades and Fire Punch, would offer immense physical offensive power and defensive bulk, representing the scorching earth and raw, untamed fire. A Heatran, with its fire steel typing and access to Magma Storm and Flash Cannon, would provide a powerful special attacker with incredible defensive utility, embodying the molten core of the planet. For a third legendary, a Victini, with its psychic fire typing and access to V-Create and Bolt Strike, would add a fast, powerful mixed attacker with boosting capabilities, representing victory and the unyielding spirit of fire. Groudon is the primal Earth's fire, Heatran the planet's molten heart, and Victini the fiery spirit of triumph, all aligning with Kabu's veteran status and his burning passion for battle. Kabu's battles would become a trial by fire against ancient and powerful legendary Pokémon, pushing trainers to their limits. B, the fighting-type gym leader for Sword version, with her Machamp, Holucha, and Graplocked, focuses on raw strength, precision, and unyielding will. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's martial prowess, adding legendary fighting types that embody discipline and power. A Zamazenta crowned shield with its fighting steel typing and access to behemoth bash and close combat would provide immense physical offensive power and defensive bulk, representing unwavering defense and fierce offense. A Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Stone Edge, would add a fast physical attacker with incredible offensive pressure, embodying strength and unyielding spirit. For a third legendary, a Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, elusive physical attacker with unique capabilities, representing the hidden strength and cunning in martial arts. Zamazenta is the unbreakable shield, Terrakion the unyielding rock, and Marshadow the stealthy strike, all aligning with Bee's stoic demeanor and her dedication to rigorous training. Bee's battles would become a true martial arts challenge against legendary Pokémon embodying peak physical prowess. Alistair, the ghost-type gym leader for Shield version, with his Gengar, Cursola, and Mimikyu, is a master of spectral trickery and unsettling power. His legendary additions would amplify his control over the ethereal, adding legendary ghost types that are both terrifying and powerful. A Giratina, origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, representing the distortion and inverse world. A Lunala, with its psychic ghosted typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer immense special offensive power, embodying the moon's eerie light and connection to the afterlife. For a third legendary, a Spectrier, with its pure ghost typing and access to Grimnay and Shadow Ball, would add a fast, powerful special attacker that gains strength with every knockout, representing the relentless charge of spectral terror. Giratina is the master of the distortion world, Lunala the harbinger of the moon, and Spectrier the spectral steed, all aligning with Alistair's shy yet formidable presence and his connection to the unseen world. Alistair's battles would become a chilling encounter with legendary spectral Pokémon designed to test a trainer's courage and resilience. Opal, the fairy-type gym leader, with her Weezing, Galarian, Mawile, and Alchemy, employs a whimsical yet deceptively powerful strategy. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's enchanting allure and devastating power, adding legendary fairy types that are both beautiful and incredibly strong. Azernius, with his pure fairy typing and access to Geomancy and Moonblast, would provide overwhelming special offensive power and stat-boosting capabilities, representing life and enchantment. A Zacian, crowned sword, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the sharp elegance and power of royalty. For a third legendary, a Diancie, Mega Diancie, with its rock fairy typing and access to Diamond Storm and Moonblast, would add a fast, powerful mixed attacker with incredible defensive utility, representing the sparkling beauty and incredible power of gems. Xerneas embodies life and enchantment, Zacian the royal blade, and Diancie the dazzling gem, all aligning with Opal's playful yet demanding persona and her mastery of the fairy type. Opal's battles would become a dazzling display of legendary fairy type power, captivating and overwhelming trainers. Raihan, the dragon type gym leader, with his Flygon, Gigalith, and Duraludon, is known for his dynamic strategies, weather manipulation, and powerful dragon types. His legendary additions would amplify his team's overwhelming power and meteorological control, adding legendary dragon types that are both ancient and formidable. A Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, embodying the ancient and majestic power of sky dragons. A Zekrom, with its dragon electric typing and access to Fusion Bolt and Bolt Strike, would offer immense physical offensive power and coverage, representing ideals and the powerful storm. For a third legendary, a Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing and access to Fusion Flare and Blue Flare, would add equally devastating special offensive power and coverage, representing truth and the consuming flame. Rayquaza is the sky sovereign, Zekrom the ideal's thunder, and Reshiram the truth's fire, all aligning with Raihan's dynamic personality and his mastery over both dragon types and team composition. Raihan's battles would become an epic clash against legendary dragon types, pushing trainers to adapt to overwhelming power and strategic weather shifts. Finally, we arrive at the Paldea region, where the Elite Four consists of Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel, with Champion Gita overseeing all. Here, we will utilize the terrestrialization mechanic as the unique gimmick for the Ace legendary Pokémon, embracing Paldea's distinctive battle style. Rika, the ground-type Elite Four member, with her Whiscash, Camerupt, Donphan, Dugtrio, Alolan, and Clodsire, already commands a team focused on raw power, defensive bulk, and ground-shaking attacks. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's connection to the Earth, adding formidable ground-type legendary Pokémon. A Groudon, Primal Reversion, with its ground fire typing and access to Precipice Blades and Fire Punch, would provide overwhelming physical offensive power and defensive bulk, embodying the scorching earth and magma. A Landorus, Therian form, with its ground flying typing and access to Earthquake and Sandsear Storm, would offer a fast, powerful physical attacker with disruptive capabilities, representing the fertile earth and destructive storms. For a third legendary, a Zygarde, complete form, with its dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Core Enforcer, would add an incredibly bulky and powerful physical attacker with versatile offensive options, representing the ecological order and power of the land. Groudon is the primal earth, Landorus the spirit of the land, and Zygarde its unwavering protector, all aligning with Rika's dependable and powerful presence as an Elite Four member. Rika's battles would become an unyielding assault from legendary ground types, forcing trainers to contend with immense power and terrain control. Poppy, the Steel-type Elite Four member, with her Copperajah, Bronzong, Corviknight, Magnezone, and Tinkaton, employs a strategy of immense defensive bulk, overwhelming power, and metallic precision. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's metallic strength, adding legendary steel types that are both imposing and resilient. A Dialga, origin form, with its steel dragon typing and access to Roar of Time and Flash Cannon, would provide overwhelming special offensive power and control over time, representing the unyielding flow of existence. A Zacian, crowned sword, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the sharp elegance and power of royalty. For a third legendary, a Melmetal, with its pure steel typing and access to Double Iron Bash and Superpower, would add an incredibly powerful physical attacker with a unique double hit ability, representing raw, unrefined metallic might. Dialga embodies time and metallic strength, Zacian the royal steel blade, and Melmetal the ancient powerful metal, all aligning with Poppy's surprisingly strong demeanor, despite her youth and her mastery of the steel type. Poppy's battles would become an impenetrable fortress of legendary steel types, challenging trainers to breach an unbreakable defense. Larry, the normal type Elite Four member, who also moonlights as a flying type gym leader, uses a team of Kamala, Dudenspars, Braviary, Hiswan, Staraptor, and Snorlax. His normal type team benefits from its sheer versatility and lack of common weaknesses, embodying an unassuming yet incredibly strong presence. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing this versatility and adding raw, unadulterated power that transcends type. Arceus, with its pure normal typing and access to judgment and extreme speed, would provide unparalleled offensive and defensive power, capable of changing its type and representing the very creation of the universe. Regigigas, with its pure normal typing and access to Giga's impact and crush grip, would offer immense physical offensive power once its ability activates, embodying ancient, colossal strength. For a third legendary, a Meloetta, Aria form, with its normal psychic typing and access to Relic Song and Psychic, would add a fast special attacker with the ability to change forms, representing the versatile and harmonious nature of sound. Arceus is the creator, Regigigas the ancient colossus, and Meloetta the harmonious spirit, all aligning with Larry's understated yet incredibly effective battle style. Larry's battles would become a true test of adaptability against legendary Pokémon that defy simple categorization, masking immense power behind a seemingly ordinary facade. Hassel, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with his Baxcalibur, Haxorus, Dragalge, Flapple, and Noivern, commands a team of formidable and powerful dragon types. His legendary additions would amplify his artistic vision and the raw, destructive beauty of dragons, adding legendary dragon types that are both ancient and awe-inspiring. A Palkia, origin form, with its dragon water typing and access to Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, would offer immense mixed offensive pressure and control over space, representing the vastness and power of creation. A Giratina, origin form, with its Ghost Dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, representing the Distortion and Inverse world. For a third legendary, a Kyurem, White Kyurem, with its Dragon Ice typing and access to Ice Burn and Fusion Flare, would add an incredibly powerful special attacker with devastating coverage, representing the frozen boundaries of the dragon's power. Palkia controls space, Giratina distorts reality, and Kyurem embodies the extreme power of the legendary dragons, all aligning with Hassel's passionate and artistic nature, reflecting the raw beauty and power of dragons. Hassel's battles would become an artistic masterpiece of destruction, facing legendary dragon types of unparalleled might. Finally, we come to Champion Gita, the chairwoman of the Paldea League and the top champion, who typically fields a team including Espethra, Glamora, Avalugg, Veluza, Kingambit, and Tatsugiri, or other varied options, as her team can change for rematches. Her legendary additions would reflect her status as the strongest trainer in Paldea and her emphasis on order, strategy, and impeccable battle prowess. Her legendary additions would embody the ultimate power and strategic depth. Eternatus, Eternamax, with its poison dragon typing and access to Eternabeam and Dynamax cannon, would provide absolutely overwhelming special offensive power, representing the cosmic power and energy manipulation of the darkest day. A Koraidon, with its fighting dragon typing and access to collision course and dragon claw, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the ancient past and sheer primal strength. For a third legendary, a Miraidon, with its electric dragon typing and access to Electro Drift and Dragon Pulse, would add an equally immense special offensive power and speed, representing the futuristic power and technological advancement. Eternatus is the cosmic power, Koraidon the ancient might, and Miraidon the futuristic prowess, all aligning with Gita's formidable presence and her role as the ultimate test in the Paldea region. Gita's battles would become the ultimate challenge, a clash against three legendary titans of immense and varied power, pushing trainers to their absolute limits to claim the champion title. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by three legendary Pokémon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation, a true gauntlet of unparalleled power. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. This expansion transforms the Pokemon League Challenge into an almost insurmountable gauntlet, forcing trainers to completely rethink their strategies. The regional narratives themselves would inevitably shift with the presence of legendary Pokemon in the hands of the Elite Four and champions, becoming a foundational element of each region's lore. Let's revisit Kanto for a moment, imagining the kind of trainer who might actually overcome Lorelei's formidable Articuno, Lapras, and Walrein team, or Bruno's Regigigas, Machamp, and Lucario. The player character, the silent protagonist, would need to field a team of comparable strength or exploit-type matchups with absolute precision and perfect tactical execution. The struggle against Agatha's Darkrai, Gengar, and Mismagius would be less about raw power and more about psychological warfare and strategic status condition application, while Lance's Rayquaza, Dragonite, and Salamence would demand a team capable of handling overwhelming dragon-type assaults. The game's difficulty curve would spike dramatically. Moving into Johto, the challenge intensifies further. Will's Xerneas, Espeon, and Slowbro would require trainers to have potent steel or poison-type attackers, or to engage in a speed control battle unlike anything seen before. Koga's Genesect, Crobat, and Forretress would mandate a strong fire-type presence and an answer to Genesect's varied attacks. Bruno, again with his Regigigas, Machamp, and Lucario, would continue to be a physical powerhouse, now with the added threat of Regigigas's sheer bulk and slow start ability needing to be managed. Karen's Yveltal, Umbreon, and Houndoom would be a dark, destructive force, demanding fairy-type counters or exceptionally strong fighting types, and Lance's formidable Rayquaza, Dragonite, and Salamence would again serve as the ultimate dragon-type test, now with the added challenge of Johto's diverse Pokémon. The narrative of Johto, already steeped in legendary lore with the beasts and Ho-Oh Lugia, would integrate the Elite Four's legendaries as guardians of equilibrium, their power a reflection of the region's ancient history. In Hoenn, Sydney's Zekrom, Absol, and Shiftry would pose a dual threat of Dragon and Dark, requiring a versatile team. Phoebe's Lunala, Dusclops, and Sableye would be a spectral nightmare, with Lunala's Shadow Shield ability making it incredibly difficult to take down. Glacia's Arceus, Ice Plate, Walrein, and Glalie would present a unique challenge, as Arceus's adaptability would force trainers to guess its type or have a perfectly balanced team. Drake's Reshiram, Salamence, and Flygon would represent another overwhelming dragon-type assault. And Steven Stone's Kyogre, Primal, Metagross, and Aggron would be an absolute game-ender, with Primal Kyogre's Drizzle ability and Origin Pulse wreaking havoc, forcing trainers to bring their own weather control or extremely powerful grass or electric-type attacks. The Hoenn legends, already central to the region's story, would be viewed as extensions of the natural world's power, mirrored by the Elite Four's legendary teams. Sinnoh's Elite Four would offer a truly cosmic challenge. Aaron's Shaman, Skyform, Drapion, and Heracross would combine speed and power, with Shaman's Serene Grace, Air Slash being particularly devastating. Bertha's Groudon, Primal, Hippowdon, and Rhyperior would turn the field into a sun-drenched wasteland, boosting Groudon's already immense power and forcing trainers to contend with overwhelming ground-type attacks. Flint's Heatran, Infernip, and Magmortar would create an inferno, with Heatran's Flashfire ability making it even more dangerous. Lucian's Cresselia, Alakazam, and Bronzong would be a masterclass in psychic strategy and tankiness, with Cresselia's Lunar Dance offering incredible support. And Cynthia's Dialga, Garchomp, and Spiritomb would be a time-bending force, with Dialga's Roar of Time threatening massive damage. The Sinnoh legends, already tied to the Creation Trio, would make the League challenge feel like a confrontation with foundational forces of the universe. Unova's challenges would be equally varied and intense. Chantal's Hoopa, Unbound, Chandelure, and Golurk would be a chaotic, dimension-hopping threat, with Hoopa Unbound's Hyperspace Fury bypassing defenses. Grimsley's Regigigas, Bisharp, and Crocodile would be a physical powerhouse, again relying on Regigigas's raw strength once Slow Start wears off or is mitigated. Caitlin's Mewtwo, Reuniclus, and Gothitelle would be a pure psychic onslaught, with Mewtwo's unmatched special attack. Marshall's Zekrom, Conkeldurr, and Mienshao would be a blend of dragon and fighting, with Zekrom's Fusion Bolt hitting incredibly hard. And Iris's Palkia, Haxorus, and Heydragon will represent an overwhelming dragon-type challenge, with Palkia's Spatial Rend adding a devastating move to her arsenal. The Unovan legends, tied to ideals and truths, would see their power reflected in the Elite Four's commitment to their battle philosophies. Kalos, with its emphasis on Mega Evolution, would see the Elite Four and Champion bringing unparalleled power. Malva's Volcanion, Talonflame, and Pyroar would be a fiery, explosive team, with Volcanion's Steam Eruption dealing massive damage and potentially burning targets. Cybold's Manaphy, Clawitzer, and Gyarados, Mega, would use Rain Dance to boost Manaphy's hydration ability and its powerful water-type attacks, making for a challenging sweep. Drosna's Latias, Mega, Altaria, and Noivern would present a graceful yet potent dragon psychic threat, with Mega Latias's bulk and supportive capabilities being key. Wickstrom's Aegislash, Scizor, Mega, and Klefki would be a defensive and offensive steel-type fortress, with Mega Scizor's Technician-boosted Bullet Punch being terrifying. And Diantha's Xerneas, Gardevoir, Mega, and Gudra would be a force of life and destruction, with Xerneas's fairy aura boosting its already powerful Moonblast. Kalos's elegance and power would be embodied by these legendary teams. Alola, with its unique trial system and Z moves, would see a change in the Elite Four's approach. Hala's Tapu Fini, Machamp, and Hariyama would use misty terrain to protect itself from status conditions and boost its water and fairy-type attacks, making for a formidable physical force. Olivia's Tapu Koko, Lycanroc, Midday, and Probopass would be a fast, electric terrain-fueled offensive, with Tapu Koko's Electric Surge boosting its powerful electric-type Z moves. Acerola's Tapu Bulu, Palisand, and Delmise would use grassy terrain to provide recovery and boost its grass-type attacks, creating a defensive wall. Kahili's Tapu Lele, Toucanon, and Mandibuzz would be a psychic terrain-fueled special offensive, with Tapu Lele's Psychic Surge boosting its already powerful psychic-type attacks. And Professor Kukui's Solgaleo, Z-Move, Ninetales, Alolan, and Incineroar would bring a powerful mix of fire, ice, and steel to the field, with Solgaleo's Sunsteel Strike and its Z-Move being devastating. The Tapu Guardians, already central to Alolan lore, would be seen as having bestowed their power upon the Elite Four to protect the region. Galar, with its focus on Dynamax and Gigantamax, would feature some truly monumental battles. Gordy's Regidrago, Coalossal, G-Max, and Stonejourner would be a rock-solid dragon-infused team, with G-Max Coalossal's G-Max Volcalith setting up entry hazards and dealing continuous damage. Melanie's Regis, Lapras, G-Max, and Frosmoth would be an icy fortress, with G-Max Lapras's G-Max Resonance setting up Aurora Veil for huge defensive boosts. Raihan's Eternatus, Eternamax, Duraludon, G-Max, and Flygon would be a dynamic, weather-controlling force, with Eternatus's immense power and Duraludon's G-Max depletion lowering stats. And Leon's Zacian, Crowned Sword, Charizard, G-Max, and Rillaboom would be the ultimate challenge, with Zacian's Intrepid Sword ability boosting its attack, and G-Max Charizard's G-Max Wildfire burning opponents. The box art legendaries, Zacian and Zamazenta, would be revered as the ultimate protectors, their power entrusted to the champion. Finally, in Paldea, the terastallization mechanic adds another layer of strategic depth. Hassel's Koraidon, Terra Dragon, Baxcalibur, and Dragalge would represent sheer dragon-type power, with Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse boosting its attack in harsh sunlight. Rika's Munkidori, Terra Psychic, Clodsire, and Camerupt would use Munkidori's Toxic Chain ability to poison opponents while dishing out powerful psychic-type attacks. Poppy's Okidogi, Terra Fighting, Tinkaton, and Copperaja would be a physically imposing team, with Okidogi's Toxic Chain ability also coming into play. Larry's Pheasantipity, Terra Flying, Staraptor, and Corviknight would be a fast-paced, flying-type team, with Pheasantipity's Toxic Chain causing problems. And Gita's Miraidon, Terra Electric, Glamora, and Kingambit would be the ultimate test, with Miraidon's Hadron Engine ability boosting its special attack in electric terrain, making its Electro Drift an absolute menace. The Treasures of Ruin and the Paradox Pokémon, already steeped in Paldean lore, would solidify the Elite Four's role as custodians of ancient and futuristic power. The impact of these legendary teams on the player's journey would be profound. Every gym battle would need to be approached with a mind towards the upcoming Elite Four. The quest to catch 'em all would take on a new urgency, as trainers would need a diverse and powerful roster of their own to stand a chance. Strategic breeding, EV training, and IV optimization, often reserved for competitive play, would become essential for story progression. The narrative of each region would undoubtedly weave in the heightened challenge, perhaps with mentors training the protagonist specifically to face these legendary wielding opponents, or with the player character themselves seeking out their own legendary Pokémon to even the playing field. The champions would be seen not just as symbols of strength, but as figures of immense power, almost on par with the legendary Pokémon themselves. Defeating them would signify not just mastery over Pokémon battles, but a profound understanding of the deep lore and power dynamics of each region. The post-game content would also be affected, with rematches against these Elite Four members being even more challenging, perhaps with their legendary Pokémon having perfect IVs and optimized natures. The very concept of becoming the very best would be redefined, requiring a trainer to not only understand type matchups and battle strategy, but also to truly master the potential of legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon world, as we know it, would be irrevocably altered, placing the player at the heart of an epic struggle against forces that shape the very fabric of existence. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by 3 legendary Pokémon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation, a true gauntlet of unparalleled power, transforming the Pokémon League into a legendary crucible. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. The challenge would not just be about winning, but about understanding and respecting the sheer power of these mythical beings. The journey to becoming champion would truly be a saga, a testament to a trainer's dedication, skill, and connection with their Pokémon, pushing them to limits never before imagined. Let's delve deeper into the implications for the player's journey from Kanto all the way to Paldea. In Kanto, the early game would remain largely unchanged, as the player character is still a novice. The initial gym leaders, Brock and Misty, would still provide essential lessons in type advantages and basic strategy. However, the whispers of the Elite Four's legendary teams would begin much earlier. Professor Oak, instead of just handing out a Pokédex, might offer a grave warning about the true strength awaiting trainers at the Indigo Plateau. This would introduce a layer of gravitas to the journey, making every wild Pokémon encounter and every trainer battle feel more significant. The decision of which starter to choose, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, would carry even more weight, as its evolution line would need to be a cornerstone against the legendary threats. As the player progresses through Kanto, characters like Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance would become almost mythical figures themselves, their power amplified by the legendary Pokémon now at their command. Lorelei's Articuno, Bruno's Terrakion, Agatha's Lunala, and Lance's Rayquaza would be the ultimate goalposts. The game's difficulty curve would be significantly steeper, making grinding for experience not just an option, but a necessity. Trainers would need to learn not just type matchups, but also the intricacies of legendary abilities, signature moves, and stat distributions. The Safari Zone would become a desperate hunt for specific Pokémon with advantageous typings or abilities, rather than a casual side activity. The legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, usually post-game encounters, might become crucial early game targets for the player, representing a desperate attempt to match the Elite Four's power. This would fundamentally alter the flow of the Kanto narrative, elevating the stakes exponentially. Moving into Johto, the legend of the Elite Four would precede the player even more. The tales of Lorelei's Lapras being bolstered by Articuno and Lance's Dragonites flying alongside Rayquaza would be common knowledge. The player's journey through Johto would emphasize the region's own rich lore surrounding legendary Pokémon. The Ekrutake City storyline, involving the burned tower and the awakening of the legendary beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, would intertwine directly with the Elite Four challenge. Instead of simply encountering them in the wild, the player might be guided by characters like Yucine to understand their power, perhaps even forming a bond with one to gain an edge. The Johto Elite Four, Will and Karen, along with Koga and Bruno, would now be even more formidable. Will's Xerneas, Karen's Yveltal, Koga's Genesect, and Bruno's Melmetal would present an almost insurmountable obstacle. The player's quest to defeat Team Rocket would feel like a necessary training exercise, a way to hone skills against powerful opponents before facing the true titans. The Red Gyarados event at the Lake of Rage would provide an early taste of a powerful, unique Pokémon, signaling the kind of strength needed for the Indigo Plateau. Hoenn's story, deeply rooted in the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre, would take on an even grander scale. Steven Stone's champion team, now featuring a Mega Metagross alongside primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, would be the ultimate expression of the region's ancient power. The Elite Four, Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake, would field teams like Sydney's Zoroark, backed by Darkrai, Phoebe's Dusclops with Giratina, Glacia's Walrein alongside Kyurem, and Drake's Salamence flying with Zekrom. The player would not just be stopping Team Aqua or Team Magma, but preparing for a battle that mirrors the legendary clashes of the past. The diving suit would no longer be just a plot device, but a tool in the player's arsenal to navigate treacherous waters and perhaps discover hidden legendary Pokémon or ancient power-ups to aid in the Elite Four challenge. The emphasis on environmental balance would become a literal battlefield strategy, as the player would need to understand how weather conditions affect their legendary opponents. In Sinnoh, the creation trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina already dominates the lore. Cynthia's champion team, known for its sheer power, would be absolutely terrifying with Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia at her side, her Garchomp still leading the charge. The Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian, would command teams like Aaron's Skyzor with Buzzwole, Bertha's Hippowdon with Regigigas, Flint's Infernape with Heatran, and Lucian's Bronzong backed by Cresselia. The player's journey through Sinnoh would transform into a spiritual quest, facing not just trainers, but forces that shaped the universe. The Distortion World sequence would become a pivotal moment, perhaps offering the player a chance to understand Giratina's power or even recruit a legendary Pokémon of their own to stand against Cynthia. The Grand Underground would be revisited repeatedly, not just for fossils, but for rare items, TMs, and perhaps even specific Pokémon that can counter the legendary threats. The training of the starter Pokémon, whether it be Torterra, Infernape, or Empoleon, would involve a deeper understanding of their roles in a team facing cosmic entities. Unova's Elite Four, Chantal, Grimsley, Caitlin, and Marshall would showcase the more modern, yet still potent legendary Pokemon. Chantal's Chandelure would be supported by Blacephalon, Grimsley's Bisharp by Kartana, Caitlin's Gothitelle by Magarna, and Marshall's Conkeldurr by Zeraora. Alder's champion team, now featuring his Volcarona, alongside Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, would embody the ideals and truths of Unova, amplified to an extreme. The narrative surrounding N and Team Plasma, which already questions the relationship between humans and Pokemon, would gain an even sharper edge. N's ability to communicate with Pokemon would be seen as a pathway to understanding the legendary beings, and his philosophical debates would resonate more deeply when the player knows they must ultimately command Pokemon of similar caliber. The Royal Unova cruise ship battles would become crucial training opportunities, offering high-level opponents to prepare for the arduous League challenge. The player's choice between Reshiram and Zekrom would be a strategic one, directly impacting their potential against Alder's formidable lineup. Kalos, with its emphasis on Mega Evolution and the ultimate weapon, would find its Elite Four, Malva, Saibold, Wickstrom, and Drasna, wielding legendary Pokemon that further enhance their themes. Malva's Pyroar would command Volcanion, Saibold's Clawitzer would be supported by Manaphy, Wickstrom's Aegislash by Cobalion, and Drasna's Dragalga by Kommo-o. Diantha's champion team, with her Mega Gardevoir, would be joined by Xerneas and Yveltal and Zygarde, perhaps in its complete form. The focus on beauty and strength in Kolos would be embodied by these powerful Pokemon, showcasing elegance and destructive force in equal measure. The player's journey to master Mega Evolution would become even more critical, as it would be the only way to challenge the power of the legendary Pokemon. The Battle Chateau would be less about rank and more about desperate training, facing powerful trainers to hone strategies against legendary threats. The lore of AZ and the ultimate weapon would serve as a constant reminder of the destructive potential that these legendary Pokemon embody, making the player's responsibility as a trainer even heavier. Alola's Trials and Island Challenge would be reimagined as a spiritual pilgrimage to gain the wisdom and strength needed to face the legendary wielding Elite Four. The trial captains and kahunas, now more powerful, would prepare the player for the ultimate test. The Elite Four, Hala, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili would feature teams like Hala's Hariyama with Marshadow, Olivia's Lycanroc with Nihilego, Acerola's Palossand with Mimikyu. I know Mimikyu isn't legendary, hear me out. Its lore and unique nature make it a perfect thematic fit for a legendary spirit alongside Acerola's ghost types, almost acting as a pseudo-legendary in this context, fitting the spirit of the premise. And Kahili's Toucanon with Celesteela. The inaugural champion, the player character in canon, would now face a challenge unlike any other. However, if we assume a pre-existing champion, like Kukui in an alternate timeline, his team with Incineroar would be bolstered by Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma in its Ultra form. The Ultra Beasts, already powerful and mysterious, would be integrated seamlessly into the Elite Four's rosters, emphasizing their alien and overwhelming power. The player's ability to use Z moves would be a critical equalizer, turning the tide with their powerful one-time attacks against the legendary foes. The story of Nebby, the Cosmog, would be a direct parallel to the player's own growth, as they nurture a powerful legendary Pokemon to stand against others. Galar's Elite Four, if we consider the format of the Champion Cup, would see trainers like Bede, Marnie, and Hop, if they were to assume such roles, equipped with legendary Pokemon. Assuming the formal Elite Four structure applied, perhaps the gym leaders who feature prominently in the Champion Cup could be considered. Nessa's Dreadnought, with Urshifu, single strike, would be a force. Milo's Eldegoss, supported by Zarude, would demonstrate surprising power. B's Machamp, said as Gigantamax, leading with Zamazenta, would be an unyielding wall, while Alistair's Gengar, Gigantamax, with Spectrier, would be a spectral nightmare. Raihan's Duraludon, Gigantamax, with Eternatus, would be the ultimate Weathermaster. Leon's champion team, with his iconic Charizard, Gigantamax, would be joined by Zacian, Zamazenta, and Eternatus, perhaps a less unstable form of Eternatus, or one he has mastered. The Dynamax and Gigantamax mechanics would be absolutely essential, providing the player with a temporary power boost to match the legendary Pokemon's inherent strength. The wild area would become a central training ground, specifically for finding Pokemon with the Gigantamax factor, a crucial advantage in these battles. The lore of the Darkest Day and the ancient kings of Galar would be constantly referenced, reminding the player of the immense power they are attempting to overcome. Finally, Paldea's Elite Four, Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel would bring their unique regional flair to their legendary teams. Rika's Clodsire with Wo-Chien, Poppy's Tinkaton with Chien Pao, Larry's Staraptor with Ting Lu, and Hassel's Bacalibur with Chi-Yu. Gita's champion team, with her Glamora, would be joined by Koraidon, Miraidon, and Terrapagos. The terrestrialization mechanic would be the player's ultimate strategic tool, allowing for unexpected type changes and power boosts to turn the tide against the formidable legendary opponents. The school settings of Naranja or Uva Academy would offer advanced courses in legendary Pokemon lore and battle strategy, preparing the player academically as well as practically. The treasure hunt element of the game would now extend to seeking out ancient artifacts or knowledge that could give an edge against the powerful legendaries. The Paradox Pokemon and the Treasures of Ruin, already central to Paldean lore, would be integrated into the Elite Four's teams, solidifying their role as custodians of ancient and futuristic power. The final challenge against Professor Sada, or Turo, and then Gita would not just be a test of strength, but a confrontation with the very fabric of Paldea's history and future, embodied by these legendary Pokemon. The implications for the wider Pokemon world are vast. The Pokemon League would transform from a prestigious competition into an almost sacred institution, the ultimate test of a trainer's worth. Becoming a champion would mean not just skill, but a profound understanding of the legendary Pokemon themselves, their history, their power, and their place in the world. The player's journey would become a heroic saga, a true mythological quest to overcome forces that shape the very fabric of existence. Every victory would be hard-won, every defeat a lesson in humility, and every legendary Pokemon encountered, whether friend or foe, would deepen the player's connection to the world around them. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by 3 legendary Pokemon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation. A true gauntlet of unparalleled power, transforming the Pokemon League into a legendary crucible. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. What if every Elite Four had legendary Pokemon teams? The Kanto Elite Four, Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance, would command teams of unparalleled power, each augmented by legendary Pokemon. Lorelei, the Ice Queen, would lead with her iconic Lapras, supported by three legendary Pokemon known for their mastery over the elements and their elusive nature. Her team would include Articuno, the majestic ice and flying type, a true embodiment of her cold, strategic battle style. Suicune, the Aurora Pokemon, with its ability to purify water, would perfectly complement her water and ice types, reflecting her serene yet formidable presence. Finally, Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, would introduce a psychic dimension, symbolizing the ethereal and often dreamlike quality of her ice-type attacks, making her team not just powerful, but profoundly mystical. Lorelei's Pokédex entries often speak of her calm demeanor, and these legendary additions would amplify that, turning battles into a ballet of precise, chilling maneuvers. Her Jinx, Cloyster, and Slowbro would still be present, but now they would be bolstered by legendary might, transforming her challenge into a truly formidable one. Bruno, the fighting type expert, would bring a raw, physical force to the Elite Four, his team now featuring legendary Pokemon that embody strength, earth, and ancient power. His ace, Machamp, would be flanked by Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon, a pure embodiment of unyielding defense and brute force, mirroring Bruno's own stoicism and physical prowess. Entei, the Volcano Pokemon, with its fiery passion and immense power, would represent the explosive energy of fighting types and Bruno's own fiery spirit in battle. Finally, Terrakion, one of the Swords of Justice, known for its incredible physical attack and its rock-solid demeanor, would underscore Bruno's dedication to pure, unadulterated strength. His Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Onyx would continue to feature, but the legendary trio would elevate his team beyond typical martial arts mastery, making him a true force of nature. Bruno's team would emphasize not just fighting skill, but the sheer, untamed power of the earth itself, a challenge of endurance and might. Agatha, the Ghost-type specialist, would weave a tapestry of spooky and elusive legendary Pokemon into her team, enhancing her already chilling presence. Her Gengar, a master of trickery and spectral attacks, would be joined by Giratina, origin form, the Renegade Pokemon, whose domain is the Distortion world, perfectly encapsulating Agatha's ties to the supernatural and the unseen. Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokemon, known for its ability to cause nightmares and its elusive nature, would add a layer of psychological warfare, making her battles a truly unsettling experience. And to round out her spectral trio, Lunala, the Moon Pokemon, a creature of cosmic power that ferries souls to the afterlife, would provide an otherworldly aura, connecting her ghost types to the grander mysteries of existence. Agatha's Arbok, Golbat, and Haunter would still be part of her lineup, but with these legendary additions, her battles would become less about type advantage and more about confronting the very essence of fear and the unknown. Her theme of death and rebirth, often subtly present, would become overtly powerful with these legendary allies. Lance, the Dragon Master and eventual champion, would ascend to an even higher echelon of power, his legendary team reflecting his mastery over the most awe-inspiring Pokemon. His signature Dragonite, a symbol of his strength and loyalty, would be joined by Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokemon, the undisputed master of the ozone layer, and a legendary dragon of immense power. This would solidify Lance's connection to the heavens and his status as a trainer who reaches for the pinnacle. Zekrom, the deep black Pokemon representing ideals and powerful electric attacks, would add a layer of raw, destructive force, showcasing Lance's ambition and his ability to command overwhelming power. And finally, Reshiram, the vast white Pokemon representing truth and powerful fire attacks, would complement Zekrom, creating a dynamic duo of legendaries that symbolize the balance of power and the epic scale of his dragon mastery. His Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and Charizard, despite not being a dragon type, it fits his theme of powerful flying creatures, would still be present, but with Rayquaza, Zekrom, and Reshiram, Lance would become an almost mythological figure, a true dragon king whose challenge is the ultimate test of a trainer's mettle. The Kanto League, under these conditions, would be less of a competition and more of a pilgrimage, a series of trials against forces that shape the very world. Moving to Johto, the Elite Four, Will, Koga, Bruno, again, and Karen would also command legendary forces. Will, the psychic specialist, would retain his focus on strategic, mind-bending battles. His Xatu, known for seeing the future, would be supported by the legendary trio of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, the Lake Guardians, embodying knowledge, emotion, and willpower. Uxie, the knowledge Pokemon, would reflect Will's strategic mind and psychic foresight. Mesprit, the emotion Pokemon, would add a layer of unpredictable psychic energy, mirroring the nuanced emotions that can influence battle. Azelf, the willpower Pokemon, would provide an indomitable mental fortitude, making Will's team incredibly resilient and focused. His Slowbro, Jinx, and Exeggutor would still be part of his team, but the Lake Guardians would elevate his psychic power to an existential level, making his battles a test of mental endurance and strategic depth. Koga, now an Elite Four member, would expand his ninja-like stealth and poison tactics with legendary additions. His Crobat, a swift and toxic attacker, would be joined by Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokemon, a repeat but fitting for Koga's stealth and dark themes, demonstrating how legendary themes can overlap, emphasizing his shadowy tactics and ability to induce fear. Verishen, one of the Swords of Justice, known for its speed and grass-type attacks, might seem an odd choice, but its grace and precision would align with Koga's ninja aesthetics, contrasting with the brute force of other legendaries. And to truly embody his deceptive nature, Zoroark, the Illusion Fox Pokemon, a master of illusion, though not a true legendary, its unique ability and lore often place it in a similar narrative vein, and for the purpose of roster hypothetical, it would be treated as such for its profound impact, would complete his legendary trio, making his battles a dizzying array of misdirection and unexpected strikes. His Muck, Fortress, and Ariados would still be present, but with these additions, Koga's challenge would become a masterclass in subterfuge and strategic evasion, a true ninja trial. Bruno, as Encanto, would bring his unwavering fighting spirit. His Johto legendary team would maintain his theme of raw power and earth-shattering might. His Machamp would be joined by Regirock, Entei, and Terrakion, mirroring his Kanto team, as his core identity as a trainer remains consistent across regions, showcasing his dedication to a specific style of legendary power. The consistency across regions for Bruno reinforces the idea that some trainers have a deep, personal connection to specific legendary archetypes. Karen, the Dark-type specialist, would embrace the shadowy and often misunderstood nature of her legendary additions. Her Houndoom, fierce and loyal, would be complemented by Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon, a force of devastation that perfectly embodies the often aggressive and powerful nature of dark types. This would make her battles incredibly intense and high stakes. Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon, would return here, fitting for its powerful dark energy and its representation of ideals, which can often be found in the complex morality of dark-type trainers. And to complete her trio, Guzzlord, the Junkivore Pokémon, an Ultra Beast, but again for thematic purposes and power level, it would be considered alongside traditional legendaries in this hypothetical, a creature of insatiable hunger and cosmic horror would add a truly terrifying and overwhelming presence, perfectly encapsulating the chaotic and destructive potential of dark types. Her Umbreon, Murkrow, and Vileplume, a nod to her canon team, even if not dark type, it emphasizes her unique approach, would be present, but with Yveltal, Zekrom, and Guzzlord, Karen's challenge would become a confrontation with the darker, more primal forces of the Pokemon world, a test of courage and resilience against overwhelming odds. The Johto champion, Lance, would again elevate his team. His Dragonite would be joined by Rayquaza, Reshiram, and Zekrom, solidifying his status as a legendary Dragon Master, consistent with his Kanto appearance. This consistency across his teams emphasizes his deep connection to powerful legendary dragons. The red Gyarados from Lake of Rage, a unique, shiny Pokemon, would also find a place on his team, representing his connection to the region's lore and his ability to tame powerful, unique creatures. Moving on to Hoenn, the Elite Four, Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake would face the daunting task of commanding legendaries that resonate with their specific types. Sydney, the Dark-type master, would build on his cunning and aggressive style. His Absol, a harbinger of disaster, would be supported by Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokemon, emphasizing his ability to manipulate battle conditions and sow confusion. Yveltal, the destruction Pokemon, would again feature, solidifying his team's destructive potential and dark-type dominance. And to add a truly unique Hoenn flavor, Deoxys, Attack Form, the DNA Pokemon, a formidable extraterrestrial legendary, would bring unparalleled speed and offensive power, reflecting Sydney's often unpredictable and aggressive battle style. His Shiftry, Cacturne, and Crawdaunt would remain, but with Darkrai, Yveltal, and Deoxys, Sydney's battles would become a high-stakes game of attrition, where every move could lead to a swift and brutal defeat. Phoebe, the Ghost-type specialist with her connection to Mount Pyre, would command legendaries tied to the spiritual and ethereal. Her Dusclops, a guardian of souls, would be joined by Giratina, Origin Form, the Renegade Pokemon, a perfect fit for her spectral theme and connection to the spirit world. Lunala, the Monet Pokemon, would add a cosmic afterlife dimension, aligning with the sacred nature of Mount Pyre. And to truly embrace the ancient and mysterious, Regigigas, the colossal Pokemon, the creator of the Regis, would provide a powerful, ancient presence, hinting at the deep, fundamental forces that ghost types can sometimes represent. While not a ghost type, its ancient and powerful status would be a thematic match for Phoebe's deep connection to ancient spirits and sacred sites. Her Sableye, Banette, and Chimecho would remain, but with Giratina, Lunala, and Regigigas, Phoebe's battles would transcend simple type matchups, becoming a journey into the spiritual heart of Hoenn. Glacia, the ice-type expert, would bring a chilling elegance to her legendary team. Her Walrein, a powerful and imposing ice type, would be supported by Articuno, the majestic ice and flying type, a classic choice for its serene yet powerful presence. Suicune, the Aurora Pokémon, with its pure and elegant nature, would again be a perfect fit, aligning with Glacia's sophisticated battle style. And to truly embody the unyielding force of ice, Regis, the Iceberg Pokémon, a massive, impenetrable legendary, would provide an almost insurmountable defensive presence, solidifying Glacia's theme of enduring cold. Her Snorunt, Cielio, and Glalie would still be present, but with Articuno, Suicune, and Regis, Glacia's challenge would become a test of endurance against an almost impenetrable, icy fortress, a true gauntlet of frigid power. Drake, the Dragon Master of the Hoenn Elite Four, would showcase the raw, untamed power of legendary dragons. His Salamence, a powerful and fearsome dragon, would be joined by Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, reinforcing his mastery over the skies and immense power. Latios and Latias, the Eon Pokémon, flying psychic dragons, would perfectly complement his team, adding speed, grace, and an element of psychic strategy, reflecting Drake's wisdom and experience. These two would provide a dynamic duo, representing the balance of masculine and feminine power, and their strong bond would align with Drake's own steadfast nature. His Flygon, Altaria, and Kingdra would still be present, but with Rayquaza, Latios, and Latias, Drake's battles would become an aerial ballet of immense power, a true test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming draconic might. The Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, known for his love of rare stones and his steel-type Pokémon, would command a team that reflects his unique blend of elegance and immense power. His Mega Metagross, a marvel of engineering and psychic steel power, would be joined by Dialga, the Temporal Pokémon, master of time, and a formidable steel-type legendary, perfectly aligning with Steven's theme of ancient power and geological precision. Solgaleo, the Sunne Pokémon, a majestic psychic steel legendary, would add a radiant and powerful presence, embodying Steven's often bright and inspiring demeanor. And to connect to the very core of Hoenn, Groudon, Primal Reversion, the continent Pokémon, a legendary of immense earth-shattering power, would highlight Steven's deep connection to the land and the ancient forces that shaped Hoenn. While Groudon is not steel-type, its primal power and connection to Earth's core would resonate with Steven's geological interests and his status as a champion who understands the fundamental forces of the world. His Agron, Skarmory, and Cradily would remain, but with Dialga, Solgaleo, and Primal Groudon, Steven's challenge would become a confrontation with the very forces that shape the planet, a true champion's test of understanding and resilience against primordial power. In Sinnoh, the Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian would bring their legendary prowess to the forefront. Aaron, the bug-type specialist, would elevate his often underestimated type with legendary flair. His Drapion, a formidable bug poison type, would be complemented by Genesect, the Paleozoic Pokémon, a technologically enhanced bug, legendary with immense power and adaptability, perfectly aligning with Aaron's desire to showcase the strength of bug types. Pheromosa, the Lissum Pokémon, an Ultra Beast, again included for its thematic fit and power, with its incredible speed and grace, would embody the agile and often overwhelming offensive power of many bug types. And to add a truly unique twist, Celebi, the time travel Pokemon, a mythical grass just psychic type connected to forests and time, would represent the often hidden and vital role of bugs in ecosystems, adding an element of ancient natural power to his team. While not a bug type, Celebi's forest guardian role and mythical status would highlight the deeper connections of bug types to the natural world. His Vespiquen, Heracross, and Scizor would still be present, but with Genesect, Pheromosa, and Celebi, Aaron's battles would become a celebration of the strength, speed, and ecological importance of bug types, a truly challenging and eye-opening experience. Bertha, the ground-type specialist, would command legendaries that embody the raw power and immovability of the earth. Her Hippowdon, a formidable sand shifter, would be joined by Groudon, Primal Reversion, the continent Pokemon, a titan of the earth with immense power over land, directly aligning with her mastery of ground types. Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon, would return here, symbolizing the sheer resilience and defensive power of the earth, reinforcing Bertha's steadfast battle style. And to represent the ancient and often destructive power of the earth, Landorus, Therian form, the Abundance Pokemon, a powerful genie of the land, would add a dynamic and offensive presence, showcasing the varied powers of ground types. Her Rhyperior, Gliscor, and Whiscash would remain, but with Primal Groudon, Regirock, and Therian Landorus, Bertha's battles would become a true earthquake of power, a test of a trainer's ability to withstand and overcome the very forces of the planet. Flint, the fire-type expert, would ignite his team with legendary Pokemon that embody explosive power and fiery passion. His Infernape, a blazing martial artist, would be complemented by Reshiram, the vast white Pokemon, a legendary dragon of truth and immense firepower, perfectly aligning with Flint's fervent battle style. Entei, the volcano Pokemon, would return, solidifying the raw, untamed power of fire and its connection to natural disasters. And to bring a powerful, almost mystical fire, Heatran, the Lava Dome Pokemon, a unique fire-steel legendary born from volcanic activity, would add a defensive and offensive powerhouse, representing the deep, geological origins of fire. His Rapidash, Magmortar, and Flareon would still be present, but with Reshiram, Entei, and Heatran, Flint's battles would become an inferno, a true test of a trainer's ability to brave the heat and stand against immense fiery might. Lucian, the psychic-type specialist, would orchestrate battles of mental prowess and cosmic power with his legendary additions. His Galad, a master of psychic blades, would be joined by Mewtwo, the genetic Pokemon, a pure embodiment of psychic power and scientific creation, making Lucian's team incredibly intelligent and formidable. Or Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, with its serene yet powerful psychic abilities, would return, adding a layer of ethereal grace and defensive capability, reflecting Lucian's sophisticated battle style. And to truly embrace the cosmic and mysterious, Arceus, the alpha Pokemon, the creator of the Pokemon world, a mythical Pokemon, but for this roster, its godlike power warrants its inclusion, would provide an almost unbeatable presence, symbolizing the ultimate power of creation and the mind. While Arceus would likely be in its psychic plate form, its sheer power would make Lucian's team truly legendary. His Bronzong, Alakazam, and Espeon would remain, but with Mewtwo, Cresselia, and Arceus, Lucian's battles would become a philosophical and intellectual challenge, a confrontation with the very limits of the mind and the cosmos. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, a trainer of immense skill and deep knowledge of Sinnoh's legends, would command a team that embodies balance, power, and ancient might. Her Garchomp, an undisputed force of nature, would be joined by Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, master of space, perfectly aligning with Cynthia's broad strategic vision and her connection to Sinnoh's creation myths. Giratina, origin form, the renegade Pokémon, master of the Distortion world, would represent the darker, more mysterious aspects of Sinnoh's lore and Cynthia's ability to command even the most formidable forces. And as the ultimate symbol of creation and balance, Arceus, the alpha Pokémon,